Is all that applause for us, Baldy? I don't know. Hey, everyone, welcome to Audacy's NFL Draft Show. We couldn't be more pumped to share our draft experience with you guys. I am Jason Canfora. You can see my much better looking buddy, Brian Baldinger, on the other half of the screen. We are 2/3 of the In the Huddle podcast that you guys can catch every week on the Audacy app, wherever you consume your podcast. Our buddy Carl Dukes joins us, so we hope you subscribe there. Wherever you're watching us or hearing us, the Audacy app, the Audacy Sports YouTube page, our Twitch channels, we thank you for joining us there, and we hope you subscribe as well to the podcast and to the Audacy Sports channels. And Baldy, we're going to be here for the next 5 hours. We're going to have a bunch of guests along the way, including Mike Harmon, host of the Perception podcast, our buddy Nick Costas, to talk about the gambling angle of things as we use this first hour to set up what's going to be, I think, a unique, unprecedented draft. We don't know where these quarterbacks are going. Aaron Rodgers just got dealt. Lamar Jackson just got a mega deal. Our heads are kind of spinning about the NFL world, but let's face it, you protected quarterbacks for a living. This is a quarterback-driven league. We're going to be talking a lot about quarterbacks tonight. We don't know where they're all going. And again, this Lamar Jackson thing, I think has kind of set the NFL on fire right now.
Well, I mean, just set the table here, Jason. I mean, this is the ultimate unknown. I mean, this is real fantasy football. I mean, teams and their futures and their fortunes are going to change tonight if they get the right players. We have seen organizations turn their whole organization around on one or two drafts or one or two draft picks. I mean, you're in Baltimore. The Baltimore Ravens' first draft had two Hall of Famers in the first round picked. Jonathan Ogden, Ray Lewis was in the very first Ravens draft of 1996. I don't believe that's ever been done. Two draft picks, both went to the Hall of Fame, both earned first ballot Hall of Fame. So do we have any Hall of Famers tonight? I mean, all those kind of things. We're going to get to it tonight, Jason. But I think we've all been glued to mock drafts and where these players could go and what could transpire. But really, nobody knows. There's not a lot of leaks anymore, Jason. It's kind of airtight till tonight. And so tonight we get to let it unfold. And really, the way you started off with Aaron Rodgers just 2 days ago and Lamar today getting taken care of, those are two huge names that both franchises are completely built around now. And now they have to fill in the pieces to make sure they get the best out of Lamar and the best out of Aaron Rodgers.
Well, and that AFC, I mean, it just looks even more daunting now, Baldy, before we even see which players go where, with an Aaron Rodgers switching conferences from a lighter one to a heavier one, certainly in terms of marquee quarterbacks, and the Ravens not having to trade up for an Anthony Richardson or worry about an Anthony Richardson falling to them because we don't have security with Lamar. They now know they've had him for 5 years. They now own his contractual rights for 5 years more. I just think this conference looks like an absolute gauntlet, and we'll have to see, right? What does a Houston do? Or do they pass on them at 2-12? Tennessee, I would be shocked if Tennessee doesn't get a quarterback here somewhere, whether it's at 11 or moving up to 2 or moving up to 3 or maybe even moving back for Hendon Hooker, but I think they're getting a quarterback. And Indianapolis at 4, right? We don't know much, Baldy, but I think it's fair to say the Colts are taking a quarterback, and we'd be fairly stunned if the Titans didn't take a quarterback. And we know Bryce Young's going first overall.
Well, like in almost every single draft, this is no different. You just mentioned two parts to what's going to happen tonight: trades and quarterbacks. They always drive the draft. Most people are trading to get a quarterback, all right? And most people that have a quarterback are in a position where they want more assets, are looking to trade out or trade back. And so that's where we're at tonight. Does somebody trade back into the first round from out of the first round to take a Hendon Hooker or a quarterback that might drop? We've got two huge names that are going to be taken in this first round by the name of Anthony Richardson and Jalen Carter. They might be the two most talented players in this draft, and we really don't know where they're going to go. One is awfully raw, but super talented in Anthony Richardson. One is just talented. I mean, as talented as Quinnen Williams, as talented as Jeffrey Simmons, who just got a $100 million contract,
Mm-hmm.
is talented or more than both of those guys. And we just don't know where he's going to go because of some off the field issues, some, I would say, did exactly ace his pro day. Barely,
Yeah.
you can't ace it.
Put on
you
a
don't
little
finish
weight,
it.
maybe a little immature,
Yeah.
Baldy, right? Like that's
so there's some question marks about whether it's the character, whether it's the ability to take care of himself. All those things are at play. We'll learn pretty quickly in this draft if those are real or not real. And then, I mean, this happens every year, and I feel bad for CJ Stroud. We see this almost every year, where something gets attached to a player, whether it's an off the field issue or a test score or whatever it is. In this case, an S2 cognitive exam, where he didn't score very well, and some people the test was taken a long time ago. The scores just got released. It doesn't make him look like he can process information the way you have to, an elite player. And so he has to deal with that. He had to answer the questions about it yesterday. And we'll see if that affects what most people thought was certainly the second best quarterback in this draft and maybe the second best player in the draft.
We're going to start breaking down some of these receivers and tight ends in a few minutes with Matt Harmon from Reception Perception. But a few things I wanted to get your take on, Baldy, before we go there. Okay, the draft starts at 2. The Texans have sort of tanked this thing for a couple years. It went sour with Deshaun Watson even before we learned about his extracurricular activities. Would you take a quarterback at 2? Would you take Jalen Carter at 2? Are you comfortable enough with Tyree Wilson's foot to take him at 2? Should it just be Will Anderson Jr. at 2? Because a lot of people thought he might be first overall, had the Bears not traded out to a quarterback needy team.
I think you have to take into account DeMeco Ryans' background and his input. I'd be shocked if Nick Caserio isn't listening to him and they're not in cahoots. But, DeMeco just left San Francisco for the last 5 years, and he just dealt with all kinds of quarterback drama. Whether it was Jimmy Garoppolo, could he stay healthy? Whether it was the multiple trades to get to number 3 to take Trey Lance. And at that time, were they going to take Trey Lance? Was it going to be somebody else? Nobody really knew until really the end. And then that hasn't really worked out that great. I mean, the injuries, lack of production, and then all of a sudden, they take Mr. Irrelevant in the 7th round with the 262nd pick, and he looked better than anybody that we've seen. And so DeMeco Ryans is saying maybe you can plug in Brock Purdy in the middle of a season with very little work if the team around him is stacked. And I just get the feeling that the quarterback that could elevate everybody on that organization right now isn't there at 2. And Nick, and really, I believe that DeMeco is saying, look, let's go get Will Anderson. Let's take that 12th pick. Maybe let's go up and go get Jalen Carter. Let's start building a dominant defensive line. Let's get that started. Caleb's next year, all these guys. Maybe we find somebody later in the draft, but let's start building our team first before we just ask the quarterback to be our savior.
Well, you kind of led me to the other thing I wanted to touch on you here in this first segment, which is the Trey Lance of it all. There have been reports that, the 49ers are getting some calls on Trey Lance. Well, guess what the reality is? The 49ers are trying to find out get anything of value for Trey Lance. The 49ers don't want to be in a situation where they're hosting a fake quarterback controversy in the summer to try to drill up trade value for Trey Lance, then knowing that it's Brock Purdy time. We just saw, now I get it's a corner, not a quarterback, but Jeff Okudah was drafted pretty darn high, and he just went for a 5th-round pick. And he's played a whole lot more football than Trey Lance has the last year, the last 2 years, the last 3 years, the last 5 years, going back to college. How do you think that resolves itself, and do you think one of the 49ers' objectives this weekend is to get some pick or picks for Trey Lance and move on?
Well, I think that, the 49ers just, learned from their recent history. Getting rid of a player before you know the health of the other player is just not smart business. They got lucky with Jimmy Garoppolo that was still hanging around the locker room.
Yeah.
And he wasn't picked up. But that would have been just an awful start to a season if they were throwing Brock Purdy in the right away. Like, they don't know the health of Brock Purdy and when it's going to when the Tommy John surgery is going to heal. Everybody is different. We hear that surgery more often with baseball players than football players. But regardless, it's a throwing motion. And he tried in the playoff game, and when he got hurt in the sixth play, and he couldn't move the arm forward. He couldn't do it. So, there's no point to me, Jason, to sell so low right now with Trey Lance, who has started 4 games in 2 years and has been hurt 2 years in a row. Like, you're selling low. And why would you do that? And who knows, maybe Trey becomes a great asset if Brock Purdy doesn't get healthy, or Trey does have to start, or he beats out Sam Darnold and he is the starter. I just think they should learn from their recent history that there's no reason, just because there might be an extra player at that position by the time training camp starts, which they don't know, I don't think you can afford to do it.
Yeah, well, it'll be yet another sort of fascinating, or at least quasi-fascinating, quarterback subplots and plots to monitor throughout this weekend. And again, I don't think you'd see anything happen with that today, because you ain't getting a 1 for Trey Lance. So that's something maybe later in the draft. But we do want to break down some of these receivers and tight ends in a little more detail. I know, especially with the receivers, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and we're going to do that right now with Matt Harmon. Matt is the co-host of the Reception Perception podcast. You can find him on Twitter at Matt Harmon _BYB. And Matt, before we get into some of these individuals, just wanted to get your take on these two position groups. I've had a hard time sort of getting anybody I trust in to say any of these wide receivers absolutely positively has to be the first one off the board. And then with the tight ends, could the depth actually work against them, and maybe more people wait until later in the first round or the second round, because it does look like a really meaty group, but how many are really going to go day one?
Yeah, well, first of all, boys, I appreciate you having me on. Thanks so much. Excited to talk about it. This draft is really exciting, so I'm happy to be breaking down this with you. On the tight ends, first of all, yeah, the biggest question thing for teams that are going to think about taking a tight end in the first round is, number one, as you said, Jason, the depth of the class. Like, can you just kick this can a little bit down the road and maybe get somebody in the second round, maybe even the third round? And also just the recent history of the position, guys that you take in the first round, even if they've become good players, it's not a position that you're going to be hitting the ground running from year one, or even especially from day one. Obviously, Kyle Pitts had a 1,000-yard season, but he was a 4th overall pick as a rookie. So a little bit of a different tier, I think, than these guys. So that's going to be the biggest question. Like contenders like Dallas, for example, who I think need a tight end, who are probably going to be thinking about tight ends in round one. Do you want to go with a position that's not going to help you when you're a Super Bowl contender this year? Now, with the receivers, which is obviously with Reception Perception, for those who aren't familiar with my work, is my bread and butter. And, it's a position that I'm watching the most film on. I'm charting every single route that they run over an 8-game sample. Who's the best guys at getting open? That's really what Reception Perception is trying to tell you. I think with this year's class, I'm with you that, Baldy and I talked about this on the podcast as well. It's not a class that has, a top 10 worthy type of guy. Like, I graded Drake London, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave as top 10 picks, type of talent last year. We don't have a guy like this year, but I think actually the meat of this class could be pretty similar to like 2019, when 2 guys went in the first round and then we got a bunch of dudes, but they all came on day 2. AJ Brown, DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin. So that's where I'm really interested in this class, like the back half of the first round, early second round, seeing some of these guys come off the board.
Matt, can you tell us if you have stacked this receiving class from 1 through 5? Like, I have had a hard time doing that. I feel like I could do that pretty well at every position in this draft, except for the receiver position, Matt. Like, stack them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is how I did it and why I did it.
Yeah, and Jason really hit it on the head here, that receiver is in the eye of the beholder. And this is why, like, not, Baldy, not to sit here and say like, oh, poor us in the media, we've got such a hard life. But it's a lot harder on the outside for us, because we're trying to think for all 32 teams. But if you're a team that needs a pure slot receiver, you might be much more interested in a guy like Josh Downs than somebody like just the Rams, for example, like they have the best slot receiver in the world in Cooper Kupp. They're probably not going to be, even theoretically, if they had a high pick, they wouldn't be interested in spending that on Josh Downs because they've got a guy in Cooper Kupp there, even though he's a totally different type of slot receiver. So for me, just like grading on pure talent, I have Jackson Smith and Jigba at the top spot because not only do I think he could be a great slot receiver, I also think he shows you the ability to beat man coverage, to play as a flanker on the outside. Like he's not going to be your X receiver, but I think he can be a flanker as that outside guy. So I like him a lot. Very clean prospect. But I kind of think then this next group of dudes, you could kind of throw in a hat for me. I have them all in the same tier, and that's Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnston, and the aforementioned Josh Downs in that order. You know, Baldy, you and I talked about this. I love Josh Downs. I'm a big fan of his route running. I love his ability to manipulate man coverage, both when he's working outside and inside as a route runner. I think he's just I think he'd be a great fit with Buffalo to replace what Cole Beasley gave them a few years ago. Maybe not in late round one, but at some point. Quentin Johnston is the toughest one. I know some people have him as the top receiver. Some people have him even outside their top five I've seen. But I do think he gives you a lot in terms of after the catch, but you've got to answer questions about his technique, some of his route running technique and his catching technique as well. Jordan Addison and Zay Flowers, two hardest ones to me to sort out. Did I want to have Addison 2? Did I want to have Flowers 2? Ultimately, I went Zay Flowers number 2 because, you know, I think his ability to win at the catch point is incredible for a guy that is that size. I also think he's great after the catch, plays with a ton of fire. And in terms of his ability to beat man and press coverage in reception perception for a smaller guy, I love his ability to win against press coverage at the X receiver position. Maybe he doesn't play X receiver in the NFL, but I think he could give you some versatility in terms of winning at slot, flanker, and that X receiver spot.
With Flowers, I found myself kind of, I don't want to say slotting, but as I did different mock draft exercises, I would see him available for me with the Giants. And I almost looked at him and said, man, could that be this new regime's attempt to get what the old regime thought Kadarius Toney sort of might be, but without any of the issues about character or injury or, you know what I mean? What's he doing in his free time? Like a cleaner version of that.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense because he gives you not the same type of ability as Kadarius Toney in the open field. I think Toney was a little bit freakier of a mover in the open field, but he, again, brings a ton of pop, aggression, fire as a yak player. They already have a ton of dudes that are slot receivers, right? Like Paris Campbell's been a slot receiver. You know, they have Sterling Shepard is still there, even though he's obviously off and on the field. Wan'Dale Robinson tore his ACL late in the year, but he's theoretically a slot guy. So if they drafted Flowers, I wonder too if Brian Daboll would look at that as, you know, he's smaller than Stephon Diggs, but that separation outside the numbers guy. I also think that's why Addison would be a good fit there too. Even though we think they've got all these smaller guys, they just need a pure route runner who's going to beat and manipulate man coverage from probably that flanker spot because Darius Slayton or Isaiah Hodgins could be your X receiver because of the size. But yeah, no, I like that one too. I also think Zay Flowers is probably going to be a good fit for the Chiefs. I don't know if he's going to fall all the way down there. They'd probably have to trade up for him, but I know they love him a lot.
Matt, I remember like it was yesterday, the 2014 draft. OBJ, you know, Mike Evans. Like there was a lot of guys in that draft, okay? Sammy Watkins, I think, was the first one taken by Buffalo. I mean, it was deep. But the best of all of them has been Devante Adams. Devante Adams was the 8th receiver taken that year in the second round, 53rd pick by the Green Bay Packers. He's been the best of all of them. You know, you can say Mike Evans, okay. You know, I mean, if there's a discussion there. But, you know, Devante, now maybe it was playing with Aaron Rodgers for most of his career. But, you know, he ran a 4.58, Matt, slow by today's time. You know, 8th wide receiver taken, and here he is with this ascending Hall of Fame level career. Like, do you see anybody like that? Can you even go that deep into this draft and go, that guy reminds me of Devante? Body control, release, professionalism, all the stuff that we see from him.
You know, that 2014 class is a close one to my heart because that was 2014 is the first year that I started collecting league-wide data for reception perception. So those guys from that class, I've basically tracked them as route runners throughout their entire career. And Devante Adams, I think people will find this fascinating. He's got the most interesting career-long reception perception profile, because he actually has the seventh worst success rate versus man coverage score ever charted from the early portion of his career. We remember like his second season when Jordy Nelson got hurt, he was, you know, he wasn't really successful as a starting receiver that year. He had a bunch of targets, but he had drop issues. And then it was he was at one point, like people were talking about him on the roster bubble, but now you look at the last 5 years, Devante Adams has, like, I'm talking 99th percentile, several of the top 5 scores in reception perception history against man coverage. Like you mentioned, Baldy, he's become an incredible release off the line of scrimmage. So I've always said that I don't think we'll ever find another Devante Adams in that way that will be such an outlier, going from like the first percentile in terms of being able to beat man coverage all the way to like the 99th percentile in reception perception history. But if you're looking for a guy that I think could be outside the top 5 receivers drafted and could end up being a really quality player, you know, maybe not becoming like a future Hall of Famer, best receiver in the NFL type, like Devante Adams is. I do think a guy I really like is Jayden Reed out of Michigan State. Jayden Reed's not a bigger guy, but similar to Adams in terms of his ability to release off the line of scrimmage. I think he's got some of the chops to get that done. Like if he tightens up his fundamentals as a route runner, I think could be a really, really good player. Probably like a little bit like Terry McLaurin coming out of Ohio State, you know, senior, a guy who spent a ton of time in school, but showed you really good makings as a route runner and contested catch player, despite not being the biggest. Jayden Reed, if like you're looking for a my guy type in this draft outside the top 5, I think Jayden Reed's my pick.
We're speaking to, if you're on the Audacy app and you can't see all the great visuals we have here, we're speaking to Matt Harmon, co-host of Reception Perception. You can find him on Twitter at @MattHarmon_BYB. We've got you for a few more minutes. Let's pivot to this tight end class that people are really excited about. How do you tier these guys? Is there one who does something particularly exceptional above the others that makes you lean in his direction?
Yeah, I like Michael Mayer a lot. And maybe it's because I've really driven this home from the receiver position, but also from the tight end position. Just blocking is so important, and it's so under discussed in today's NFL. Like we get obsessed with these size, speed, tight end freaks, but you know, these players who can get in line and have, and I don't think Michael Mayer is an elite blocker right now at the tight end position, even as a collegiate guy, but I think he could function there, and that might help you, because it's tough, man. Like you talk to some of the tight ends, even like a George Kittle, you know, I spoke to him at the Super Bowl and asked him, why is it so hard for these rookie tight ends to get on the field and get rolling right away? And I mean, obviously George was a day 3 draft pick. He's not going to go he didn't go as high as like a Michael Mayer went or is going to go. But you know, George says like it's like learning 2 positions, you know, and George had a good understanding of being a blocker, but you got to block like a tackle and catch passes like a slot receiver. That's a lot on your plate. I think the guy that can do it the best early is Michael Mayer. I like him as a route runner. Even though he's not the fastest guy, I think he could be a weapon up the seam. And then I think you're looking at Dalton Kincaid, and I think you're also looking at Darnell Washington, or you know, Darnell's the next guy there. I think he's a fascinating player because, I mean, the size is incredible out of Georgia. I think he shows you some tenacity as a blocker as well. I know some teams do have medical concerns on him, so that's something to watch if he falls. But I think he could be a weapon as a yak player in the flats and in those areas. But the guy really, you know, my co-host at Yahoo, where I also do some work there, Charles McDonald has mentioned this in our draft podcast. Luke Musgrave is a guy that he really turned me on to and is a really exciting weapon as a receiver, even if he obviously didn't play much last year. There were injury concerns there. So, yeah, there's a lot of guys to like at the tight end position, that's for sure.
So when do you think this starts for the receivers tonight or the pass catchers? Do we see anybody? Does the Chicago Bears at 9 say Justin Fields needs one of these pass catchers? Does the Tennessee Titans decide to enter the NFL's modern passing game and put some receivers out there? Like where do you think this begins tonight, Matt?
Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. That's for sure. I think that 11 is the first spot that I could realistically see somebody taking a receiver as the Tennessee Titans there. It's also interesting. You know, I saw Pro Football Talk. Mike Florio was saying that they might try to include the, you know, DeAndre Hopkins in the trade package to get up to 3. You know, that would be interesting, but Tennessee definitely, if they're going to draft a rookie quarterback, like they're going to trade up for a quarterback, they're not going to take somebody and not going to take a receiver in round 1. You're right, Baldy. They run that rookie quarterback out there with this receiver core. Like they've got to get some more dudes in there behind besides Treylon Burks. But I would say 11 is probably the first one I could see it. And then, Houston at 12, I could see a receiver. I could also see them taking Bijan Robinson if he falls there. But I really got my eyes on Green Bay at 13. And we know that Green Bay historically has not taken receivers in round 1. And I totally understand the history, but that's when they had one of the 5 best quarterbacks to ever throw a football. They had a 2-time MVP and Aaron Rodgers the last few years. I could see them saying, hey, Aaron, you're great enough to elevate these other guys. Maybe we want to have Jordan Love, get some more guys around him. I think they'd be a nice fit with Jackson Smith and Jigba, even if they typically like guys with more size. But the move up, Jason, the move up from 15 to 13 there, I would say that signaled that maybe they want to get ahead of New England, who wants a receiver. So I think that's kind of the area where I think this starts. But man, the back half of the first round too, if these guys fall, Buffalo could use a receiver. LA, the Chargers could use a receiver. There's a ton of teams. And even if we don't think this class has a true stud, ready-made number 1 receiver from the jump, there's a lot of teams that need a receiver, and it's still a very valuable position.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating. And I wonder if some of those teams lean into offensive line over receiver, like the Jets or like the Packers as well, because you kind of got to protect them too. And I don't know what comes first, the chicken or the egg. Well, Matt, this has been great. Before we let you go, why don't you let everybody know the different ways they can follow you and find you, and you have going on.
Yeah, of course. Make sure you check out the Reception Perception podcast, Reception Perception, the show, wherever you get your podcast. We've got great partners all together with Audacy. It's been awesome. Me and James Coe have worked together years and years and years, even if Baldy doesn't remember us back together at the NFL Network days, because we were just little tiny plebes back then. James and I have worked together forever. So we've got great chemistry. It's a lot of fun to do the show with James. And you can find me on Twitter at @MattHarmon_BYB. ReceptionPerception.com is where you can subscribe and get all of the information I've thrown out in terms of success rate versus man and where these guys win as route runners.
Man, I just don't remember very many people that just hover around a coffee pot all day. I was back in the film room getting a lot of work done back then. Okay.
Again, Baldy, we were so far down the totem pole. Me especially. James, he wore a suit. He was relatively important. I was like 23 years old and had moved here from Virginia and was trying to keep my head down. So I don't blame you either. And we know you're out there putting the real work in, not doing whatever I was doing.
Well, thanks for joining us and enjoy the draft.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks so much. Enjoy it tonight as well.
Thanks, Matt. Yep.
All right, Baldy. Well, we've talked a lot about quarterbacks and pass catchers, but there is a whole other side of the ball. You talked a little bit about Jalen Carter. Let's dig in on some of these position groups on defense. He clearly has the most upside as an interior defender in this draft. We'll see where he goes. I don't think he's getting past Seattle at 5 unless something truly weird happens. But what is your take on that position group afterwards? And I found myself, as I was putting my mock together, leaning into the proposition of some of these D tackles at the back end of the first round, maybe even over, offensive lineman 7 or 8. I don't know. Maybe that's D tackle 2 or 3, wide receiver 4 or 3 when we're not sure. Maybe that's a D tackle. New Orleans, Philadelphia. There's a lot of teams that could use some help there.
Well, I just happened to be talking to an elite pass rusher in this business, and he was just praying for a monster defensive tackle to jump on the inside where he could push the pocket. And so that starts with Jalen Carter, because I don't see one of these all-effort guys from Jalen. I just don't see that.
Yeah.
I do see incredible flashes of power. Like, a guy that can change direction, a big body that what catches my eye sometimes is he beats the initial guy at the line, quarterback takes off, and then you just see this beast. Like, he just looks big. He looks big and he looks thick. And he just makes this change of direction. And you go, you don't see that. Like, that looks different than a lot of guys. You know, and then you'll just see, like, you know, if he was playing in the era where they used to head slap guys, like he looked like he could he could ring your bell. You know, he's got incredible power. You just don't see enough of it, but you see enough to go, all right, let me take this talent because there's no other talent like this, and you'll work with them in a 3 technique. These are the techniques. These are the pass rush, and let's go to work. It usually takes defense lineman a year, anyways. But after Jalen, it's kind of wide open. There's Kalijah Cansey, out of Pitt. And I'll be honest with you, we were just talking to Matt about the 2014 draft. Well, Aaron Donald came out of the 2014 draft. And every single thing that I'm reading about Kalijah now, I went back and read the notes that what everybody said about Aaron Donald. And I'm not here comparing Kalijah to Aaron. They did go to the same school. They do know each other. It is eerily similar that they have the exact same measurables to a T, except for their arm length. Aaron's got a longer arm by 2 inches. Evidently, that's really significant when I talk to people around the business. But when you watch him play, I swear, I feel like I'm watching Aaron 9 years ago. Like, you know, the cross chop and the spins and the defeating double teams and just recognizing the screen and flipping your hips and turning and running. Like, that's what I saw from Aaron. And then they said, well, he's too small, can't hold the point, going to get washed down the run game. And here's the most, dominant defensive player we've seen. So I do think arm length is important. I do think it's a measurable that should mean something, and it does. I just don't know if it's enough to just eliminate this guy from the first round. I think he's going to go. So there's Kalijah. And then if you want a bigger player, there's quite a few. There is Keanu Benton out of Wisconsin, who is a very hard worker, 3-year starter, 315 pounds. Looks like he can give you some push in the middle and eat some double teams up pretty good. There's Mazi Smith, who has incredible explosiveness out of Michigan. Once was much bigger, but has gotten himself in a really good shape. Like, he shows you a lot. You watch him, against, Paris Johnson 2 years ago when Paris was playing right guard. You watch that matchup, pretty good stuff. There's Brian Bresee out of Clemson, who's a big body. He's had some injuries, dealt with some injuries, but a big body that, has a big frame that moves really good. Like, there's a lot there. And like you said, Jason, I believe that you're going to see teams like New Orleans. I don't think Dallas is going to go there, although I think they should.
Right.
But there's a lot of teams at the back of the first round I think that could be very interesting.
Yeah, Cincinnati's another one, too. I know a lot of people are mocking a tight end or maybe a running back there, but I could see them taking a defensive lineman, maybe even a pass rusher as well. Maybe not necessarily an interior guy. I don't know that we're going to get any pure linebackers drafted today, Baldy, and maybe only one safety. But what do you think of those 2 position groups before we get to the corners? Because I know there's a lot to talk about with the corners.
Well, it's interesting, okay, because you said, well, there's some linebackers we could talk about, and there's a safety. And that's kind of what it is tonight. Now, because if you always kind of go back to free agency. Like, we saw incredible safety movement, right? Both Cincinnati Bengals safeties, Von Bell, Jason Bates on the move, right? In Philadelphia, 2 of their safeties went. Like, there was a lot of safety movement in free agency because you don't feel like there's a safety that you could draft in the first round and plug and play outside of Brian Branch at Alabama. And he's really in the box type of safety.
Yeah.
He's a special type of player. And then you say, okay, off the ball, inside linebackers. Well, we saw a bunch of linebackers go, right, in free agency. We saw the Bears sign 2 of them, right? So Roquan left, and got signed by Baltimore. Like, you knew there was going to be a dearth of guys. But, if you want an off-the-ball inside linebacker, there's 2 of them. There's Trenton Simpson out of Clemson, who I actually really like. He's 240 pounds, and he runs in the low 4.4s. Like, he covers a lot of ground. And then there's Drew Sanders that was at Alabama, transferred to Arkansas, put up over 100 tackles at Arkansas this year. Big body that can run. Like, those 2 guys look like they could be drafted day 1, maybe the top of day 2 more than likely. Although I could see Dallas saying Trenton Simpson, let's put Mike at edge rusher. Let's leave him alone and let's go get somebody with Leighton Vander Esch. I could see maybe possibility, something like that. But Buffalo,
all right.
Buffalo, look, Matt Milane's a good player. He's 215 pounds. Like, they need a guy in the middle. They lost.
Well, they obviously lost. They lost the pterodactyl. Yeah.
They lost a freak in the middle. So, one of these guys could fit there with Buffalo picking, number 27 right now.
Yeah. Corners, I think we expect at least one to go in the top 10, maybe two. I'm guessing the Lions take the first one and that maybe they lean into Devin Witherspoon from Illinois over Christian Gonzalez from Oregon, in part because maybe he's got a little more street fighter in him, and Dan Campbell does want you biting ankles or knees or whatever it was, eating kneecaps, or I'm trying to remember, but he likes tough guys.
Biting kneecap.
I just look at someone like a Gonzalez and say there's a bunch of different ways a team like the Eagles could go at 10 if he's still there. That's if he gets past Atlanta and the Raiders, who could use him as well. I don't know if Howie Roseman could pass on him, even with getting a deal done with Slay. After that, I guess, how do you see it going? And then we've obviously got a sort of a second tier with Joey Porter Jr. and the kid Deontay Banks
from
Maryland.
It's a very deep class, Jason. It's a deep and talented class. In fact, I checked in with one defensive coordinator in this league who's in the market. They need corners. And I said, just stack them for me. So I thought he was going to give me top 3, like how he sees them. He gave me 8, Jason. 8.
Wow.
And we have heard all their names. But to me, when I always fall in love with certain players when you study these guys for so many months. So I'm pretty sure my favorite player that I studied in this draft was Devin Witherspoon. Especially after he didn't work out the combine because of a hamstring issue, whatever. Like, I just went back and started watching his games, and I've not seen a corner hit an attack like this since Ronnie Lott came out of USC. Like, he's just ferocious. And if it happened in one game, you go, okay. You see this all the time. And now, we're all friends with Rex Ryan. Rex told me a long time ago, he goes, Baldy, look, I want my corners to stop the ball from going over our freaking heads, save touchdowns. They have to save lives, but they got to save touchdowns. Yeah. And if they don't tackle, I got 9 other guys that are going to make a tackle. So it wasn't the most important thing, although, you have Darrelle Revis. You're pretty good at it. So, yeah. So, but when I watch Devin Witherspoon, like, he's not Revis in that he's not as big and strong as Darrelle, where he could just stone guys to the line they couldn't get off the line of scrimmage on. But he smothers receivers. Like, he must be really smart. I've not met him yet, but he reads routes. Like, he just like latches onto you. And then when he comes free, like, you want to run bubble screens and all that perimeter game out there, he's going to go blow it up. So for me, the corner, and I think it's going to fall like this too. Like, I don't know that Dan Campbell can look at Devin Witherspoon and say, I want him in Motown. Like, I need him. Like, we're going to build something special here. And he brings the culture that he wants. Like, you just tell the way he plays the game. So that's one. But, Anthony Gonzalez is a really talented player. Like, he left, like, one of the things in this whole process this year, Jason, more than any other year, and it's only going to get worse, is you start watching these players, you go, he was at Gonzalez at Colorado, then he transferred to Oregon.
Right.
These players, they're all
brave new world, Baldy.
It's like, how many colleges? Like, it's more than 2 for a lot of guys too. Coaches leave, I'd move. They bring in a 5-star, I move. I graduated in 3, I'm going to play a 4th here. Like, there's so much movement. So you go, okay, is it worth it going back and watching Anthony Gonzalez at Colorado? Well, they're a horrible program. Deion's there now trying to turn it around. So he goes to Oregon, and he has a really good year at Oregon. He got the interceptions, got the numbers, tested really, really well, very fluid, very long. We saw 2 long corners in the draft last year. Sauce Gardner's just on the NFL Network right now talking to the guys, and then, you look at what Seattle drafted last year, and you just go, man, when you look at these flying mantas going down the field, like, they just take away the passing lanes. on deep balls. And so, like, you can see a guy like Anthony Gonzalez at 6'2" and change, Joey Porter Jr. at 6'2" and change. You can look at some of these long corners that can really run. And you go, okay, go run a go route on this and see just how, accurate you got to be able to beat that length that these guys have.
What about after that? I guess the Emmanuel Forbes kid, like, is he big enough for you, or where are you on him?
On who's that, Jason?
On the kid from Mississippi State, Forbes.
Oh yeah, Emmanuel Forbes. So I went back. So I did Mississippi State's first game this year for Fox. They played Memphis. So I was just going through the roster. Steve Spurrier Jr. was on Mike Leach's staff, bless his soul. And so I know Steve a long time, played for his dad. So I was like, go through the roster, like, I don't know any of these kids, Steve. Help me out. So he goes, you see that skinny drink of water over there? That's Emmanuel Forbes. Like, that guy, he kills us in practice every day, Baldy. So I go, okay. So I'm checking him out. He's a praying mantis.
Buck 60.
Right. Yeah, okay. But 14 interceptions, 6 pick sixes. You go, okay, that's Mississippi State. You go back to, he's from a small town in Mississippi. You go back to his high school days, Jason. His last year at Mississippi, at high school, he had 8 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. This stuff travels. Like, his eye-hand coordinated tip ball, he gets it. Jump, like, he reads routes, he jumps it, he goes for it. I'd like a corner that can take the ball away. Like, he's going to go in the top 20 picks. And I think teams are, because he does tackle. It's not like he's a liability. He's just skinny. Deshaun Jackson was just skinny. Like, some guys are just thin. Some guys just got to jump around the shower just to get wet. Like, that's Emmanuel. I hear he's up to 170 though. He's up to 170. Okay. I'm sure the nutritionist. Like, I can see Emmanuel playing at 175 on a 6-foot+ frame. So I think that's possible. But right in your backyard, Jason, Deonte Banks is a really good player. And Jacorian Bennett on the other side, just like I tell everybody, if you want to watch these kids, go watch them against Ohio State. Go watch what they did to Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, Marvin got like 1 or 2 catches, but he didn't beat them. None of those guys beat those guys. Like, they were up to that challenge that day. Deonte Banks is the first one. Like, I don't know. He could go to Pittsburgh. He could go to Baltimore.
Pittsburgh or Washington. I can see him right there.
Washington,
Pittsburgh, Washington. I don't think he gets past.
He knows how to play. He's what you need. You want to play press man coverage, and you want to be able to run with these freaks out on the perimeter. Like, he's got all that ability to do it.
You know who has all the ability in the world? Handicapping every sport, Baldy. Handicapping like quasi-sports events like drafts. I'm sure he could handicap a cockroach race if you're down in the mean streets of New York with him. And is it going to be the cockroach on the left or the cockroach on the right or the cockroach in the middle? That's our buddy Nick Costas, and you guys all can hear him pretty much every day on You Better You Bet on BetQL. You can find him on Twitter all the time at the Costas, Kostos. And he joins us now to talk about how we can make some money on this big draft fiasco. Nick, how are you doing? How many wagers do you have already pending on this first round? Are you about to make another one? Just where are we on all this? And are the markets, any late movement in the markets that have caught your eye?
Well, great to be on with you guys. Thank you very much for having me. Love both of you. Thank you very much. I actually think like we know at this point, at the very least, who the first 2 picks are going to be. We have known for a while that Bryce Young is going to be the first overall pick, despite what some like loser on Reddit said. It was never going to be Will Levis. Bryce Young was always going to be the first overall pick. The betting market never wavered for Bryce Young being the first overall pick. Everyone making a big deal about Levis getting bet. Levis just took other people's equity. Bryce Young was always a huge favorite. Bryce Young will be the first pick. And at this point now, I understand that ESPN's draft coverage opened with Adam Schefter saying that the Texans are targeting edge rushers. CJ Stroud is now minus 2,500 to be the second overall pick. Here's what that means. CJ Stroud is going to be the second overall pick in the draft by the Houston Texans. Like, I feel confident saying it's basically a lock. and I am reticent to use that term because nothing really is ever a lock. CJ Stroud is getting bet like people have the answers to the test before it's given. So I think at this point we can say Young is going 1 and Stroud is going 2 to the Houston Texans. That is my belief in the betting market right now.
Is it? Are we positive it's 2 to the Texans, or could that be 2 to Tennessee, or who's trading up?
Oh, it is. I guess it's within the realm of possibility that a team could potentially be trading up to 2. I have also heard, and this, like, I have not corroborated. This is all happening in real time right now, that the Houston Texans could potentially not only take CJ Stroud at 2, but then trade back to 3 to take Will Anderson. So the thought throughout, so this is all happening in real time. So like betting markets are going absolutely haywire right now. We have known that Young is going to go first. Stroud has gotten absolutely slammed. So I think Stroud is going to be the second pick in the draft. We can debate whether or not that's the right pick or how it happened. It looks like ownership stepped in to make this call. I don't know that that's the case.
Nick,
just that,
all the stuff that came out 2 days ago about his score on the S2 test. Like that was just somebody's effort to try to get him to drop and, throw that out there and put that, the difference between what, Bryce Young got, which was a 98, and what CJ got. And he had to answer those questions yesterday. Like, that's just like, it's just immaterial.
I don't have the answer to that question. I think you guys know a lot better than me. And even I know it a little bit from working in the league for a decade. Everyone lies. It's lying season. The quote is like, how do you know a coach or GM is lying around this time of year when he or she opens their mouth? So I think everyone's got an ulterior motive. I can't speak to what the specific ulterior motive behind the release of the S2 score was, to damage Stroud, to make someone else look good. Like that, I can't speak to. Like the only thing I feel comfortable saying right now is that CJ Stroud's going to be the second overall pick, unless we are in line for the betting market being completely wrong, which I guess is possible, but I think is highly unlikely right now. So Young 1, Stroud 2, and the current favorite to be the third overall pick is Will Anderson. And my sense is that Arizona would not make that pick. Maybe it's Houston. Maybe we still see a team go up to 3 to select Will Levis and or Anthony Richardson. So still a lot up in the air right now once we get past 1 and 2. I think those are pretty much locked, Young and Stroud.
Maybe you have this available, maybe you don't. But if that is the case now, and we think they're going 1-2, and then obviously I think Indianapolis at 4, right? They've been tied to Levis forever. Has there been any fluctuation in the number of quarterbacks in the first round, right? I know that it had been at 4.5 for a while, and that number at one point, I got it a couple of weeks ago, it was, I don't know, plus 400 or something like that. Is that now dwindling because of any of this information?
Well, let me touch on the Levis point. First, going 4th overall, Levis is not like a monster, this is certain favorite to go 4th overall, but he's a big favorite to be the 4th overall pick, with the assumption being that Indianapolis would just stand pat and take Will Levis with the 4th overall pick. The quarterback market, guys, has been 4.5 throughout this entire process, with the top 4 quarterbacks being Young, Stroud, Richardson, and Levis. And then the question has always been, will Hendon Hooker get into the first round? What I can tell you guys, and I come at this from the betting perspective, not like, hey, I talked to a scout likes Hendon Hooker.
Right.
That's not really like my forte. I can tell you guys that sharp bettors have been betting Hendon Hooker over 31.5 draft position, meaning that he will not go in the first round. Only 31 picks. Miami was docked their first round pick for the Tom Brady yacht thing. So if Hendon Hooker is not going to go in the first round, then I think people think that we will only have 4 quarterbacks selected in the first round. So my best guess right now is that we will see only the 4 quarterbacks go in round number 1. Always willing to be wrong. This is an inexact science. It is not a game that's going to be played where anything can happen. The answers to the test are there before the test is given. We're just trying to have our best guess as to what those answers are at this point in time right now.
So, Nick, we're talking about quarterbacks, 4.5 scheduled to go. That's the betting line right now. Is there a prop for the first receiver taken? Because there seems to be a great deal of question about who's going to be the first receiver off the board tonight.
There is. Jackson Smith-Njigba from Ohio State has basically been the favorite throughout this process, at least for the last month or so. Now, his odds have shortened a little bit. He was minus 400, minus 350, now at minus 300. So a favorite in the same range. So JSN is the favorite to be the first wide receiver taken. not just myself, but other people in like the circle of people that I deal with, whether it's professional bettors or people in the media that bet and deal with pro bettors, we have all kind of heard the same thing, which is that the Green Bay Packers have targeted JSN to potentially trade up to take him, with the Eagles at 10 maybe being an option. We also have heard that the Eagles might be looking to trade up. I think 5 with Seattle for Jalen Carter might be something that makes sense. We can maybe talk about that. But JSN is the favorite. If it's not going to be JSN, Baldy, and maybe you've got information, you talk to a lot of people in the league, obviously, my sense is that it would be Zay Flowers. He's plus 250, the second choice on the board. We got intel earlier this week that Flowers might go earlier than expected. Sports books will offer props on position over-unders, and Zay Flowers unders got bet 23.5 and 22.5, with the expectation being he might go a little earlier than people expect.
What about
you
trades?
just mentioned Jalen.
You have a prop on. I was just going to follow up here. What about a prop on the number of trades that we might see tonight, Nick? We are always kind of glued to trades, whether teams going up, coming down. It always seems to the quarterbacks and the trades seem to drive a lot of the energy that we like in the first round. What is the betting line right now on that?
There was no betting line for trades. I think the expectation though is that we'll see a pretty good amount tonight. We may get one with Philadelphia up. This is me connecting the dots. Maybe up to 5 for Jalen Carter with Seattle. I have no inside information on that. That's just me connecting dots. I have heard that Bijan Robinson is going to go earlier than expected, perhaps via a trade. We always see a bunch of trades at the end of round number 1. So, Baldy, my sense would be is that we'll see a good amount tonight. I can't tell you with any certainty, though, how many it's going to be, nor would I want to hazard a guess for betting purposes.
Well, Jalen Carter at 5 is something that I've latched onto for a few weeks, and I just figured it would be Seattle staying home. So a trade up there would be interesting. I guess in that second half of the top 10, Nick, are there things you're buying more than others? The Bijan Robinson to Atlanta thing seems to have taken on a life of its own in the last, 3 to 5 days. I don't know if that's sort of just convenient, you know what I mean, or how real that is. I have a hard time thinking that the Raiders and somebody like the Falcons wouldn't maybe lean into a quarterback like Richardson. And then obviously a lot of people, I guess, have been connecting corners to the Lions for quite some time.
Yeah, I have pretty much heard consistently that Devin Witherspoon is who the Detroit Lions like at number 6, with the thought being that Will Anderson would be their first choice. But Will Anderson is obviously not expected to be there when the Lions hit the clock. So Witherspoon at 6 is something that I have heard a lot of people say, a lot of people that I talk to. Witherspoon at 6 to the Detroit Lions, kind of complicating matters a little bit. And honestly, you guys would probably know more about this than me, candidly. I have heard from what I would consider to be really reliable sources that Tyree Wilson has not been cleared by every team picking at the top of the draft.
He hasn't. Yeah.
So if
the
foot.
Ahead. Yeah.
Sorry. So if that's true, that creates a ton of uncertainty, right? Because he's someone that was talked about as maybe being worthy of the second overall pick. And we can have the conversation as to whether he's better or not than Will Anderson. That's not for me to decide. I'm not I don't watch the film to do stuff like that. But I think we can agree that he's at least been bandied about as being someone worthy of a top selection. So what happens if these teams in the top 10, and we know Houston cleared him because I think a couple of reporters said that Houston has cleared Tyree Wilson. What if the Falcons like him, but they haven't cleared him? Or the Lions would take him and they haven't cleared him? We don't have all the information, and that's something that could potentially throw a wrench into things. So it's almost what do we feel best about? I think Jalen Carter is the 5th pick, whether it's the Philly, Seattle, or, the New York Mets somehow trade to the 5th pick. I think Jalen Carter will be the 5th overall pick in the draft. My best guess is Devin Witherspoon will go 6. The Raiders, corner or offensive lineman, maybe if Paris Johnson slips. Christian Gonzalez seems to be a guy that's getting bet quite a bit to go under his draft position of 8.5. Falcons, Bijan Robinson is something I've heard linked a lot. I've asked a lot of people this week about Atlanta. Nobody knows what's going on with the Atlanta Falcons. Yeah. Bears, it feels like best player available out of the pass rushers and offensive linemen, whoever falls to them. And then Eagles, if they stand pat at 10, offensive line is something that got bet really heavy for them, but then if they're going to trade up, it's presumably for Jalen Carter. So a lot of fun here, and I don't mean to kind of be hedging a lot of stuff that I'm saying, guys, but I always want to be really honest. Yeah. There's a lot happening. It's all happening in real time, And I don't want to give anyone the idea that any of this is a certainty because people will bet their money on it. And I don't want people to lose. So just tread lightly right now with all the movement in the betting market, candidly.
Before we let you go and this thing kicks off at 8, any thoughts on what the mighty New York Football Giants might be up to, and looking ahead to the season, any teams, futures, win totals, odds to make the playoffs that you would like to get in on now before the draft, because obviously things can fluctuate?
So I'll start with the Giants here. My apologies if either of you were ever friends with Giants general manager Dave Gettleman, who I think was the absolute worst as a Giants fan. But like we knew every single year, like whether you like his picks or not, and how could you? Like every single year it leaked who the Giants were taking. Like I knew they were taking Saquon Barkley like 5 days before the draft. We knew they were taking Daniel Jones. People knew they were taking Andrew Thomas when Gettleman was the general manager. Last year, Joe Shane's first year as general manager, everyone was convinced, and all the people that got it right when Gettleman was the GM, everyone was convinced it was going to be Charles Cross, and then it was Evan Neal. So I've been told things by people that I respect with information about the Giants, but they were all wrong last year. So maybe Joe Shane is just master smokescreen artist. I have heard that the Giants are both A, in on DeAndre Hopkins on a trade for Hopkins, and B, potentially in on Alabama running back Jahmyr Gibbs with the 25th pick. So take that with a grain of salt, because everyone was wrong last year in year one with Joe Shane. So I am very skeptical of what anyone says about the Giants, because everyone, again, was wrong last year in year one of Joe Shane. As for futures, let's talk about a team that's in the news right now. The Baltimore Ravens, who signed Lamar Jackson to the long-term deal today. Their win total right now is sitting at about 8.5. It is juiced to the over, and it should be, because it's wrong. It needs to be at least 9, especially if they're going to get DeAndre Hopkins with Beckham and Rashad Bateman and Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely and Todd Monken, who I think is a tremendous fit for them at offensive coordinator. I love me some Todd Monken. Tell me, I'm not saying the Ravens are going to win the Super Bowl. The AFC's impossible. Tell me how this team, with that coaching staff and this quarterback, does not win at least 9 games and go at least 9-8. I guess the answer is Lamar gets hurt, but we don't handicap for injuries, right? So Ravens over 8.5 wins with Lamar now in tow is where I would go.
Nick, what happened to the market when Aaron Rodgers officially became a Jet on Tuesday? Did it change much? Did it fluctuate? What is the Jets' forecast for this coming season right now?
It didn't, Baldy, only because everything was kind of already baked in with the expectation that deal was going to happen. So Jets about 9.5 win total juiced over. My expectation is that it'll close 10, and it should. I think 9.5 is wrong. Packers win total is at 7.5, and I'll tell you guys what I said on You Better You Bet this week, and what I've been consistent saying on You Better You Bet. The Jets are going to be really good. They're going to be better than the Packers. Like, the Jets are better than the Packers. I wouldn't be surprised if the Packers had a better record than the Jets if Jordan Love is good. The reason being, again, the AFC is impossible. The AFC East might be impossible. The Jets might be awesome and might go 7-10 because the rest of the conference is absolutely awesome. I am a lot more interested in betting Packers stuff than I am Jet stuff, because if Jordan Love is bad, they could win 3 games. If Jordan Love is really good, they could win 12 games in a bad NFC. And if the Packers go 12-5, guess who's winning Coach of the Year? Matt LaFleur. He's 30-1. The Packers are the 4th choice right now to win the NFC North. If Jordan Love is good, aren't the Packers at least like 2nd place at worst in the division if Jordan Love's going to be good? Yeah. I'm a lot more into betting Packer stuff than I am Jet stuff for the reasons I just laid out.
All right, we've got you in a lather. Anything else you want to get off your chest? Anybody you want to yell at? Anything before this draft kicks off? The floor is yours. I just wanted to allow you to hit something out of the park if you were up for it.
Thanks. I've got literally 36 texts right now since I started with you guys that I'm very excited to read. I'll just say this. I would really, really like for Will Levis to be the 3rd overall pick in the draft tonight. I almost don't care what happens with anything else. Please give me Will Levis at 3rd overall. I haven't checked again. Will Anderson was the favorite when I got on the air with you guys. I'm not sure what's happening now, but Will Levis 3rd overall would be really great. Oh yeah. And how about this? Like, to Jamison Williams and Quintez Cephas and these guys, like Cephas got released along with another, so it's not even like to bag on them. But I think that really changed the way that the NFL is, and you guys would know this better than me, policing a lot of this stuff. There have been a lot more leaks in past years. This draft has been a lot easier to bet. this has been the toughest year it's been in terms of like stuff not breaking, stuff not leaking. So
I agree.
I'm sure the league is very happy about that. But
Nick.
guess who's not happy? Guess who's not happy about that? Me.
Yeah.
And I'm selfish, and I care about me.
Unless Levis goes third overall, then it's all good. Then all's right with the world.
I got told this morning that Levis is going to go third overall. Not everything I get told is right. I am hoping that it is accurate.
Listen,
I don't
Nick,
think that it's going to be.
Stay close by, Nick, because when Will Levis goes third tonight, you're coming on. And I want you to reveal the source and how this all happened.
Yeah.
Well, I will not do that, but I appreciate you offering
inside
that.
Story.
Thank you very much.
The insight. Well, enjoy this. We have appreciated it. As always, please, guys, if you aren't already checking out Nick on You Bet on BetQL. You should be at the Costas, KOSTOS, on Twitter, no underscores or anything like that. And we appreciate your time, buddy. Well, Baldy, I guess we're kind of sort of into the witching hour here.
On the clock.
Are we officially on the clock here with the Carolina Panthers? We know things generally don't always happen exactly when we thought, right? And the first pick might not necessarily be at exactly 8-10, but the Panthers
I think
are
we got
on the clock.
I've got the NFL Network on one screen. I got ESPN on the other screen, and I don't see the commissioner yet out there on the stage. That usually gets the clock started. So there's just a little bit of fill here.
Officially on the clock. Well, look, for us, they're on the clock. Where I guess how much of an impact do we think Bryce Young can have from day one? What's fair expectations for him in the short term, right? Because when you do everything they've done, and you've had that much upheaval, and they finally drafted a quarterback after trying to shuffle a bunch of guys in and out and drafted one this high, that's a little different, you know what I mean, than hoping you catch lightning in a bottle with Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold on a fifth-year option or P.J. Walker or whatever. He played at Alabama. I don't think anything's going to be necessarily too big for him, but how much weight are going to be on his shoulders, and how much can he hit the ground running week one?
Well, you got Frank right there. Frank's been around a long time, and Frank was the backup to Jim Kelly, was there when Marv Levy was having their heyday in Buffalo. He's got a great deal of history to him and how to handle these situations. So I feel like they've got a good offensive line, Jason. That's a start. Ike Ekwonu was the sixth pick last year in the draft. He's their left tackle. They got a good line. They signed Miles Sanders coming off his best season in Philadelphia this year. They ran the ball well last year. I think they've got an offensive line. I think they've got a running game. I think those things help any rookie quarterback. But I think it helps a rookie quarterback that is 5'10" and 204 pounds a great deal as well. And so I think it'll be a shotgun-based offense just because that's what he ran at Alabama. And that gives a guy with that kind of size a lot more ability to see what might be coming at him than if he was under center, a percentage of the time. So I think those are some of the things you can look forward to. But I feel like the division is up for grabs. Whoever gets hot. 10 wins might win the division this year. We know that a losing record won it last year with Tampa. Yeah. So I feel like they're in the right track, and I just don't think that they have to go crazy with. I think they got to start him, and I think he will start. Yeah, I just don't think they have to give the whole playbook to him, on August 1st, and expect him to digest the whole thing.
I guess the last time we saw Frank Reich with a sort of mobile athletic quarterback like this, right, it would have been him on the Eagles staff with Carson Wentz, but this kid is not built like Carson Wentz, and even Carson Wentz got hurt with all the read option stuff and right, that game in LA, and looks like he's going to be the MVP, and then maybe he's never quite been the same since that injury. How careful do they have to be with him because of his lack of not even just the size, but the girth, you know what I mean? What you'd ideally like to see in the hips and the backside and the trunk, all that stuff.
Well, he got hurt last year. Got hurt against Arkansas early in the game. And on the play, Drew Sanders, who we talked about briefly, the inside linebacker, was chasing him to the sideline. And he was just trying to get rid of the ball, Jason, just to save a sack. And when he fell, he did something to his shoulder. It wasn't like, Jalen Hurts going against Chicago Bears running and getting Gibson falling on top of him and his right shoulder pops out. It wasn't like that. But it was enough to damage the shoulder where he missed the rest of that game and he missed the next week's game against Texas A&M. So I think there's a frailty to him, that just comes with that frame of his. That being said, you can't legislate against injuries. Like, you just can't do it. Guys are going to get hurt. We saw Zach Wilson get hurt last year in a preseason game, and he barely got hit, and he got hurt. You can't legislate against it. But at the same time, you can say, okay, read option and quarterbacks, keepers, like, it's just not going to be part of his game. And it wasn't at Alabama. He's pretty good at extending plays. He looks to be about as fast as he needs to be to extend plays. And I think that's kind of where it should be. But he's been very good from the pocket of just the reason why he is the number one pick, Jason, is he just processes information very fast. And, my cohort, Daniel Jeremiah, said if he was 6'2" and he had Joe Burrow's frame, he'd be Joe Burrow. That he's Joe Burrow on a 5'10", 200-pound frame. So, and I think, and he's probably a little faster than Joe, but I think that's his superpower, is his ability to just read defenses pre-snap, after the snap, and make quick, instant decisions and getting the ball out of his hands accurately.
Well, he's a young man who I'm sure would have loved the opportunity to play with DJ Moore, an elite receiver. That was part of the compensation to go up and make this move with the Bears to get the first overall. What do you think of their group of pass catchers? Hayden Hurst is a nice move tight end. He's bounced around a lot. Adam Thielen's kind of at the end. DJ Shark. I don't see an it guy there.
I don't either. Terrace Marshall. I just don't. Like, they have to add some point scorers to that offense right now. And, Adam Thielen didn't even look like, I'm a big fan of Adams, free agent in his business, earned his way to a couple Pro Bowls, but he doesn't look like the same threat that he once was, just running go routes and running by people. So I don't know what he's got left. We'll find out pretty quick. They might already have him on a pitch count, which isn't a great sign. Terrace Marshall at LSU hadn't done much. DJ Chark is now on his third team. He's a big guy that can run, but he's a little questionable whether he's going to catch the ball or not catch the ball. Like, there's some real question marks out there. Like, they need to add. I wouldn't be surprised if there's June 1st cuts or through this draft. Like, I expect them to add some firepower on the outside to help them out.
What do you think about them on the defensive side of the ball?
Well, Brian Burns and Derek Brown, like, these are some elite players, right there. I think, when you look at how they're going to play defense right now, and you look at a guy like, they have, like, their corners could be outstanding. When you look at, Dante Jackson, and you add, guys like, J.C. Horn, who's an elite player when he's been healthy. And then you add the safeties that they added, whether it's Xavier Woods, Von Bell. Like, I feel like they've added a lot of pieces right there, along with, Jeremy Chin. I was just blanking on Chin. Chin is just that box safety that can do a lot of different things. They need a pass rusher. Frankie Louvu did pretty good last year, coming off the edge opposite Brian Burns. They're going to play a 3-4 defense. So they're going to switch. And so when you change defenses, you got to change the personnel a little bit. They need an outside rusher. And fortunately, in this draft, there's a bunch of good ones.
I guess when we look at that division as a whole, I don't know that anybody, like, obviously the Panthers are going to make this selection, and we'll see when the commissioners should make it final soon. And they've got a guy who they think is their franchise guy. Again, albeit, though, with concerns about durability for the reasons we detailed. The Saints are kind of renting a guy right now, Derek Carr. What is that? Is that going to be a one-year proposition to get them the next year's draft class? Heck, are they a team that takes Hendon Hooker at the end of the first round today, knowing he's going to redshirt for a year? Desmond Ridder, are we really buying that? Are we really, really buying that he's going to be the next, franchise quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons? I just feel like that division is kind of an open book, is kind of there for the taking. And obviously Tampa's completely rebuilding. Like, I don't know. I guess you could kind of start to make the case for any of these teams.
I think so. I mean, look, I remember doing a game for national radio week 17. Carolina came to Tampa. And if Carolina beat Tampa that day, Sam Darnold was quarterback, and Sam won 4 of his last 6 games, Carolina. Like, they were going to be the primitive favorites to win the division, and with a losing record. And so that's just the way, like, nobody got hot. The Saints just disappointed. They couldn't stop turning the ball over. Jameson Winston, just wasn't the answer. They just went through these guys, Dalton. I think they got some talent on offense, but defensively, they almost look like they're getting old, like fast, and we know all the names, and a lot of them have had great careers, but they haven't really restocked the shelves very well. I feel like they've missed on some players, and so guys that they were counting on. And so that's kind of where they're at right now. At one time, they were a top 10 defense. They don't look like that to me right now, and you could count on that. So now they're asking Derek Carr to come in there and be a savior, but I think they're overvaluing Derek Carr. Like, is he a savior? Because he had the leading running game last year in the NFL, and Josh Jacobs, and
they got him Devante Adams. They got him his buddy.
They couldn't really put anything together. And I know defensively they're a mess, but he didn't finish the season. And then when he didn't finish the season, Jarrett Stidham came in, and he against the 49ers, like, he played better than Carr did all year long. So they're asking a lot, Derek Carr, to go down there and they're a playoff team. They're going to win the division. I'm not so sure about that.
No, I'm far from sure as well. I mean, Tampa goes from Tom Brady to Baker Mayfield. I mean, I don't even know if it's, what I mean? Like that, there's just, like, there's the football part of, like, what I mean? What that signifies. And then it's just the whole, like, Tom Brady showed up there sight unseen in the middle of a pandemic and willed them to a Super Bowl first. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much, you just get the whole organization grows, right? Everybody flexes muscles they didn't know they have when Tom Brady's running your building. To go, to Baker Mayfield, who's kind of worn on his welcome quickly and been a vagabond, like, ugh.
Think about the left tackles that have played for Tom Brady, whether it's Nate Solder or Trent Brown, like Donovan Smith. Like, a lot of these guys got paid because Brady was playing quarterback. Yeah. Not just left tackles. I mean, there's a bunch of receivers that were a lot better when Tom Brady was throwing the football than when he wasn't throwing the football. Like, look, I like Baker Mayfield personally. I like his competitive fire to him, but he can't elevate people around him the way Brady does, Aaron Rodgers does. There's only a couple that can do that. And so I don't know what the battle's going to be like for a quarterback, but I would imagine that, Mike Evans is going to be vastly disappointed when Brady isn't throwing him the ball down the field. I feel like they couldn't find a tight end last year, even though they had 2 rookie tight ends. Like, they couldn't run the ball at all last year. They're moving Tristan Wirfs, who's been an all-pro right tackle, to left tackle. It looks like there's a big glaring need at right tackle. Maybe they draft one at the 19th pick. I don't know. But, Devin White doesn't want to be there. Like, there's real things going on there in Tampa right now.
Yeah. Well, and you talked about the Saints defense, right? Like, I kind of feel the same way about the Bucs. Like, a lot of guys kind of hit the wall or started to regress on that side of the ball kind of all at once, like that was a menacing defensive front. Well, that ripped Patrick Mahomes face off. They look a million miles away from that to me on paper right now.
Well, there was a lot of Sundays out there when the defensive players that had won a Super Bowl, the same guys, Carlton Davis and Sean Murphy Bunting and, Antoine Winfield, like they're doing one of these things, Jason. No, I thought you had. Yeah. No, I thought you had. Yeah. Like, they were, like, I was still Todd Bowles coaching that defense, and they were breaking down in uncharacteristic ways with the veteran defense. And that really said something to me when I saw that. And I called them out on it a couple times last year. And I debated, it's just the aftermath of a Super Bowl. No, like, they were blown assignments left and right with And that was, for the most part, outside of Shaq Barrett, that for the most part, that was a Tampa Bay built defense. They drafted Levante David, Devin White, Winfield, Murphy Bunting, Carlton Davis, Jamel Dean. Like, they drafted all these guys. And they kind of grew together, won a Super Bowl, and then all of a sudden they forgot how to play together.
One team we haven't talked about division, and again, we're kind of highlighting the NFC South here because we're waiting on the official announcement. Bryce Young is the next quarterback of the Panthers, and this looks like a pretty wide open division to us. And hey, if you like these conversations, you can get them every week on the In the Huddle podcast. Please subscribe. Get us on the Audacy app or wherever you get your podcast. But, Baldy, how about Atlanta? They've made a lot of moves this offseason. Not maybe the most glamorous or sexy positions, interior offensive linemen, safeties. All right. They feel like they've got the roster in a much better than it's been in the past. But again, what exactly is Desmond Ridder? Could they take Bijan Robinson here? Is that a way to make the young quarterback better? Or should they be thinking long and hard about a quarterback themselves? And maybe they are.
Well, I don't think they're going to take one with the 8th pick tonight. They have been picking in the top 10 2 years in a row. They took Kyle Pitts 2 years ago. They took Drake London, the first receiver off the board last year with the 8th pick. Here they are picking 8th again. Des Ridder started 4 games last year. He got better in each game. He wasn't good at all his first game. By the 4th game, he got better. Not much of a sample size. Because there's something about a team that's out of it, the way they were out of it, and you're trying to evaluate a quarterback. Yeah. Like, you're not fighting for any playoff spots. Nobody's coming into Atlanta, into the Mercedes-Benz Dome, and probably all wired up going, boy, we're going to have to double this, this chin strap up today. So I don't know if you're getting the best evaluation when they're like they got a good back in Tyler Algier. Cordero Patterson had a good role with them. They looked like they had some piece. They had Daquan Graham, looks like a young defensive tackle that could be good. And they had a couple young safeties that look pretty good. They've filled, I don't really understand signing Calais Campbell, to be honest with you. Like, you're a young team. Just get young, stay young, build young. Like, maybe they want the veteran leadership. They want, the NFL's man of the year type of character in the locker room. And Calais, he provides all that. But I don't know how much we've seen him in Baltimore the last few years. He doesn't look like the same dominant player.
No.
But, he's there, and maybe that's the reason they just want, just the maturity and professionalism and all that kind of stuff to come in and help out. But Onyemata is a good player. Yeah. That's a solid signing. I mean, you're going to get a lot better up the middle with that player. That's a good pick. You pluck him from New Orleans, where he was a starter and an anchor in the middle, and you put him in Atlanta. That weakens the Saints for sure, and then it strengthens Falcons.
Well, it will be a fascinating draft for them because I kind of feel like, Arthur Smith's been there for a few years now. Arthur Blank hasn't had a competitive team in a while now. They have trouble drawing fans to that sparkling, still relatively new stadium. And, well, they haven't played a whole lot of meaningful football games there. So we'll see what that ultimately means for this Atlanta draft, and if there's a little more pressure on maybe getting some guys to get them over the top. And again, I still wonder about them in the quarterback position. Well, I don't know. Maybe.
Look, just staying in Atlanta. Like, the pick is in here, by the way. Commissioner's coming up, and presumably Bryce Young is going to go off the board right here as I look as the commissioner makes the first pick of tonight in Kansas City, and it is Bryce Young. I don't know what color suit that is, Jason. I should know that.
You've got a better angle on it than me because I'm not able to get eyes on it. So however you describe it is what we're going with, Baldy.
Yeah, it's like a pink peach something. I don't know. I know it has a color. I don't know what it is.
Well, it sounds very southern. That sounds like a very southern combination for Carolina.
He's hugging Anthony Richardson right now. It's a big moment. It's a big moment. He's making his way to the stage, and they've got a Carolina Panther hat for him. He's the newest Panther. The last time they were in this situation, Jason, was 2011. They took Cam Newton at Auburn that year, and 5 years later, he was the MVP, and the Panthers were battling for a Lombardi Trophy. So maybe that could be the trajectory here with the new coach and what Bryce Young can be.
Would you have made this pick, Baldy?
I would have. I really like Bryce Young. I actually feel that his size works to his advantage in that, like, his suddenness and quickness in the pocket, just the subtle moves, just the acceleration to get away from oncoming traffic, to escape a dirty pocket. Like, it's elite, and he can throw it from any angle. And what I noticed, whenever the pocket does get dirty, he never drops his eyes. Like, he has trained his eyes to stay down the field and find the open receiver. And not many guys have that ability. Now, he hasn't been hit like he's going to get hit in the NFL. And so we, sometimes that forces you to drop your eyes to protect yourself. But every single throw, his last game was the Sugar Bowl this year, 27th start, was against Kansas State. And like many of his games, it was some kind of performance. It was just one great throw after another, elite pocket, like I call him a pocket magician, elite pocket presence, and then just one deep ball throw after another that was spot on.
Well, let's compare him to the last great Alabama quarterback, right? Tagovailoa, who, it went from sort of tank for Tua for, oh my goodness, I remember Tua might drop because of the hip and because of the injuries. And what if Tua's still there in the 20s and who will break his fall? And of course, he ends up going still, top 5 to Miami. But how would you compare these two, who both, I guess, get dinged for not having ideal size?
You can throw Kyler Murray into this discussion. Sure. But he doesn't run like Kyler Murray, and he's not going to be asked to run the way Kyler Murray has been running in the NFL, which is partly about the reason why he's been injured. But in comparing to Tua, they're probably height-wise probably not that much different. Tua's Polynesian; he's a lot thicker, got a better base. Tua's footwork, and even to this, is elite. But I think Bryce Young's is too. Like, I think they're very comparable. I think Bryce has more suddenness to him. I think he has more quickness to him. And I think his delivery is comes off, like, not because Tua's left-handed. Sometimes that can throw you off. But I just feel like his arm, the release, is just cleaner. It's just more of a flick. Tua has to really fit his body into it to drive the ball, which he can do. But Bryce does that, I think, more effortlessly than Tua does. And let's remember, look, Tua this year with Waddle and with Tyreek and Mike McDaniel, he did, even despite the injuries and missing time, he did finish as the number 1 rated quarterback, in the industry this year.
Yeah, no, and look, I think also, and we'll pivot to the Texans here in a minute, but being coached by Bill O'Brien as well, right? I mean, that's someone who was working with Tom Brady. We've all seen the clip of him and Tom Brady going at it on the sidelines. We know Nick Saban, like, whatever you want to say about Alabama players and whether they get ridden too hard or what have you, that they have an understanding of what the next level is going to be like.
Oh, there's no question. There's no question. They read the Riot Act early on. Like, yes, you're a 5-star recruit. Yes, you're coming to Alabama to play, but that's just a start. We're going to mold you. We're going to shape you. We're going to get you ready for the next level, but you're going to do it our way. And so there's some real discipline involved within that program, and it starts with the head coach, Nick Saban. But, they've had a revolving door of coordinators, coaches that have come through there. Brian Dable went through. There's a lot of guys that went through that program. But, yes, I think, with a guy that coached Tom Brady, that coached Deshaun Watson and Billy O'Brien, like, you're getting a guy that has real NFL experience. Because I just see some subtle things, like in his play action passes, Jason, like out of a pistol formation. When he turns his back to the defense, he just freezes for a second to take one last picture before he fully turns his back to the defense, just to see maybe safety rotations, where the corner is. Like, he's pretty adroit. Like, his play action game is it's pretty clean. There's a lot you could tell they worked on it quite a bit.
Well, it looks like the Texans pick is going to be in shortly. We had Nick Costas on. He said that the betting markets really in the last few hours reflected I think he said minus 2,500, which is almost no return on your money for CJ Stroud to go second overall. We've heard a lot of different things coming out, whether it was from Texans or not, about no, they don't like any of these quarterbacks at all, or maybe the only one they like is Bryce Young. We heard about Tyree Wilson. Obviously, Will Anderson Jr., another player, has been in that mix. Where do you stand on the Houston Texans and what you think they will do, Baldy, and maybe what they should do?
Well, they went CJ Stroud, and it didn't take them but less than 3 minutes to make the selection. So they got their signal caller in there. They got CJ. He got through the whole, these quarterbacks now, specifically quarterbacks, but every position, they get run through a 4-month process, well before the Senior Bowl, in CJ's case, from the time they lost to Georgia, which I think was his best game that he played at Ohio State, in a real shootout with Georgia in the semifinals this year. Like they put him through it, the questions, the interviews, the combine, like all of that stuff. And then, the S2 cognitive test comes out. Yeah. He doesn't score very well. He's got to answer those questions. I mean, it's a ringer. So I'm happy for CJ because I just remember going back to his pro day in Indianapolis this year, Jason. And look, Daniel Jeremiah has been doing this for a long time. He said that day that was as good a throwing session, for whatever that's worth, that he's seen at the combine. And I do think it's worth something. Everybody's eyeballs are on it. Everybody on TV is watching it. There's pressure in that, and he made it look easy. So Houston had moved on from Johnson. They played Davis Mills. They're like, okay, we're going to start this rebuild with new head coach and new quarterback, DeMeco Ryans, CJ Stroud. We're going to start this thing today.
Well, Baldy, there's nobody better to discuss this with than an absolute sports writing legend in the state of Texas, and particularly Houston. It's John McClain. He is the host of the Houtopia podcast. You can find him on Twitter at McClain_on_NFL. Yes, exactly, Baldy. You've got it.
Yes.
I think you're one of the you're one of the few people not surprised by this selection, I think, at this point, John. Is that correct?
Well, a lot of people in Houston, specifically the Houston Chronicles beat writers, the ESPN beat writer, they all had CJ Stroud. So lately it came up, he skyrocketed up the ladder. Now it came out for a while that they'd gotten off of him. They were not one of the 15 teams that subscribed to the S2 cognition test. Nick Caserio told us that. And so he fills their biggest need. Second biggest need is edge rusher. I would expect them to fill that with the 12th pick. And but they need a franchise quarterback desperately. The longest they've ever had a quarterback with this team was 7 years with Matt Schaub, and only 4 were good. So they're desperate to get somebody like Deshaun Watson without the baggage.
John, what had you heard from inside the building with Nick and DeMeco that they liked about CJ? And when Carolina made the move to jump up to 1 in front of Houston, did they feel like Bryce was going to be the first pick? Or did you feel, or Houston feel, like this process was still going to fill itself out over the next couple months?
Baldy, the Bears tried to get them to trade with them, and then the Bears were going to trade down with Carolina. Nick Caserio wouldn't do it. They thought Bryce Young was going number 1 all along because he's kind of in a class by himself. CJ Stroud, of course, one of the things they liked, that last game, the Rose Bowl of his redshirt freshman season, he didn't have Wilson and Olave. And he had Smith and Jigba. He threw over 500 yards, and he was magnificent. Then, of course, the Georgia game. But his consistency all along, and the fact that he had a great pro day, had a great combine. He's the best pure passer in the draft. People talk about his mobility. He proved he could run. He ran for 72 yards against Northwestern. He ran 12 times against Georgia. And I liked his answer at the combine when people brought up the fact that he didn't run much. He's had receivers running open. I would have been doing them a disservice if I hadn't gotten them the ball.
Well, obviously you got a defensive-minded head coach in there, and Nick Caserio comes from Belichick, and that's defense. But is there any part of you that thinks that this draft could have an even heavier offensive bent to it? They've been Jackson Smith-Njigba obviously would know this quarterback pretty well. I've heard a lot of people talk about him at 12. Some people think maybe even Bijan Robinson, if he's there, as well as Pierce played, he might not be this kid. Any thoughts on how they go about this team building the rest of this weekend on out?
Yeah, I think they've got 11 more picks. They need defensive linemen, specifically edge rushers. They're almost destitute. Their third edge rusher signed with Cleveland. Number 2, Jonathan Grenard, last year of his contract, missed 13 games the last 2 seasons. Their best pass rusher, Jerry Hughes, he's almost as old as Baldy, and he's in his last year of his contract. So they've got to get some edge rushers, and I expect them to do that.
You
Whoa!
feel, John,
looks like we've.
Oh, go ahead.
Looks like the Texans are back on the clock, guys. So I thought we would be talking to John maybe 30, 45 minutes from now, but we get him on extended stay here. It looks like the Texans have acquired the 3rd overall pick from the Arizona Cardinals, and we know at this point every player is still on the board, right, John?
Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
I look for him, Jason, to take Will Anderson Jr., the best edge rusher. They had the draft capital to trade back up. Daniel Jeremiah predicted this trade in his mock draft, and I didn't think there's any way they would pull it off. I think he had a little inside information.
Yeah, well, he waited to the very last day to release it in his mock draft yesterday, John. But this makes a lot of sense, though, because really they had the 12 picks. Like, I mean, really, it's tough to sign 12, to get 12 on the field. Why not just get your quarterback to build around right now and begin the process of building a defensive line like D'Amico just left there in San Francisco? What I always loved about Will Anderson, and this doesn't happen very often, John, he stepped on that campus in Tuscaloosa, and he started day one for Nick Saban in Alabama, and he started 41 straight games. And when I watch him, he barely ever comes off the field. Like, he plays every single Saturday. And I have a feeling like that durability is a big part of why he's going this high and why presumably he goes this high.
When D'Amico Ryans was at the 49ers, he had 3 number 1 picks in his defensive line, none in the back 7. So it's important to him. He's told us in every interview he's done, he's talked about you have to dominate in the trenches. Now, they need a center to fill out their offensive line, but they got to fortify that pass rush. Will Anderson's number 1. Tyree Wilson is number 2.
Yep.
What are your thoughts, I guess, on you've had to spend a little bit of time around him now. The hire of D'Amico Ryans, do you think he was the right guy for the job, the right mindset, and how much of, and you just alluded to some of it, those San Francisco team building sort of beliefs, right? Those mantras and them trying to have the best defensive line in the league. How much of that do you think carries over to these guys?
Jason, when you consider everything the Texans have been through with the Deshaun Watson fiasco, finishing winning 4-4-3 games the last 3 years, the people here were so excited to get D'Amico, who's not just one of the most popular players in Texans history, he's one of the most popular players in Houston history. And everybody wanted him, fans, media, all the teams were interested in interviewing him. He only interviewed Denver, said this was his dream job. His wife's from here. They have a home for wayward kids here. They got married here. They're building a house here. So we could see why he wanted it so bad. And the fact he wanted to come here, that made people even more fired up.
Well, Will Anderson is now a Houston Texan, John. And I think it's it was presumed that he'd be the first defensive player off the board. It's kind of going like nobody thought, well, outside of maybe Daniel Jeremiah, thought that the Texans would trade up to number 3. But so far this night's going like chalk. 2 quarterbacks kind of thought to go at the top of the draft, and now Will Anderson, presumed to be the best defensive edge rusher in this draft, kind of going to form right now as we watch this thing unfold.
This is the first time in a while that the Astros have lost some of their thunder to the Texans, because the Texans have been so pathetic. But right now, with D'Amico Ryans as the head coach, drafting CJ Stroud and Will Anderson, people are going to be dancing in the street.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing this probably puts an end to the Nick Caserio rumors as well. I mean, you're making bold moves like this. I mean, I don't know where all that came from in the first place, but it seemed like certain people were clinging to it.
That's a great point, Jason. They were clinging to it, and it was preposterous. He was never going anywhere. I tried to shoot that down immediately. He's got a great situation here. He makes every call. He has final say. It's in his contract. The owners love him. He and D'Amico get along great. Jack Easterby's gone. So happy days are here again.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. Well, it's certainly onward and upward for the Houston Texans. We look, Baldy and I, as you know, big fans of your work going way back.
Thank you.
Everybody, please check out John on Twitter at McLean_on_NFL. Check him out on the Utopia podcast. Give our best to Mattress Mac. And I am sure we will.
Let me just throw this out before we let you go here, John, real quick. Okay, John, I see where Arizona has just said that DeAndre Hopkins has a for sale sign in his yard. Like, any chance that the Texans would now go back and get the guy that they should never have let walk out that building, DeAndre Hopkins, and put him there with CJ Stroud?
Woo.
You're right about that, but I don't see it happening. Been there, done that. I think Hop wants to go somewhere where he has a chance to go to the Super Bowl, and that's not going to be here anytime soon.
That's true. That's a good point.
But maybe eventually.
Good point.
Where the dark days are over. Well, thank you again, John. Enjoy the rest of the draft, and I'm glad it's wrapped up for you for a while. Maybe it'll be an early night for you, so it's go get it.
Guys, my pleasure. Thank you.
Go write that article, John. There we go.
Thank you. Well, Baldy, how about that? The twist turns already.
I was in LA last night, and I'm sitting there after I finished my show, and I'm watching Daniel Jeremiah. They televised his mock draft, and he did have, just the way it unfolded, had Houston trading back to get Will Anderson from 12 to 3 with Arizona. Arizona was looking for a trade partner. I thought maybe Tennessee, but I figured
thought Tennessee. Yes.
Yeah. So I haven't seen the terms of the trade yet, but I thought Arizona wanted a team to come from as far away as possible to get the most assets as possible. That made sense, but to get to not get off the CJ Stroud train and go with the guy that might be the best pure thrower in the draft, and then go get the best edge rusher, like that's a good day's work for the Houston Texans.
Yes.
And they had a lot of young kids last year drafted. They played a lot of young kids. I feel like the one thing about Will Anderson, and I feel the same way about CJ too, is you have to draft mature guys, Jason. You can't give these kids this platform and this big checkbook and not have mature people handle the situation. Because if you don't, this thing can go sideways real quick. But I feel like both these guys are born to be professionals and are going to conduct themselves that way. We've never seen any sign in any behavior at Ohio State or Alabama where you're not going to just get clean players that love the game that are going to become solid professionals.
Well, it looks like the trade terms are in, Baldy, and it's considerable. So obviously they swap first round picks here. So Houston goes to 3, Arizona goes to 12, where Houston would have been. Arizona also gets pick 33, so in the second round.
Top of the second round.
And a 2024 first and third. Houston, besides getting 3, basically trading up for Will Anderson Jr., also picks up pick 105. But that is a steep price. And look, you moved up almost 1/3 of the first round do it. So, that is the cost of doing business. A little interesting that they did it not for a quarterback, is where you usually see that happen. But of course, weird situation. They just took their quarterback one pick ahead.
I just feel like I don't think that Will Anderson is comparable right now to Nick Bosa. I just don't.
No.
But
no.
In D'Amico's mind, he needs that lead dog. He needs that wolf that's just going to hunt every Sunday. And there was a talk last year, Jason, about Will Anderson, like, why even play this year? Just sit it out. Like, you're already guaranteed the number one defensive player in the draft, as the Colts are now on the clock right here, and we'll see if this is going to be Will Levis, and we see if we have three quarterbacks taking the first 4 picks.
Well, I had heard them linked to Levis for months.
Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson. I mean, Jason, have we ever seen a player from the combine blow the combine away and like a meteor shoot up to where he's at right now?
No. This is, look, only 13 game sample size. Athleticism and analytics scores, all the data off the charts in terms of his measurables and his quantifiables. And you hear people talk about this draft class, Baldy, and they talk about there's not a ton of blue chip guys, not a ton of guys who you can dream on. And you said it at the open of our pregame show in the 7 o'clock hour. Like, maybe there's some future Hall of Famers here. Maybe there's not. You know what I mean? Like, you're hoping you find those guys. This is someone who, if it all comes together, you're talking about a package the likes of which we haven't really seen before. All of the things he can do in that particular body type.
This is unbelievable. I kind of thought this was going to happen, but it just happened. So I'm not wrapping my head around it because honestly, from that combine where we just saw somebody do things that we've never seen anybody before, ever. So then you go, okay, very small sample size, very raw, a lot of flaws in the game. Fair, okay? But the kid is, like, he's come out and said some things, pretty bold, be a Hall of Fame player. The Colts have gotten this wrong 5 years in a row. Since Andrew Luck's retirement, they've gotten it wrong. You can say Philip Rivers, you can say all these names that have been there.
Yeah.
They need to get this position right. And I feel like Shane Steichen, coming in there after just working with Jalen Hurts, I can't help but think that he sits down with with Mr. Irsay, the owner, and he just says, when we got Jalen, he wasn't very good. Didn't complete a lot of passes.
Yeah.
Not sure exactly what he was reading down the field, but he was in the candidacy to be the MVP of this league through 15 weeks this year until he got hurt. I feel like Shane saying, let me take this project on and let me show you why you hired me. And now I'll coach the team, but I'm going to find the right offense and the right package of plays to accent this talent like we've never seen before. And that's what coaching's supposed to be. Like we saw Brian Dable win Coach of the Year this year. He did things with that team nobody thought he could do with that roster. He's taken the best athlete we've ever seen at this position, including Lamar and Mike Vick, and go, let me take him. Because he's Cam, he's Mike Vick, he's Lamar.
Yeah.
He's a little bit of all of it, except he's bigger, stronger, and faster.
He's
than all
exactly
those guys.
Right. Even more freakishly off the charts when you start talking about size, speed, metrics. We've now seen 3 quarterbacks go in the top 4. I think a lot of my reporting along the way, at one point in time, I thought they'd go 1, 2, 3, 4. That obviously hasn't happened. Will Levis now out there. Some people thought we might be playing this game of if Richardson does get, outside that top 4, where does he go? Now we look at that for Levis, and I thought Richardson maybe to Vegas made sense because they already had the guy there. Like Indianapolis, I don't know who's he competing with. You know what I mean? Like,
well, Gardner Minshew is there. Who knows?
Right, but
offense,
I mean, like,
they're not going to run the same.
They don't have a Jimmy G, right, or a Derek Carr, or even Minnesota the last year of Kirk Cousins, but you still have Kirk Cousins there. I mean, the league has thought of Gardner Minshew as a backup quarterback for several years now, and I'm bigger on him than most. But like, this isn't even like a Jacoby Brissett situation where you'd have to compete with him. Like,
there's
going to be packages for this kid day one, don't you think?
Oh yeah, but I just feel like maybe because he is built differently than any quarterback we've ever seen. Like I would, David Carr was the first pick and he got sacked a bunch and it looked like it kind of shocked him throughout his career. I feel like the Colts have to play Anthony Richardson week 1 and whatever limited role he is, like you just have to let him play through it. Whatever that is, you're going to have to put a pretty good offensive line in front of him. Got an elite running back in Jonathan Taylor. Like, I just feel like to put Gardner Minshew out there, everybody's just going to be sitting on their hands going, well, okay, Gardner's
Right.
like, we like him, but we're here to watch the star.
Yes.
We're here to watch our star. So this draft couldn't be any wilder to start with. Through those first 4 picks with Seattle on the clock, Jason, it's going quickly. These teams know what they're doing. Like, there's no hesitancy. Yeah, Houston made the pick, traded up, made the pick. Like, this thing is moving. Like, this thing could be done in 5 minutes around right now. But this Anthony Richardson move will be talked. It'll be the number 1 discussion tomorrow. Analyzing this first round. Did the Colts make the right move? And sometimes, whether it's boom or bust, Jason, sometimes you got to roll the dice with these guys. You just go, because this is what's happening in all of football, starting at the high school level. Like, it used to be, well, let's put the best athlete at running back. Let's put the best athlete at wide receiver. Well, they're putting the best athlete at quarterback. Now that best athlete plays quarterback in Elite 11, going up through all the programs, right? High school. Now he comes to college. And like, that's why we're getting these elite athletes at quarterback in college. And oh, by the way, the NFL can only take what the college game gives you. And it's giving you Anthony Richardson. So it's up to the coaches to say, whatever playbook I've used with Phillip Rivers makes no sense with this kid. Like, we're building whether it's RPOs, quarterback keepers, rollouts, quarterback draws. Like, I can put a big chunk of the playbook together right now with Anthony Richardson, and you're going to have some success.
Well, we'll see what this means for Will Levis. As for the Seattle Seahawks, who now are on the clock at the 5th pick, Baldy, is there any chance they go quarterback? They've got the Geno thing, but that may be more temporary than later. Or is this where Jalen Carter? Is this where Jalen Carter just goes? Because a lot of us have thought
this is where Jalen Carter goes. He wants to do 2 things. He wants to run the football, and he wants to play great defense. And he did that at his time with the Jets. He did that time with SC, with Seattle. Like, his philosophy about how to win games doesn't really change. He brought back Bobby Wagner. The safety position is strong in Seattle. Like, build their defense right down the middle. Make it big, strong, and tough. We'll get their edge guys. So I feel like this is exactly where Jalen Carter probably should go, especially if 3 quarterbacks have gone the first 4 picks.
Well, we are waiting for that pick, but yeah, I'm with you. And a lot of people will worry about. And look, there's a horrific, obviously, accident that took place in Georgia that took the life of one of Jalen Carter's teammates and also a young staffer. And there'll be questions asked of him. But I think Seattle has proven over time that they're the kind of place that will say, hey, Pete Carroll dealt with a lot of young people for a long time at the collegiate level. We know how to help young men grow up. We've got the kind of culture where we'll bring out the best in him, even though it hasn't always worked out for them. They've made some, character risks, I guess you'd call them, in the past.
Well, it's always, that's something that every organization has to weigh. They know that there's going to be, as I'm seeing the cameras are on Will Levis right here, I can't believe that they would, like, after signing Geno's, like, it's either Jalen or it's Will Levis.
It's a short-term proposition for Geno, though. I mean, the way all these contracts were structured this offseason, everyone really, except for Daniel Jones, there's sort of there's an out sooner rather than later, whether that's take a quarter and sort of redshirt him for a year, or whether it's with an eye towards next year's quarterback.
They took Devin Witherspoon. They took Devin Witherspoon, my favorite player in the draft. Devin Witherspoon out of Illinois. Like, it's unbelievable. They drafted a Pro Bowl corner a year ago, Jason, and now they're getting what I think is going to be a perennial Pro Bowl corner. They're going to say, all right, San Francisco, you want to throw the ball around the yard to all those receivers? Like, we're going to line up with, with Devin Witherspoon right now, and we're going to line up with Tariq Woolen, and good luck trying to throw the ball against us. Or if the Rams rebound, like, this does not surprise me, because this player I've raved about since the first day I started watching him, going, I haven't seen a corner hit like this since Ronnie Lott came out of USC. And he can do all the other things on top of it. It's not a surprise to me at all. It is going to be a great player. And he will fit in with the way Pete Carroll wants to play football.
Well, let's find out if it surprises our next guest. That is Matty F. Brown, host of Seattle Overload. You can find him on Matty F. Brown. What do you think of this pick? I think we all figured it was probably defense. Some of us thought maybe D-line. What do you think, Matty? Because this is a player who, if they don't take him, is probably the next pick for Detroit, I think, in Witherspoon.
Good evening, guys. It is a slight surprise, but Seattle said going into this process, they were very much a fan of taking a cornerback if that cornerback, warranted the selection. That's what they've done. Clearly, I mean, I heard Anthony Richardson was the number one guy on their draft board. Clearly, Jalen Carter felt almost too obvious, but they have history with, an unfortunate Malik McDowell vehicular situation, and it felt so obvious, and yet there you go. They didn't go for that pick. Witherspoon, he brings that, as Aldi was saying, that dog mentality to the secondary. Mike Jackson Sr., he came in, did an admirable job as the left cornerback last season. He was originally a fifth-round pick of the Dallas Cowboys. Seattle picked him up on the cheap in 2021. But Witherspoon's kind of that extra element to the secondary opposite Tariq Woolen, where they can cover guys now. They can hit guys. They can make really good coverage choices. And I think if you look at the way they move,
say it, Matty. Just say it. They're building the new Legion of Boom. Just say it, Matty. Like, it's coming.
But they are Baldy, but
Jamal
with a new
and Tariq and Devin, like, they're building the new Legion, man.
With a new scheme as well, with the Sean Desai Vic Fangio kind of system, Sean Desai's influence last season, Clint Hurt is building there, and the coverages that they run. It is a new way of doing it, more middle field open stuff, more high stuff. And I think the way Witherspoon plays, the way he's so fluid and off coverage, and the kind of stylistic difference that has with Tariq Woolen, taller, longer dude, but Witherspoon's still got the click and close burst. So they've got real kind of matchup answers. Like if you look at what Quandre Diggs can bring to the secondary as well, and what he does bring, Julian Love, their free agency addition. Okay, I feel Seattle, they only have one 300-pound interior defensive lineman on the roster, and they'll surely address that later in the draft. But this is a kind of, they were on the phone for a while. They were trying to listen to the trade offers that they'd get, but this is a very exciting pick and Pete Carroll loves his corners, right? And for him to do this is like breaking the mold of, in the past, the highest guy they took is in the third round, Shaquille Griffin. For him to take a guy at 5 overall in the draft, Pete Carroll, who has been very good at coaching guys up to be capable, it says a lot about how much they like that Devin Witherspoon. And, his tape is some of the most exciting stuff. It's not one of those corners where you have to wait to, see him make a play. You immediately on and bang, here he is showing up in the flat. Kind of smaller guy. They've been, as in 5'11", 181 pounds. He doesn't have those really long arms that Seattle typically likes in the past. But in previous years, they've started to move away from that, except there's different ways to play. And ultimately, it's that mentality again, which is the big deal.
Matty,
you guys are listening.
The turnaround success last year was the draft that they had last year. John Schneider did a great job, 2 starting tackles. Tariq, I mean, they really struck gold in a lot of places. Do you feel, like I feel this, like they just went right off their board? Devin Witherspoon was our next, it was Anthony Richardson. I feel like, because it's not the biggest position of need, but they're like, the player's too good, never turn that down. Let's just go get him. We're going to play him right away. We're going to get value for him. But let's just get the best players off our board.
Yeah, and I think they've really learned a lesson there. I think you're onto something there, because John Schneider himself admitted that at times in previous drafts where they've gone awry is trying to force a need, trying to force a guy into a ledge where he doesn't really belong because they had a need at that kind of position. But then you get into this and you start looking at what Witherspoon is. He's clearly the best guy on their board. Did they need a cornerback? Not necessarily. Like, as I said, Mike Jackson Sr. did fine. But they're clearly feeling themselves. They're clearly feeling what they've been able to do in that past draft where Schneider spoke about just taking the best player. And Pete Carroll said as well, from lessons they've learned, that they did learn that, we can just take the good players and not force the need. And it seems obvious, but when the heat is on, when you got those 10 minutes on the clock, or even less in the later round, you suddenly start overthinking things. And it's reassuring to see Seattle, I think, from a Seahawks fan's perspective, pursue a similar strategy. This kind of reflects that on the surface is what they did in 2022 last year.
You're listening to Audacy's coverage of the NFL Draft. I'm Jason Canfora, joined with Brian Baldinger. You can catch us every week on the In the Huddle podcast. Please subscribe to us wherever you get your podcast goodness. And we're talking with Matty F. Brown right now. He's the host of Seattle Overload. And Matty, before we let you go, you alluded to some sort of changing a little bit of their spots and their DNA. This was also a spot where a lot of people figured they trade down, and Arizona just moved back to the 6th spot, up from 12. We'll get to that. But are you surprised that they maybe didn't entertain trading down options? And does that really show, is that even more indicative of how much conviction they had in this corner?
I think it's also a worry that they'd be left out of a ledge. I mean, I don't know what's going on with the Tyree Wilson's medical situation. There's obviously been concerns reported around his foot. He, on the surface, would be a player, they would have considered if they could have done a short trade down. To me, I think obviously they clearly like Witherspoon, but I think it's also about, how much value you're going to pick up in that trade down versus how many players are still on your top grades or your top higher grades once you've traded down. And I imagine they're running out of options. If we say Carter's probably not a fit for them either from their decision, then Witherspoon probably the last guy who they felt great about. And I imagine the trade down offers weren't enough to miss out on a ledge entirely.
Well, John, Matty, we appreciate you adding your insights here to our coverage on the Seattle Seahawks. Again, Matty F. Brown, you can check him out on Seattle Overload podcast at Matty F. Brown on Twitter. And Baldy, what are we thinking here now? We thought Arizona just wants to collect all the draft capital they can. And we liked what they got in
themselves
return.
The first offensive lineman in Paris Johnson Jr. They just got themselves their left tackle to protect their quarterback, Kyler Murray, coming off a torn ACL. And they're just going to fix that position once and for all. And I think they're going to plug and play Paris Johnson. They did not want to let him start thinking that maybe Chicago, maybe Arizona, or not Arizona, but maybe Las Vegas,
Atlanta, or
maybe Eagles, all these Tennessee, all these teams were all thinking and pinpointing Paris Johnson as maybe the first offensive lineman taken. And Arizona said, we're not going to wait. We got a bunch of assets in the trade. Let's go back. Let's go get our left tackle. So good job by Monty there, the new general manager in Arizona, and in maneuvering this draft right here to trade down, then trade back up, and still get the player that they coveted.
Well, and Baldy, you always hear this, and it's easy for teams to say it, but I truly believe if they couldn't get out of 3, that they were taking Paris Johnson there. Like, I really believe that for them, that would have been the pick, even over one of these edge guys like Anderson, who, maybe they're seen as safe as well. But I just heard a lot of buzz about them with Paris Johnson. And in a perfect world, maybe they think he's still available at 12, but obviously you're right. They didn't think that would be the case. And obviously I think the Chicago Bears, who are probably eyeing an offensive lineman themselves, might have been a mitigating factor. Now we've got the Raiders on the clock. I don't know where to start with team needs for the Raiders, Baldy. Like you could make a case for any position on defense, really, right? And then obviously offense is, how long is Jimmy G there? How many games do they get out of Jimmy G? Is Jimmy G going to be hurt again? Is McDaniels, how long is his leash? Like, they're a very interesting team to me, and you could make the case for a lot of individuals right here to be their pick.
Which says, they could trade, if there's a trade partner, because they need so much help. I mean, outside of Max Crosby on defense, all they do is Chandler Jones didn't bring anything to the table out there.
No.
They've got no interior pass rush. All they do is juggle linebackers every year. They can't get a secondary built to save their life, no matter how often they trade or draft. I mean, it's just a revolving door. But offensively, when you have the leading rusher, like you have in Josh Jacobs from a year ago, you should be better in the passing game than they were. Even despite Devante Adams putting up big numbers. I mean, So they trade Darren Waller away. They're bereft of ties right now. The offensive line, they've got 5 guys there, but they certainly could use an upgrade at right guard or right tackle. There's no question about it. So there's a lot of different ways they could go. But this maneuver, like just talking about Paris Johnson, I like Paris. Like I know he's a great kid. He's from, from Cincinnati. He's like Ohio kid. He speaks well, very mature kid. Started 13 games, 2021 at right guard. Started 13 games last year at left tackle. In fact, started every game that CJ Stroud started. There's a lot to like about him. Athletically, he tested very, very well. He's 6'6" and change. He's got very long arms. There's a lot to like about him. I just feel like his base just isn't strong enough yet. Maybe it gets there. Mm-hmm. I just feel like he's going to be too light. And if you have a weakness, it gets exposed in the NFL. And I want to see him against the power rushers of a Nick Bosa and how he can anchor against that type of power coming at him. That's the only question I had about him. Otherwise, the way he moved, intelligence, length, all that stuff was a lot to like.
With the Raiders here, a lot of people have been mocking a corner. Gonzalez is still out there. And what about the Will Levis of it all? Like, how shocked would you be if he went in the next couple of picks here with 2 teams that maybe don't have the long-term answer at quarterback?
Well, I think, anybody that employs Jimmy Garoppolo, I mean, they're going to get a guy who's going to buy completely into the system. He's going to be a total pro. But there is a strong injury history. From his first year in New England, there is an injury history that exists. And some of these injuries have been severe, and sometimes these injuries compound themselves, Jason. Like if you don't have a plan with Jimmy G as your starting quarterback, you're not planning. It's not a good plan. So I don't know how that organization feels about Josh, about the stability at the head coach right now. If you take the quarterback, it sort of should give you some leeway. If they're not very good this year and they're trying to take down Kansas City, or Sean Payton joins the conference this year, the division this year. I feel like Will Levis would make a lot of sense to watch and learn from Jimmy G, and then pass the torch if he gets hurt or when they want to move on.
One of the knocks on Levis that I've heard from people in the scouting community is a little too yoked up, that he might not be as pliable, right, and malleable, and you want your quarterback to, be able to have ultimate flexibility. You're maybe not as concerned about him being able to bench 350 pounds. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, it does. A great deal, Jason. I mean, first time I met Peyton Manning was after a playoff loss in Indianapolis. And, I was looking for the key to the sunken chest. Like there was nothing there. There was just this whip, this long whip and a little bit of a butt belly. Like he looked like he was in a softball league. And, we all seen pictures of Tom Brady coming out of Michigan. Like he didn't look like he was eating, avocado ice cream then. These are like long levers. I saw Donovan McNabb get too big. And I thought it contributed to some of his inaccuracy issues. I do think it's a big deal. I think that quarterbacks, it's not about being buffed. It's not about having a pretty body. It's not about any of that. Like your arm is your weapon, and it's got to move freely. It's got to be a lever that just can go in any direction. And I think it's a real issue.
Well, the pick is in, and it is Tyree Wilson, edge from Texas Tech. Some of us thought he might go as high as 2 to the Houston Texans. There's obviously some concerns with his foot, but not for the Raiders. And to talk a little bit more about this pick on the Audacy NFL Draft Show again with Jason Lock and Baldinger, we bring in our next guest, Scott Gilbranson. He's the host of the Silver and Black Today podcast, LV Gully on Twitter, Gully. And I'm sure you, over the course of the last few months, Scott, could make the case for them going in any number of different directions here. How do you feel about Tyree Wilson on the other side of Max Crosby?
Well, I'll tell you what. You said it, Jason. You look at this defense, it's a black hole. I mean, we've had Baldy on our show twice in the last month, and we talked about how do you win in the NFL? Okay, yeah, you have to have that transcendent quarterback, but you got to win in the trenches, and the Raiders have just not had anything there to help Max Crosby. Chandler Jones signed last year, big contract, just wasn't able to put it together. So the fact that they go with Tyree Wilson, a little surprising only from the fact that we thought maybe they would start in the middle, that maybe if they really felt that Jalen Carter, everything that happened around Jalen Carter, if they felt comfortable with him, they might go with him in the middle. They have a black hole at linebacker. I mean, there's all kinds of needs there. And then, of course, I really thought it would be Devin Witherspoon if he was there at cornerback, because they have needs there as well. But Tyree Wilson, to go on the other side of Max Crosby, I can tell you right now, and Baldy, you know that the Condor is smiling big time right now, knowing that he's going to have this young stud, of course, out of Texas Tech on the other side. And really, this helps the Raiders. They need help throughout the defense. So as long as they were able to get a kid who was going to be a playmaker right from the get-go, I think it was going to be.
Well, I mean, this problem and this need, it goes back 4 years ago when they drafted Cleveland Farrell, who never developed. You know, and in that draft, Max Crosby, thankfully, was there in the fourth round, and he emerged, and he's the star. And Cleveland's moved on. He just never had the twitch, never had the tenacity. So then, so the problem is still there. So they go out and sign Chandler Jones. Well, you're getting Chandler on the back end of his career, and it looked like he was on the back end last year. Now, maybe he has some renaissance this season. That doesn't usually happen. But, you know, getting Tyree now, because the first thing you notice about Tyree is his length and his movement. He's got tremendous movement, and he plays hard. Now, I don't know if he plays Max Crosby hard, but maybe if he hangs around the Condor a little bit, he'll realize just how you got to play the game. But I do think that you can't go wrong if you just get some bookend guys that can scream off the edge. It'd be nice if they had somebody that could really push the pocket. They have missed on that quite a bit as well. But I think this is it's a good pick. I don't know what the health situation is. I just know in watching him, like, he's an elite prospect. And I feel like because of the way Big 12 plays defense, they play this 3-3 double cloud thing. It's not an NFL defense, but everybody plays the same style. Like, you just don't get to put your hand in the dirt and go after quarterbacks there. And I feel like he's going to get that chance in a 4-3 defense that really come off the edge, 20, 30 times a game and really get after a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, he uses that moment. Oh, sorry, Jason. I was going to say, just to follow up, Baldy, he uses that momentum with that size and that strength in that ball right. He just offensive lineman. You've seen the tape, right? He just knocks those guys back. I love what I see them, and when he comes across or comes around the edge, I should say, he really catches them off guard because of that speed, because of that length, because of that athleticism. And listen, the AFC West guys, you need that. You have to disrupt quarterback play in the AFC West, or you're not going to have a chance.
I'm just smiling now because maybe the Raiders are building a flock of condors. One condor is good, but a flock of condors is better. Like I'm gonna text Max, like, the flock is growing. The flock of condors.
I don't know if 2 qualifies as a flock, Baldy. I think 3 or more, then you got a flock. But I don't know. I could be off on that. We're talking about the Las Vegas Raiders and their selection of Tyree Wilson with Scott Gilbranson from the Silver and Black Today podcast. And could you see the whole bent of this draft being defensive at this point? Like, could you just see them really leaning into the position of, we've got a solid quarterback. He's not going to mess it up, but we've got to play more complementary football. We've got to have more of identity on the other side of the ball.
Absolutely, Jason. I think you could see that in this draft, especially if you look at what they did and didn't do early in free agencies. They didn't go spend a lot of money on veteran free agents on defense. They brought in Brandon Faison at cornerback, but he was not a costly addition. So I think if you look at this, they're saying, you know what, we got to build this defense on those rookie contracts. And to me, that's what I see them doing. I see them at 38 in second round. I see them going there too. A guy I really like is Mazi Smith. He's a freak of nature. I know there's some doubts about him, but I love that kid. Again, build up the middle of that defense. You got those 2 bookends now. Put somebody in the middle there to stop Patrick Mahomes, to stop Justin Herbert and Russell Wilson. So I could see that. And if you look at the offense, Baldy hit on it too, Jason. they need some depth at offensive line, but I think they can get that later on. So I would look for them early on, especially rounds 1, 2, and into 3, really focus completely on that.
With the 12 picks that they had, and you're losing the first one, like I could see if somebody like Mazi drops, but he's going to be there at the end of the first round, top of the second round. Like I could see a trade by the Raiders to go like, let's get this thing fixed up front. Let's get some let's get some hungry wolves up front. Let's push the pocket. Let's scream off the edge, and let's start getting after Mahomes a little bit better with just 4, than we have shown over the last 6 years. So I could see a trade using some of these assets to go get an elite guy like that.
Yeah, and I think you said it earlier too, Jason, which was the idea that this defense needs an identity. So you have Max Crosby, you have that identity. Max Crosby fits in with the Raider mystique that all 3 of us know growing up and watching the Raiders, right? You add Tyree Wilson, he's got that dog in him too. You add a Mazi Smith or somebody like that in the middle as well, or somebody even at linebacker with that attitude. Suddenly, guess what? You have 3 core players up front that are setting the pace for a defense that's got to get nasty, it's got to get mean, and it's got to make plays.
Scott, we appreciate your insights on the Reds. Scott Gilbranson. You can find him at the Silver and Black Today podcast at LV Gully on Twitter. Enjoy the rest of the draft. And the Atlanta Falcons did what I think a lot of the betting markets reflected that they would do in the last week or so, which is go ahead and take Bijan Robinson, one of the true, I think, best pure football players, regardless of position in this draft, and put him in a backfield with Desmond Ridder, with the young tight end, with the wide receiver. And it looks like they're going to be to sort of a ball control identity on offense and protect the quarterback this way.
Well, a couple things. Number one, your stars win games for you. All right. Right guards don't win games. Your stars win games. So in the last 3 years now, they've drafted Kyle Pitts, Drake London, and Bijan Robinson. Like 3 potential stars. Like they've got some star power there. Now we've got to see what the quarterback handles it. But we know this about Arthur Smith. He wants to run the ball. He likes to run the ball. Like the quarterback will be a part of it. But they got a home run hitter there. They got a great 5th round pick in Tyler Algier from a year ago. They still have, other guys that they can still be a run-based offense now and really fuel this kid's talent. But I sat down in the film room with LaDainian Tomlinson the other day and just watched Bijan catch passes. Like he catches passes the way elite receivers catches passes. And not just catch the ball. I mean, he didn't have a single drop last year. He runs routes and deep routes like wide receivers. So you can have Cordero Patterson and Bijan Robinson and London and Pitts all on the field together, or Tyler Algier and Bijan, and use Bijan as the receiver. Like, I think this playbook just expanded a great deal in Atlanta.
Well, I like it. You like it. We'll see what Mike Johnson, the next guest here on Audacy's NFL draft coverage, is Mike Johnson of the Falcons Radio Network, 92.9 The Game, at MP Johnson 79 on Twitter. Did you see this one coming? It's kind of high for a running back, I guess, but this is not your average running back.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, man. I don't know that I really did see it coming. Obviously, the betting odds were there, and I think really, if you talk to Falcons fans for the last couple of weeks, this has been something they've kind of talked themselves into. And I think the way we've phrased it all along is if you just change his title from running back to offensive weapon or slot receiver, probably makes a lot more sense. But when you look at Arthur Smith, when you look at his background, when you look at what they really want to do, really running the ball, and you try to take some of that pressure off of Desmond Ridder. I mean, a la, bringing in Michael Turner when you draft. It's their blueprint. It's where Arthur Smith is down to his core. And now I think you have to go back and get a left guard at some point in the draft. But there's no denying that Bijan Robinson is extremely explosive. He's going to be an incredible member to watch. I know he's going to fill the seats.
Mike, I can find you a left guard in the 4th round. You got a couple of those picks. Get the star right here. Like, I'm anxious to see this playbook, though, Mike. and what they're going to do. Because I think they've got a lot of creativity. Like I was just watching Bijan catch these deep routes, how he adjusts to the ball. Like I think you could do a lot with him. Like, I think the way I would describe, he's a point scorer, and you got to score points. And I feel like not just score points, but I think they control the ball, control the tempo. Like they can control a lot of games with some of the players. Like, it used to bug me when I'd see the Falcons in the red zone and Kyle Pitts wasn't on the field. And I'm like, what did we just spend 4 months talking about? Like the best red zone threat we've seen school in a long time. And then he wouldn't be on the field. I'm like, I'm scratching my head. But like if you put, like you got a backline NBA team there in the red zone right now. Like I remember Kurt Warner telling one day, like you can design all the red zone offense you want, Baldy. But it's good to have Anquan Boldin and Larry Fitzgerald just to throw the ball up to. And I feel like you got that. You got Bijan now out in the perimeter. You got Tyler pounding it. You got Cordero in his role. Like I feel like they've got real arsenal right now. And not just that, but like star power arsenal. Like they need to sell seats. They need people in the seats in Atlanta. Like let's face it, like let's get a buzz going in that beautiful stadium on Sundays at 1:00. And I feel like he's going to help do that.
He definitely will. I think that there were times you watched the running game last year, and no matter if it was passing there, you do feel like somebody that can make that extra move really in the secondary maybe can hit more home runs. So I think that's definitely kind of on their mind when they make this move. But the fact of the matter is, guys, it's still out there that this has been the worst third down defense for the last 2 years as far as sacks go. All right, and they've I really thought that they would go corner here, with both corner prospects kind of flying off the board. Maybe it forced their hand, but you still have to find a left guard and you still have to find an edge. I know that Falcons fans are look. It's a home run. It's a home run for a lot of Falcons fans. I still have concerns. I still think you have holes, but I think he's that kind of guy. Let's go back to like a Chris Johnson that really can make that extra move, and with his speed can really get through that secondary and get to the next level. I think that's what's exciting about him. So you let him kind of go to work and do his thing, and I think he'll be at home if he gets that block out.
We're being joined by Mike Johnson, Atlanta Falcons Network, and we're discussing the selection of Bijan Robinson and what it means. Of the draft, the Eagles have now swapped with the Chicago Bears. So the Eagles
it's gotta be Jalen Carter, right?
Yeah, I'd be shocked if it's not for Jalen Carter. Chicago will pick up a 2024 fourth-round pick. So that's what we're sort of waiting on in real time. And Mike, while we still have you, I'm guessing this is also going to be a referendum on Desmond Ridder, right? We went out and got the best tight end available. We got what we think is the best wide receiver available. And then we went out and got consensus top 5 player in the draft and best running back, offensive weapon, whatever you want to call them, available. Like, I'm guessing this is go time now, or maybe we're looking at that 2024 draft class in terms of backs and thinking that's where we go.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. And honestly, you provided yourself a little clarity. The Falcons have made a lot of moves in free agency, but a lot of those have been 1 year. I mean, let's call it what it is. And you got Jeff Luda comes in, going to be somebody that declined the 5th-year option on. You're going to have a ton of cap space next year in the offseason. So I think, look, get through this year. Give Ridder every tool he could possibly need to prove that he's the guy. If he is the guy, great. You've got a small contract for the next few years before you have to pay him. But if he's not, you can make a move in next year's draft. You're possibly sitting there, in a position to move up to get a guy, a quarterback at the top of the first round, or you go out on the free agency market and try to pay somebody, because you've got a ton of money, upwards of probably $90 million next year when you look at what the Falcons will be able to do in free agency. So you're starting to see it kind of take shape. And when Arthur Smith is thinking, the more you talk about Bijan, the more you watch his tape, the more you can kind of talk yourself into it for sure.
Well, Mike, we appreciate you.
Go ahead. I mean, you got to.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, a lot of work to do. The good thing is that they have accumulated a lot of picks, and so a lot more work to be done here in the next 2 days. So they got their star in the building. They can start selling the billboards and the posters and all that kind of stuff. But now it's time to start building the team, and that's what you're going to do with the rest of these assets.
There's no doubt about it. Go get a corner, go get a guard, go get an edge rusher at some point, and I think you're laying a heck of a foundation here in Atlanta.
Well, you should have some exciting games to call this year, Mike. Again, Mike Falcons Radio Network at mjohnson79 on Twitter. Enjoy the rest of the draft and go Falcons, I guess. Baldy,
Yeah.
what are we thinking here? There was a lot of, I won't say consensus because there's too much going on this time of year for consensus, but I'm sure you heard what I had heard, and not just recently, but for weeks, if not months, that this idea of a Jalen Carter slide probably isn't going past 10 because we don't think he gets past Roseman. And Howie Roseman thinking, I took a D tackle last year, and if I could pair him with this D tackle, then you know what? That's how you team build, because Hargrave's not coming back in the building. Fletcher Cox won't be back in the building a year from now, right? It just seems like they would make this move to make sure, not Gonzalez or one of these other potential blue chip players, but I would think it's for Jalen Carter.
Well, there is a consistency to what Howie Roseman does and what they believe in. And it is to keep your trenches as strong as possible. They lost a great player in free agency in Javon Hargrave. He made everybody around him better. Jordan Davis, the rookie, he was learning it. He'll be better this year than he was last year, but he's going to be a handful. They're going to keep that the defensive line. They won a Super Bowl 5 years ago by rotating 8 guys all year long. Jalen Carter comes in here, and he's going to be allowed to just use his talent here. Georgia, Kirby's smarter than all of us put together. They win championships, but they're difficult to evaluate. They're edge rushing, they're twist stunning, they're contain rushing, they're dropping. Like, it's hard to be a defensive lineman at Georgia and put up big numbers. So this is a beast of a player. I compared him to a bigger, stronger, faster Quentin Williams, Jeffrey Simmons. I stand by that. This is a real talent. The Eagles are going to lose Fletch, like you said, next year. They lost Hargrave. Jordan Davis has got to still figure some things out. They're going to stay strong right in the middle, just the way they like to do it.
Well, and we'll see what this means for their second pick. You know, they're picking at the end of this round. They could probably go in a lot of different directions now, knowing that they got a blue chip player. I mean, I got to think on their board, Baldy, top 3 player.
Oh, I don't think – I think that there was –
because they're not quarterback. You know what I mean? Take quarterbacks out of it. Yeah, I mean, he's a top 3 player for them.
But I think they were just watching the way things were falling. And, you know, I think they were prepared to move up, maybe with Detroit, you know, if Detroit was going to pass. I'm sure Howie was on the phone in Detroit and, you know, talking to the guys. And once he found – and they probably did their homework all the way through. Like, we might get on the phone. We might want to come up there. What's it going to take? That's just the preparation. But then once he started to drop, they realized, let's just not even give Chicago that opportunity to go get themselves a monster of the Midway right there. Let's just jump in front of Chicago. They're still building. They might have question marks about Jalen in character. I know this. Like, even going back to the day when the Eagles signed Mike Vick after his situation with the dogs and all the things that he went through, like, they've always felt like the culture in the locker room with – you know, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Lane Johnson, Jalen Hurts. Like, the culture, if there is any issues at all, like, the locker room takes care of any of those issues. And I feel like they've got that type of maturity that we can take this player in who's had some issues, and we can make sure this doesn't again.
Well, we know what the Eagles did. We're about to find out. The Chicago Bears will do their on the clock, and that pick is in. Baldy, you could certainly make the case adding an offensive lineman to further protect Justin Fields, who we know has taken his share of hits. You've got a blue chip corner still out there in Gonzalez. A lot of people had them linked throughout this process. Someone who played right down the road from it, Northwestern, right? Skoronski, is he a tackle? Is he a guard? Doesn't matter. He's probably a plug and starter for Chicago one way or the other. What are you thinking here?
Well, I talked to Peter Skoronski the other day, and we had a nice conversation. And, you know, he grew up in Chicago, been there his whole life, Northwestern, but he grew up a Packer fan. You know, his grandfather was a great Packer player. So he went for the Packers. But it won't hurt him to go play for the Bears. Like this, he won't have to go very far from Northwestern, over to Hallis Hall. Makes a lot of right. But also, like Darnell Wright, if you want to plug him at right tackle and keep Braxton Jones at left, you could do that. Skoronski could play, I think he'd play guard or tackle. I think there's some flexibility there. And Gonzalez would make a lot of sense, although I think they have two pretty good corners right now. Kyler Gordon, obviously last year, rookie first-round pick, was a pretty good player for him. Jalen Johnson. Like, they've got two pretty good corners, but maybe Gonzalez is just too enticing. But I'd say Skoronski or Darnell Wright, because I think Darnell is a right tackle. And I think after adding Nate Jones in free agency, like, you can maybe put this line together once and for all for Justin Fields.
Well, Baldy, the pick is in. It is Darnell Wright, so they take the big offensive lineman from Tennessee, and now we're able to discuss it with our next guest, David Hall, host of Take the North, at David Hall, Haugh, on Twitter. And how are you feeling about this one? I think a lot of people thought, all things being equal, it would be somebody in the offensive line, somebody in the trenches, and in fact it is.
Well, I'll tell you what, when I go on the air Friday morning on the Mulling Haw Show, I'm going to be quoting Brian Baldinger all morning long, because Baldy said Darnell Wright is the best offensive tackle in this draft. So the Bears got the guy Baldy said would fit as a plug-and-play guy. Got a little nasty in him. They need a right tackle. It's not a sexy pick, but let's face it, you guys knew when Wright traded from 9 to 10, Howie Roseman made the decision that Ryan Poles had taken Jalen Carter. Let's face it, too. The Eagles and Howie Roseman are in a better position to take on that kind of risk than the Bears are with their general manager. So this is sensible. This is smart. This is on brand for Ryan Poles.
I feel like, he's started 42 games, Dave, at Tennessee. And he's started right tackle this year, shut out Will Anderson, a bunch of good rushers in the SEC. Played left tackle the year before, shut out Trayvon Walker, a bunch of good guys on that side. I feel like I like Braxton Jones. I feel like there's enough there. Like, I feel like, because I think Darnell can play both sides. But I feel like you could put Darnell at right tackle. I think that's his best position. And I feel like he's ready to compete right now. And I don't care who he's going up against. Like, he's already proven that he can dance and play with these guys with his size, mobility, experience. And then I just think you got to have some guys up front that just want to start the fight. Just like in practice,
and I got to think, that probably gave him a slight edge over Peter Skoronski. The fact that he maybe was a little bit more easier to project on the right side as an offensive tackle. I don't know if that's the case with the Bears in terms of Skoronski kicking him inside, but there was a lot of conversation about that. I do know, obviously with Braxton Jones, they feel comfortable, as you know, Baldy, with him on the left side, and they like the way that Chris Morgan, their offensive line coach, has been such a part of this development. Now they have another young offensive tackle to groom and develop with this offensive line coach and infrastructure they really believe in. So this, again, not going to be one. There will be more time spent debating why they didn't take Jalen Carter in Chicago than the merits and attributes of Darnell Wright, just because that's the nature of our football city.
I feel like, Dave, if Darnell goes out there and starts 17 games for you next year, and for the first time in maybe decades, we're not like clamoring like, are the Bears ever going to get an offensive line? Like, do we have to go back to 85 to find a good offense? I just feel like this is like, maybe they can fix it once and for all. And sometimes you just got to say, we're going to take the 10th pick and let's just fix this thing and give Justin Fields a real chance. Whoever's running the ball, who's ever running these deep routes, short yardage, goal line, let's just get this thing right. Now, you're right, it's not sexy. You could have gone other directions. But I feel like this is the right pick because I believe in this player and I believe in the kid.
It's old school, but you want to rebuild your team to get back into playoff contention from the ball on out. So there might have been other things to tempt you if Bijan Robinson would have been on the board. Obviously they addressed the wide receiver with the DJ Moore addition to the trade when moving down with the Panthers. Now you've got to protect Justin Fields and keep a strength. And you you had such a good running game last year. Continue that in the same direction. Getting an offensive tackle definitely accomplishes that much.
Well, David, it might be a while before they pick again. They're not up again until 53. Maybe they make something happen between now and then. to try to address a little pass rush. We'll see where that goes, but we appreciate you for joining us again. That was David Hall, host of Take the North podcast, at David Hall on Twitter. You can follow, rate, and review all of these podcasts on the Audacy app or wherever you find them. And we move on here, Baldy, on the Audacy NFL Draft Show to the Tennessee Titans, who were on the clock, and it looks like the pick is in. And I thought they might trade CJ Stroud. I heard they liked him a lot. There's an obvious Ohio State connection there. Will Levis is still there. No one's taken a receiver yet. And this is another team. When you're picking this high, it's usually for a reason.
Skoronski's coming off the board here. Skoronski's coming off the board. I mean, this is like Taylor Lewan is gone. They've been juggling offensive tackles. It's been a disaster. Like, I just think it's time to go get yourself. At one time, they could run the ball as well as anybody with Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
And the King is not dead. He just needs some help up front. And, Taylor was a good player before the injuries added up. There was a time when they really had a good wall. Ben Jones is gone. Nate Jones is gone. It's time to start rebuilding that wall. I think it's, as we're seeing here, like you can start, with Paris Johnson, Wright, Skoronski. The run has started. Like Brandon Jones is going next. Like this run on tackles is going here, and it's going early. And, like Detroit's not going to take a tackle, but you could see, Green Bay, New York Jets, like there's going to be a run here on these tackles. But I thought this about where Skoronski would go. Like he's a legit player. He's got real power. He can play. I think he will play left tackle. That's what they need. And they can say, well, he's a guard. Well, I think he can play left tackle. I talked to him about it. And be honest with you, the same issue he has with arms being a little shorter than you like at left tackle, you're going to have him at left guard. I mean, you're going to go up against the same length of guys inside as you're going to go outside. It's about technique. So I've seen a number of guys that win with short arms because of good technique and great feet, and he's really smart. So maybe they're getting the next Rashawn Slater. Maybe he's just going to be that good. And maybe Northwestern is going to be just the left tackle university and just put these studs out.
It's an interesting way to go, to me, because I'm not sure where this franchise is. Like, like you hear the rumors about Derrick Henry, where there's smoke, there's fire. Ryan Tannehill, is he going to be there at the trade deadline? I'm not convinced. The GM who drafted Malik Willis isn't there anymore. They've got some real competition in their division now. Like Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars ain't going away. You're not going to win 10 games by default playing that division like they have with some lesser rosters. And they really feel to me like a team that's kind of stuck in purgatory. And in this league, you better be really good or really bad.
Yeah. Well, they're in transition. There's no doubt about it. And whatever run they had in the AFC South, which was pretty considerable, some playoff runs, like they got to rebuild this thing. And maybe you start with building blocks like a left tackle, as I guess the pick is official now with Detroit on the clock. So, look, I mean, to hear some of the stuff about Malik Willis already, I mean, I know it's not this regime picking him, but, there was talk this time last year that he was a first-round pick. Now, I know he went in the third round, and he started a couple games at the end of the season, wasn't very good, but I'm not ready to kick Malik Willis out of the club just yet, based on a couple of games where they really didn't have much going for him to begin with.
I'll say this, and we talked about the Falcons a little while ago. And again, this is the Audacy NFL Draft Show. I'm Jason Lockett-Ford, joined by Brian Baldinger. Baldy, I guess they ain't putting their arms around him like the Falcons are Desmond Ridder, right? And I think that's a pretty fair comp when you're talking about, where those kids were picked and where those organizations are. Like, it's a different vibe coming out of Tennessee. It just is.
Yeah. No, I get it. And, this regime isn't in love. I mean, Ryan Tannehill got a second act in Tennessee, made the best of it. And they made the playoffs a couple of years with them, and he beat out Marcus Mariota. You kind of thought, like, well, Will Levis is right there. If you like the talent, maybe you just start. You just go, we're going to have a quarterback in the building, and then we'll just do everything we can to build around that quarterback. So they gave Jeffrey Simmons a big contract this year. He's not going anywhere. They try to keep the defense line a strength for Mike Vrabel. It has been. It fell apart with Harold Landry and Bud Dupree and a bunch of injuries last year. They got to build up. And I don't think that the style of play that they were doing that got them the number one seed 2 years ago in the NFL is going to win a lot of playoff games by handing the ball off to your star running back. It's just too easy to stop running backs. Just, you've got to have some chunk plays and you got to do some more damage passing game.
Well, we can move on here. The Detroit Lions have made their pick, and Baldy, this one may surprise some people. It looks like it is running back Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama, which not only would we have first-round running backs, we'd have 2 running backs in the top 10. A lot of us thought they'd corner if they stayed at here. They would still have a shot at Gonzalez, but Jahmyr Gibbs, how about this? It's turned back the clock to the days when Baldy was in the trenches. Running backs everywhere.
Well, I mean, you're talking about 2 of the top 11 picks or 12 picks right now are running backs. And there were times when we didn't get any running backs in the first round. So they love his speed. They want to run the ball. They've got a great offensive line. He had an incredible season. He left Georgia Tech, went to Alabama, had an incredible season. He catches the ball really well. He is a 4.36 guy. They have not been able to keep running backs. Since Barry walked out the door and never came back, they could, for 20 years now, they have not been able to keep running backs healthy. So the thing about Jahmyr, he's not very big. He's probably under 200 pounds. Like, you got to protect yourself and not allow yourself to fall in love so much with him that he just takes a beating, because that can happen to a player like this. But he does give you an explosive element. Almost everybody I thought he was a first-round talent. I just didn't think anybody thought he was going to go this high, Jason. Like, if you just go through the list here, Houston, the Jets, the Patriots, the Packers, like, none of those were Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah. I thought he was going to go to Buffalo. We'll see what our next guest thinks about it here on the NFL Draft Show. We're joined by someone I've known and admired a long time, Michigan Wolverine legend John Jansen, host of the Necessary Roughness podcast at John Jansen77 on Twitter. I think this qualifies as a shocker, does it not, John?
I have absolutely no idea what just happened. I mean, I thought there was a chance they could take Bijan Robinson, but being on board and going to Atlanta, Jahmyr Gibbs isn't even on my list until, and I thought maybe, hey, you could get him with that 30 that they just traded for. I was not anticipating this at all. I mean, some of the guys that I thought would possibly go here, Gonzalez, they had been mocked, talked about him a lot, even if they stayed at 6. Nolan out of Georgia, you could have gone with him here, and especially helping the defense where you've got the number 32 defense. Yeah, they played much better in the last 10 weeks. Eric Glenn for a little bit of Riv Hutchinson. A lot of these young guys started to play really well, but they still need help on the defensive side. And to Coach Jahmyr Gibbs, I don't mean to be laughing at the pick, but it's comical.
Well, they just had signed David Montgomery in free agency, he's a workhorse back. He's a good contact back runner. Gibbs speed. They had DeAndre Swift, who's been a hard time staying healthy, but when healthy, he's been a productive guy. So then you go and you get Jahmyr Gibbs, who's kind of like a DeAndre Swift, be honest with you. Like, he's a little undersized, but he's got great speed. I just thought there were so many other needs, John, that you could address. You had the luxury of the 2 picks, all right? And, I think that, okay, you want to go get yourself what they did and how they have constructed this thing. I thought there were so many options. And I think this is a deep running back draft. Like, if you want to add it back, there's so many guys, Charbonnet and Abanikanda. There's all these guys out there, Shane. And, like, I just didn't think you had to spend a high pick on a guy who's basically a one-year player at Alabama, put up big numbers, all that kind of stuff. But still, I'm anxious to hear the press conference tomorrow, John.
Oh, it's going to be so. Everybody is celebrating the fact that they picked out a 6. For years, we've wanted a general manager with some confidence to say, "Hey, we can draft, we could go back, we can move something," and we do. This is with pick 12. Just it baffles me when you still got guys. Now, I think this would have been a little bit high for a Luke Van Ness. It may have been a little bit Nolan Smith. But you saw like a Jackson Smith and Jigba. If you're going to go offense, wide receiver around Jameson Williams for 6 weeks. We're not sure yet what he's even going to be. And ironically, the pick last year as well. I just didn't see this coming. And you could have gone offensive line. Their strength is the offensive line. If you're going to go on offense, and you could have gone with a number of different opportunities up front, because right now they've had some injuries here and there up front. But I'm shocked at this. I really am shocked at this pick, and I can't wait to get to Brad Holmes tomorrow.
So, John, listen, before you came on, I just said, since Barry at the door, the Lions have not been able to keep any running back healthy. Like, I could go real games of guys that have come through that organization. They've been one and done, 2 years, injured, gone. Like, they've been accumulating running backs like nobody else's business. And they've never, I can't remember 3 years in a row they started the same guy since Barry left.
No, they haven't. I mean, on the list of running backs where, hey, it's concussions, or it's a knee, or it's a shoulder, or whatever it is. And DeAndre Swift, there was some chatter at the beginning of this week that maybe he did. And I think this right now, he's only left on his deal. Maybe they'll be able to get something for him, a 5th or a 6th round pick. But he's a former 2nd round pick as well. I'm Broderick Jones. You could go Bergeron, Mauch. I mean, you could go so many different play up front. And if you're offense, then you would want to strengthen the wide receiving core, because you lost DJ Shark. You brought in Jones. You've got some guys there, but for Jared Goff to have great success, you need a power back. That's Bijan Robinson. He was no longer available. Now you're adding a guy, like you had mentioned, Brian, that is very much like Swift. And if you can't keep guys healthy in the backfield, you at some point got to turn to a big bruiser, and they just don't have that guy. David Montgomery is hopefully he can be that guy, but he's not a 20 carry guy.
No. Well, look. A lot of consternation, Detroit. John, I know you might. Sounds like you might not get too much sleep tonight trying to process this one, but we appreciate you joining us, John Jansen, Necessary Roughness at John Jansen 77, all-time good guy. Covered him years ago.
Thanks
for
a lot,
Washington.
John.
Well, they were called a slur at the time, but they're the Commanders now, at least until the new owner changes the name or whatever they become. So, Ball, that was something. We've got the Packers now on the clock. It sounds like their pick is in. We're efforting it.
Lucas Van Ness has just been chosen by the Green Bay Packers. All right, never started a game at Iowa. Everybody recognizes the talent. 6'5", 275 pounds, can play up and down the defensive line. This is so Packers. It's unbelievable. Like Aaron Rodgers right now is just smiling, going, they're doing the same thing. Like, how many number one picks on the defensive line? Rashawn Gary, like, you just go through the list of guys. Like, they drafted Devontae Wyatt last year. Like, they just keep drafting defensive players. And, honestly, Jordan Love is going, I don't have a tight end. I got 3 rookie receivers from a year ago, and I got 2 good backs. That's what I got. But we'll get ourselves another edge rusher or defensive lineman. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Now, we still don't have a receiver off the board. How they could pass on all right here.
Yeah. Receiver, tight end, or offensive lineman. None of them. Well,
this whole
Baldy,
thing,
let's see what
Nobody's mock had any of this happening. Nobody's.
No, this is a little bonkers. And to discuss it, we've got a couple of guests joining us now. Maggie Loney, host of Pax What She Said, at Maggie J. Loney on Twitter, and Sparky Pfeiffer of the Curd and Long podcast at Sparky Radio on Twitter. I guess, Maggie, you first, and then Sparky. Just like, does this even surprise you anymore, or is this just the pack being the pack?
No, this is, I said on the podcast, if I had to bet my very meager life savings that it would be an edge rusher at 13 or 15, this was going to be the pick. And he's 21. He's a freak athlete. It is the most prototypical Packer pick. And I guess we're going to have to wait another 20 years for them to take a wide receiver or a tight end in the first round.
You talk about this pick. Go ahead.
Please, go ahead.
Well, my thing was, I came into this, when you look at that board, the Gonzalez is still there, the cornerback. They got Stokes coming off of injury. They don't even know when he's going to be back because of the severity of his injury last year. Rasul Douglas, I feel like, kind of took a half step back last year. You have a lockdown guy in Jair Alexander. I think Gonzalez would have made sense. Nolan Smith made a lot of sense. They loved Georgia guys in Green Bay. Obviously, after last year with Quay Walker and Wyatt. So that would have made sense. But when you talk about Iowa, Canton, Bulaga, Josh Jackson, I mean, they've got their lineage of Iowa guys as well at this point. I don't know. Maybe they couldn't have went back and still made this pick, 3 or 4 picks. Maybe they couldn't find a dancing partner. But it makes sense that it's an edge rusher. Preston Smith, they'll probably be out of his contract in the next couple of years, and they'll need somebody opposite of Rashawn Gary.
All right. I mean, you can justify it like that. I mean, Broderick Jones is sitting out there. Eventually, they've got to rebuild this offensive line. I don't think you can count on Bakhtiari or Jenkins to stay healthy for 17. You protect your quarterback. I see 3 rookie receivers a year ago, Watson, Toure, and Dobb. It's like those are the only 3 receivers on the roster at this point. That's what you're going to try to elevate this year with Jordan. I feel like they could have had their pick a wide receiver. They could have had their pick a tight end and help their young quarterback. And I just thought whether it's back or receiver, tight end, all of them would have been more helpful right now than what Lucas Van Ness is going to be, because I don't know. I just everybody likes Hercules. We're all kind of scratching our head exactly where they're going to play him.
Oh, Baldy, though, don't you think tight end's a pretty deep position in this draft where you can 2 second-round picks? You can get a tight end probably there in the second round if that's something you want to do, or a wide receiver in the second round as well by not having to take one here in the first round.
Well, I mean, then you're going, okay, it's possible. I don't think there's elite players at those positions in the second round. They could slide the way this thing is going right now. I think they're probably going straight off the board, to be honest with you. Knowing Goody, okay, this is the best talent right here. We're building this thing like the Packers, to their credit, for the long term. Like, there's going to be a need with Rashawn coming back from injury and Preston probably on his way out. I'll keep this thing strong. I don't know how many number 1 picks they have in that defense. Like, they've got 7 or 8 of them now. And they still everybody last year. Like I'm going, all right, how much more talent can you give one side of the ball? And I watched the Eagles for 380 yards against them. They couldn't stop 2 runs the whole day. So, anyways, just me. Maybe that's what they think.
I think you have to wonder too, they both 42 and 45 and try to move back up into the first round because they've got this ammo now. And I mean, I hate to say, Jordan Love is tied to Goody. Like, that's Goot's legacy at this point as a general manager, is you've chosen to ride with Love. So now you need to surround him with talent. That's why, a tackle made sense. If you're thinking Bakhtiari is on the way out after next season, maybe they really like Yosh Nijman at right tackle or Zach Tom. And, that line is steady. But I think you'd have to expect they're going to start looking at some weapons for Love because they can't go into the season with the room being as depleted as it is in wide receiver and tight end.
Yeah.
Well, you can adjust. You can judge this going down the road because Broderick Jones just jumped up to New England and just took Broderick Jones, who I think is going to be a Pro Bowl tackle and maybe we can look at this thing and revisit our meeting here 3 years from now and just see Lucas Van Ness versus Broderick Jones and which one was the right pick.
Well, we appreciate you guys very much for joining us. Maggie Loney, host of Pass What She Said, at Maggie J. Loney on Twitter. Sparky Pfeiffer, host of Curd and Long, at Sparky Radio on Twitter. Boy, the NFC North, I think there's some people scratching their heads already. And Baldy, as you mentioned, we do have a trade. New England got out of the 14 spot. Pittsburgh went up from 17. New England will also pick up pick number 120, and they do take Broderick Jones, somebody high on. There were a lot of rumblings about the Steelers maybe trading up for an offensive lineman and not staying pat and taking a defensive back. That is, in fact, exactly what they did.
Well, let's just connect some dots real quick. So Andy Weidel and Omar Khan are running Pittsburgh's staff. You know, their war room right now. Andy Weidel worked with Joe Douglas for a long time in Baltimore and Philadelphia. The Jets are picking at 15. Darnell Wright is gone. Broderick Jones was there. Andy Weidel knew he had to get in front of the Jets and go get the next elite tackle that the Jets probably were going to take. And
if they didn't make that trade, absolutely. Yeah.
They just leapfrogged the Jets. Andy Weidel, to his credit, like knows Joe, knows what Joe's thinking. We got Aaron Rodgers here. We got all these weapons. Let's get this wall. We don't know what Mekhi Becton is. Let's go get Broderick Jones. And the Steelers just jumped him, and they just went and got him. I mean, I could see this whole thing going. Andy's going, we got to get in front of Joe. We got to get in front of Joe. He's going to take this kid. He's too good. And he did.
Yep. And they did it. And hats off to the Mark Khan is on quite a heater as a young GM with the Steelers. And we'll talk about this selection a little bit more now with our next guest here on the Audacy NFL Draft. Joining myself, Jason Lockenfor, and Brian Baldinger. We have Andrew Filipponi, host of First and Pony Express on Twitter. I'm guessing that this will be well received there in Western PA, and someone like a Kenny Pickett in particular might be happy with an upgrade on the offensive line.
Baldy, what's up, man? Jason.
What's going on, Andrew?
What's going on?
Hey, this is really, you know, last year was Christmas for me when Pickett got picked because it was the dawning of a new age, going from Roethlisberger to the hometown quarterback who almost won the Heisman Trophy. And I used to do a show with Pickett, and I'm enamored with the guy. I think he's going to be Joe Burrow 2.0. And I'm with you, Baldy. I think he's better than any quarterback that was in this draft. And now we've got the blindside protector. And I know it was just 1 year at Georgia, but he tested off the charts. He got the job done. You know, they had a rugged style on their line. They protected Stetson Bennett, who's a knucklehead. And so I'm very excited about a team that is really, Jason, you know this too. They've really, before this Tomlin Weidel regime, the last few years had neglected offensive line. Okay, they had not drafted an offensive lineman in the first round since David DeCastro. They've not drafted a left tackle in the first round since Jermaine Stevens in 1996. So it was about damn time. And I think this is the Andy Weidel effect from Philly. And I think Omar Khan realized we got to protect our investment. It was more important for them guys to protect Kenny Pickett than take a corner and try to stop Joe Burrow. Protect your own guy. Don't worry about somebody else's quarterback.
Well, this is classic Andy Weidel. Like, first of all, he knows Joe Douglas. I guarantee you, if Joe was speaking right now, like that room went dark up there in New York, Florham Park, when Andy jumped up in front of it with New England to take Brandon Jones. Like Joe knew exactly what Weidel was doing. And they had discussions, and they had all the discussions. Joey Porter, tackle, center, corner. Like, they want to fix this offensive line. They got Samalo, they got Herbig. Like, just get this thing fixed for Pickett, for Najee. Like, let's play some Steeler football. But we got to start up front. Damn good guy, try hard guy. Like, he's just not elite out there. So, too many penalties, just not athletic. Like, this Broderick Jones is 21. He's going to grow into his body. I think he could be better than Andrew Thomas. And Andrew Thomas was the fourth pick in the draft for the Giants. I didn't think he was the best tackle in the draft. And he looked like it first 2 years. And then he got stronger, and he got coached, and now he's a stud. And I feel like Broderick Jones in the next 2 years will be a stud. Like he played a little more than a year. He played some of that 2021 run. But, 19 games, you just see the movement, the size. You can't coach some of those things.
Yeah, and I respect your opinion so much on offensive linemen, Baldy. I had somebody who had worked in the Steelers organization, who had been in a front office, text me yesterday and say that they loved the ceiling on Jones, that they thought his upside was probably greater than any of the offensive tackles that would get picked tonight. Darnell Wright, who you and I talked about, you love him, Baldy. The issue might have been they've got Chooks at right tackle, paying him $10 million a year. They tried him at left tackle before. It didn't work. They had to move him back. So, hey, Wright's a mauler. He would have fit in the ethos of Pittsburgh, but maybe complicated on how you rearrange the line. This is easy. He goes in and plays left tackle. There was a report this morning, guys, that the Steelers were going to trade up for Christian Gonzalez. So when I saw the deal to 14, I'm like, oh, no, here comes Gonzalez, because Washington needs a corner too. So maybe they were thinking they had to get ahead of the Commanders. But ultimately, I think this is the right call. And then maybe pick 32, boys, the first pick in the second round. Hey, maybe Joey Porter falls there. Maybe Brian Branch is still there. They need a slot corner, a Minkah Fitzpatrick light. Maybe one of those taller corners. I've heard they like
Deontay Banks
from Kansas State.
Deontay Banks, Yep.
So
I'm with you.
Well, they go old school. They address the trenches. It sounds like Andrew Filipponi is completely on board. You can hear him talk more about this on the First podcast at Pony Express on Twitter. Thank you for joining our Audacy
Talk soon,
Draft
Andrew.
Show.
Talk soon. Enjoy it.
You bet, boys.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Have an icy light for us. And again, this is the Audacy Draft Show. I'm Jason Lockenfora. I'm joined by Brian Baldinger. We are going through pick by pick here, and we've got some great guests and more great guests to come. And Baldy, it's now the Jets on the clock. You think that they just lost their man, Pittsburgh Steelers? I am very much inclined to agree. We've seen a run on offensive linemen. How do you feel about where that group is? What's still and Joe Douglas do now?
Well, they're going to still stay in the trenches. So, like Joe Tippmann is out there at center. They need a center. It's possible. That's a little high, but Tippmann could step in there and he could solidify the line. That could be a possibility. They could go Nolan Smith off the edge. Just go, okay, we got Jermaine Johnson, we got Carl Lawson. Let's just keep this defense. Like Joe Douglas called them a pack of hungry wolves. Let's keep it a pack of hungry wolves. Like there's that possibility that he's still right there. He's rocked up, twitched up, and that's what Robert Saleh wants to do: rush for and just get crazy busy. So that's a talent that's worthy of this pick right here. But that guy said they could still stay in the trenches still, but I think right now they're going to stay in the trenches, but on the defensive edge.
For the pick to
they need
be
a defensive
official.
Tackle bad as well, like a good defensive tackle that can push the pocket next to Quinnen Williams. That's a possibility as well right now.
How much better does Aaron Rodgers make them, and how close is Aaron Rodgers to the MVP of 2 years ago, or the guy we saw last year who seemed to me to be declining, maybe rapidly?
Well, he was out throwing today. He was out there in Florham Park at the Jets facility throwing to everybody. Garrett Wilson is at the draft, so he wasn't there today. But their pick is in. But I think Aaron Rodgers makes everybody better simply because of the speed of his decisions and his decision making, and then just his command of the entire game, every part of the game. I think he makes everybody in the building better. I think the arm is still elite. He just needs elite players around him. Maybe the movement isn't quite what it once was, but they picked Will McDonald off the edge, so an edge player, bigger, taller, out of Iowa State. So he's a guy that is that same type player as Tyree Wilson, same conference as the Big 12. But Will McDonald has elite traits. And even though they took Jermaine Johnson last year, who they thought was the best edge rusher in the draft, they're just going to they're going to rotate these guys 8 deep. And they're just going to keep bringing them. And they're just going to keep bringing heat. You're going up against Josh Allen. You're going against Tua. Like, you got to quicken their decisions by Quinnen in the middle. And I think that's what this pick is all about right now.
Well, as you said, the pick is in. They do go edge. You want to keep bringing the heat, Baldy. We're going to keep bringing the guest here on the Audacy NFL Draft Show, and we're joined now by Robbie Sabo, co-founder of Jets X Factor, at Robbie Sabo on Twitter. And Robbie, does this surprise you at all? And do you agree with Baldy that had the Pittsburgh Steelers not stepped up, that this pick would have been on the other side of the ball?
What's up, fellas? Yeah, never a dull moment in Jets land, huh? I mean, Aaron Rodgers, now the trade with Pats and the Steelers. I mean, you gotta one picking themselves right now just a bit. I do agree with Baldy. I think Broderick would have been their guy. This pick is interesting. It's a curveball, right? McDonald really wasn't on the radar this early, but in a lot of ways, it's a Joe pick. You know, redshirt senior, has the traits. Older guy coming out of college because of that redshirt status. So it's a Douglas pick. It's a solid pick. They're like bet DN now, like Baldy said. I mean, Clement, Jermaine Johnson, Lawson, Huff coming in on third downs. Where McDonald fits in, we'll see. But a lot of ways a Douglas pick. It's an interesting one.
I feel, Robbie, that Andy Weidel, who knows Joe as well as anybody, worked together a long, long time in Baltimore and Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Like, he knew Joe wanted Broderick Jones. He gets to it. Like, let's face it. I mean, nobody's going to admit this in New York. They beat the Jets to the player that they wanted. Now, it helped that in this trade for Aaron Rodgers, they gave up that 13th pick. That could have made it easy. It could have been sitting right there. But maybe the Steelers would have jumped up in front of that, you know, to make sure that with Detroit, whoever was picking 12. Like, they wanted the Darnell Wright's gone, Paris Johnson's gone, Broderick Jones. You could throw them all up in the air, right, Robbie? And depending who you talk to and what day you're talking to them, they all came down 1, 2, 3 in some order. But those are the top three. And that middle guy, guard tackle, we understood that. But the Jets weren't going to take him and play him at guard. Not with what they've done with their guards. They needed a tackle. And Broderick Jones was the guy. And I feel like there was I wasn't there. I'll be there tomorrow. But I feel like when that happened, as soon as Joe Douglas saw Pittsburgh make that move, he said, I'll be damned. They're going to get our guy. And so now you go, okay, I don't think they're scrambling. I think they're prepared. But then, okay, I'm scrambling in my own mind. All right, who's the next tackle? Who's the next? Is it Joe Tippmann at center? Like, he's an elite player, but maybe too high. Then you go edge. Nolan Smith. Okay, Will McDonald, maybe like his length a lot more than Nolan. A little more productive, different system. And you go, because I'm scrambling in my head, and I'm just wondering if Rex and Joe were scrambling in their heads a little bit when that happened.
Probably. I mean, you have to be a little bit because you expect one of those offensive tackles to 15. And, you know, the little kid, the little edge, Nolan, he's a great talent, but you already have Huff. You know, you use him on third down a lot, getting him in sub packages, so you don't get double dip there. You know, Salah loves the bigger edges in base. You got JFM, so I don't know. Maybe the time beat him. Maybe he was trying to trade down last moment, because I could see that being the scrambling situation where you say, wow, trade at 14, Pats did it to us again. We're prepared, but this would be the scramble situation. Let's see if we could trade down. And maybe the time just got him and they got McDonald. I mean, I'm sure, like you said, they won't admit it. I'm sure they love McDonald and, you know, his 5-year status in college, but it's one of those weeks for the Jets.
Well, it's been a wild draft already. We're on a run here of picks that nobody saw coming. And if you want to hear more about the Jets, dig deeper on this pick, please check out Robbie Sabo at Jets X Factor, at RobbieSabo.com. You can find that podcast and all these that we're talking about on the Audacy app, where you can follow, rate, and review them. Thank you, Robbie. And we are on to the Commanders at pick 16 here, the first round on the Audacy Draft Show. Jason Lock and Canfora, joined by my main man, Brian Baldinger. Baldy, the Commanders have all the corners except one of it, not if I'm correctly.
I mean, don't you just turn the card in for Anthony Gonzalez right here?
I mean, you would think so, right? I know people in that organization thought there might not be as many corners available as they would like when they pick. The reality that now there's just one. Could do one of two things. It could have spurned them to trade down because, man, there's DBs galore still available. Or I'm with you. There's probably one of them who's sticking up like nothing else, and they're running to make that pick, and we will find out here in a minute. And it is a corner, but it is Emmanuel Forbes, and a guy who we talked about before the draft started on the pre-show. You love his ball skills. You love the dog in him, even though it's a small dog by NFL corner standards. We're talking about 165 pounds, but a kid who is electric. He picks balls off. He takes them to the house. He will join the Commanders secondary, and we're going to talk about it now with Craig Hoffman, who knows that team as well as anybody, host of Take Command, Craig Hoffman on Twitter. I don't think D qualifies as a surprise whatsoever, but in a draft of surprises, does it surprise you that he's the one they took with everyone other than the first corner off the board still there?
Yeah, I mean, it does, Jason. Christian Gonzalez was thought to be a top 10 pick, guy who was kind of more on that same level as Devin Witherspoon, depending on who you ask. Baldy, I don't know where you had him in terms of your tiers, but with Gonzalez falling, I was like, oh my God, they're going to have this guy fall in their lap. And then they take a corner and it's not him. Forbes is super intriguing. Ball skills are incredible. They need a playmaker. Benjamin St-Juste, their starting corner, one of them, who played really well for them last year, didn't have any interceptions in college, has yet to pick off a pass in the pros, even though he is a good cover corner. Kendall Fuller's getting up there in age. But the problem is those two guys are both outside corners. And this is kind of the thing I've been talking through with Logan on Take Command, our podcast, or on my radio show as well, as what do they do this year? Because Kendall it's not 2016. Like, he's not a slot corner anymore. He needs to play outside. And the thing with Forbes, as much as you like the dog in him, as much as you like the playmaking ability, you can't play inside at 166 pounds in the NFL. It's just impossible because you're going to take too many tackles and even tight ends in the run game that are just not, like, it's just not a thing you can do. And so I wonder how they're going to ultimately align this when Ron Rivera talks later this evening. I am very intrigued what he has to say, but purely as a player, like, yeah, he's super intriguing because he has a skill set that they lack, which is ball hawk, and they need that in this defense.
Well, he did this at high school too. I mean, his senior year in high school in Mississippi, had interceptions, 2 pick sixes. I did Mississippi State's first game this year against Memphis. And just going through the roster with coaches, I mean, they had some elite defensive linemen and one linebacker, but they all raved about Forbes. And then he went out and balled out this year. And he's just got instincts. He's got eye-hand coordination. He's got instincts. It would be nice with a young quarterback that looks like you might start in Sam to give him some extra at-bats, because if it's a tip ball, if it's a contested ball, this kid's coming down with it. See,
I mean, and that they lacked that last year, Baldy.
I know you did.
It was.
I know you haven't had a guy
terrible.
like that.
I mean,
D'Angelo.
Yeah, I mean,
D'Angelo could do that. On the edge, like you haven't had that in a long time. And
right. I mean, D'Angelo had more picks in that game against the Bears years ago than they had in like the entire first half of the season last year. Derek Forrest picked off Trevor Lawrence in week 1 to seal that game on it was a terrible play by Lawrence, probably one of his worst of the year. Happy for Washington. They got him in week 1 last year before he really got going. But, after that, they didn't have another interception until what felt like week 8, week 9. Like, it was a long, long time. I'll have to go back and do the homework before we record tomorrow.
Well, he's going right now. He's now going right to the Patriots right now. They couldn't pass up the talent.
Yeah, which makes sense. But Forbes, I mean, they need that playmaker. I don't know how they're going to line it up, but they got a guy who does fit a need for them. That's for sure. Even if it's more long-term than short-term.
Well, the one thing I would say, Craig, is, just start in your own division. Like, you go to Philly and there's A.J. Brown out there. All right. You want to go press A.J. Brown. I've seen just take guys and throw them into the bench. I got to see, I'd feel a little better.
He did it to St-Juste last year.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'd feel a little better about a guy who's 6'2", 205 out there on the edge against guys like A.J. Brown or, the ex-dogs in this league, or even just down the field, just the length, just being able to, what we saw from Sauce last year, length is a big deal. You're throwing the ball down the field and trying to get it over their heads.
Yeah, totally. And well, this is the thing though. So St. Juice, they love. He's third rounder a couple years ago. He played exceptionally well last year, but the problem is he hasn't been able to stay healthy. He's missed a ton of games the last 2 years. He's got the length. He kicks 3 super long arms. He is that guy. So if you talk about the division stuff, like is Forbes their guy for Devante Smith and some of the other guys that you might face in that division, that knowing that St. Juice is going to be the length guy? But by that token, like when you play, you can't always get it that way. And so if I'm Philly, I just go, all right, well, where's the little guy? Okay, AJ, you go over there. And so I do think it's a little bit of an oversimplification to just be like, oh, man on man, here it is. But then again, who knows? They've got a lot of experience in that defensive coaching room. They're going to have to earn their check. And by the way, those guys, Jason, as you well know, definitely earn your check here with the new owner on the way.
Yeah, we'll see what comes next month when that becomes official at the league meetings and what other changes might be to come. Craig, we appreciate your insight on the Commanders. Again, that's Craig Hoffman, host of Take Command, at Craig Hoffman on Twitter. And the Commanders at least go with a position group that I think we all saw coming. New England sitting there at 17 after the trade back with the Steelers. They picked up pick 120 along the way, and so the wait doesn't go any longer for Christian Gonzalez. I don't know, Baldy. I didn't think he'd be there for the Pats pick. I'm sure Bill Belichick didn't think he'd be there for the Pats pick. That's a hell of a corner right there, and we'll see what our next guest here on the Audacy NFL Draft Show thinks of it. Hart, at Jumbo Hart, host of 6 Rings and Football Things. Not too many teams could have a podcast named quite like that. Andy, thank you for joining us. It's Jason Canfora, Brian Baldinger here, and Woody Pickett. Did you see any scenario where this corner was still there in the second half of the first round?
Absolutely not. I thought the best case scenario for the Patriots would be Christian Gonzalez might fall to number 14. I actually thought if you wanted Christian Gonzalez, you were probably going to have to trade up into the 5 to 10 range, somewhere in there. I personally think he's the best cornerback. He ends up going 3rd here, so history will say he's the 3rd best corner in this draft. I think he's long. I think he's a true outside corner. So not only do they get a guy that can match up, because they got to win in the division, right? And you look at the Buffalo Bills, you look at the New York Jets, and you look at the Miami Dolphins. You got to stop the passing game. They got multiple receivers. And this is a team that has no corners. I mean, Jack Jones, maybe a rookie year, ended the year suspended. Who knows what his future is? We'll see how this offseason goes. We know Bill Belichick, once you're in the house, tough to get out. So I think that even though fans are frustrated, we were doing a live show on air, and the typical Belichick, he trades down, and you get annoyed, and you're like, you need star players. You need tentpole players. What the hell are you doing? Why you need an extra 4th-round pick? Well, look who laughs last. Bill Belichick gets his corner, and he has some more draft capital.
So I feel like, have found Malcolm Butler. They found J.C. Jackson. Like, they can find these guys. But, when you have Stephon Gilmore, it's just different. Like, you're just a different level of talent. And sometimes you just have to invest in that position with talented players to play the style that you want. Because ultimately, when they can press you up and lock you up, they have so much more flexibility to run defense, Duggar and Phillips and all the things that they do. The rushes and 3-man rush, and all the stuff that they can do is predicated upon being able to route read, lock up, make you challenge every throw, and challenge young quarterbacks. And you got, now you got Aaron Rodgers in this division. Let's be able to handle the perimeter. And I feel like the talent is there, the need is there, and probably player was right there.
And I think the domino effect here for the Patriots at the cornerback position, if you pencil in, and you should, Christian Gonzalez as your number 1 corner, now you bump Jack Jones to your number 2 corner. Jonathan Jones, who they moved to the outside last year, can bump back into the slot accomplished. Yeah. And Jalen Mills, who can bump back to safety and fill the void for the Devin McCourty loss. So there's sort of domino effect in the back end of this defense for Steve Belichick and Gerard Mayo that I think could really pay off for them. Now, I know he's still a rookie, and it's guaranteed, regardless of what Christian Gonzalez and his skills, he's going to come in like Sauce Gardner, but the domino effect could be really good for the back end of that defense.
So I know the Patriots have not had great success, let's face it, drafting wide receivers. But we haven't seen a wide receiver taken yet. They could have had their pick of receivers. And I feel like you come on here, started right away saying, we need blue chippers. We need some star power. Like, it just looks awfully dull, watching Patriots play. Like, do you think that was a conversation? Okay, Gonzalez versus, I don't know, Jackson Smith and Jigba or Zay Flowers, I thought, was a guy that the Patriots have always been able to utilize, going back to Wes Welker or whatever. Like, that slot receiver that can really work the middle of the field. They've had great success with those type of players.
Yeah, I think with consideration, if we're going to be honest, do I think Bill trends more defense? Bill trends more towards what he knows and, the matchup. And I think the need, too. Like, I know people always say that best player Bill and Bill's not going to be forced into anything. I think he needed to draft a corner high in this draft. Like, he needed a cornerback, and they've done that a lot over the years. I'll go back to corner. They took Devin McCourty in the first round. They needed a corner. He was a Pro Bowl corner, and it didn't work. They've done it many times where they legitimately draft out of need, whereas wide receiver, do they need a tent pole, a star player, a Baldy, as you said on our podcast, a guy with a target on his back? Yes, every week. They need that guy. But I think they can talk themselves into the gut juju, right? You drafted Tyquan Thornton a year ago. Maybe he has a year two jump under Bill O'Brien, and maybe we're like, wow, he got more out of him than maybe we thought we were going to get based on the end of last year. So I think this is a Belichick pick. His defense is at its best when Bill Belichick has a number one corner. You look back over the years, there's been a legit guy out there. And then I also think, the talking yourself into, well, we brought Billy O'Brien in. The biggest issue with the offense last year was Matt Patricia. We have an adult in the room. We have a competent guy running the offense, complementary veteran options, and turn them maybe into more than the sum of their parts.
Well, Andy, we can at least understand that it makes sense. The New England Patriots take a top corner. Andy Hart at Jumbo Hart from Strings and Fligs. You can check them out on the Audacy app along with all our guests. We appreciate your time. We now go back to the Detroit Lions, who had my man John Jansen's head spinning when they took Eric Gibbs. I'm going to go out on a little bit of a limb here and say that John Jansen, host of Necessary Roughness at John Jansen 77, didn't see this one coming either. I wasn't sure any linebacker was going to go in the first round, but here we are. The Lions go running back, linebacker, Jack Campbell. Okay. What says you, JJ?
I actually love this pick. I think when I watch Jack Campbell and I watch how you look at his athleticism, you look at the physicality that he plays with. You got Alex Anzalone, you got Malcolm Rodriguez. You've got a couple of guys that are just guys. When you look at Jack Campbell, he can go out there and he can be your stud, cover tight ends out of the backfield. He's not going to be a guy that you're going to want to match up very much with running backs, but I think that this pick solidifies the interior of the defense. If you're not going to do anything in the middle, you've got a Lee McNeil. You know what a Levi Onwuzurike is going to be, but you've got a guy now that can fill the gaps inside. He could be a stud in there. I saw him firsthand last year when Michigan played against Iowa, and I thought he was a terrific football player. A little bit high, but this somewhat redeems going running back at 12.
Well, he's got great length. He's got great length, and he's got good size, and he runs really good. So typically, that's what you want from your off-the-ball inside linebacker, right, John? So
yeah,
whether it's covering tight ends down the field, you got to go up against TJ twice a year now and face in Minnesota and whatever Green Bay does. Presumably, they're going to draft a tight end. But I feel like he's that guy that can cover that tight end in the middle of the field. And you got to start almost with the coverage ability these days versus what your run stuffing ability is. I think Malcolm Rod's instinct for that. But I'd like to see those two play together because Malcolm obviously doesn't have the ultimate talent that you want. That's why he was a 6th-round pick, but he's got instincts. And then you take a guy like this who has got great range and length, and maybe you can start pairing those two guys together off the ball inside.
Yeah, and here's the thing is the more you think about it, okay, you go running back at 12, you go linebacker at 18. I'm not sure that – I don't want to discredit the positions, but they're probably the two least valued in the first round positions.
Yes.
That right now Brad Holmes has gone out and he went running back first pick for himself, and then you go linebacker. It's just – it is a bit of a head scratcher. I like him as a player, but this is one where I look and I say, could you have gotten Jahmyr Gibbs at the start of the second round? Maybe, maybe not, but you could have had Charbonnet at that point. Is Jack Campbell still there when they pick at 34? I think probably he is. And so it's just the value of these picks. I don't hate the guys, and I don't hate what I think they could probably do for the Lions. I just don't like the timing of the picks.
Right. Definitely could have got Jahmyr Gibbs here, I think, but I mean, look, if they're quality football players are quality football players, right? And nobody will be, complaining about where they were picked. If they don't work out, then yeah, it's a totally different story.
Well, honestly, and here's the other
catch. You just got taken. And you go, could you put Kalijah in the middle of that defense and get more value than a linebacker that you could get in the second or third round? I don't know, like
that would have been my pick.
Yeah. Like I kind of thought.
I mean, if you look at Kancey, I mean, he's got speed. Yes, he's a little undersized, but I think he's a guy that could have made a bigger impact than a linebacker. You could have got Jack Campbell probably at 34. So it's just a little bit head scratching. But Jason, like you said, you got to take good football players and you get good football players. And in 3 years from now, if they're producing for the Detroit Lions, we're not going to look back on this and really complain. But here's the other thing. Matthew Stafford was traded 2 years ago. You got Jared Goff in return. The pick that they took last year at 32, they traded up to get Jamison Williams. Still a lot to be desired, right? We're not going to know what he's going to be halfway through the season. Now you take that number 6 pick, which was the second first-rounder you got for him. You trade back. You get Jahmyr Gibbs. What did you really get? What was the value that you got for trading Matthew Stafford to the Rams?
Yeah, no, I hear you. See if Jared Goff has as good of a season next year. Well, John, I'm saying goodbye, but with what the Lions are doing, who knows? You might be back. Maybe they get back into the first round and have another surprise. But either way, for all things Lions, see my man John Jansen. Necessary.
John, they're going to trade back into the first round to draft another head scratcher. So let's just be prepared.
Hey, my guy Jake Moody from Michigan's available. Maybe they go kicker in the first round.
Yeah, we're prepared for anything at this point. Again, that was John Jansen, Necessary Roughness.
See you, John.
At John Jansen 77. Thank you. As we alluded to here in the Audacy show, Kalijah Kancey, who I had frankly mocked to the Lions and a lot of other people did, goes one spot later to the Tampa Bay Bucks as they try to start rebuilding their defense. And we're not going to talk Bucks here, though. We're going to talk a little Cleveland Browns, who don't have a first-round pick because they made, I don't know, arguably the biggest trade or most controversial trade in recent NFL history a year ago to get Deshaun Watson. To talk about the Browns, we bring in my buddy Daryl Ryder, host of It's Always Game Day in Cleveland at Right or Wrong, FAN. I was going to spell the whole thing out, but we're already behind, so we got to move forward. I'll get you on the back end, Daryl. But obviously no Browns pick right now. Where are you on this football team, though? Year 2 of the Deshaun Watson experiment. Are the Browns ready for liftoff?
They better be. I mean, there's just no question about it. They absolutely ready for liftoff, because if they're not, the franchise is set back tremendously, and we are talking years upon years. Even the many first-round picks that they have blown over the years. This whole rests on Deshaun Watson's feet as well as his right arm. As he goes, this franchise will go. So they gave up a lot of draft capital, which we got to see the Houston Texans use tonight to move up to the number 3 spot. So thank you cards by way of Cleveland, Ohio should be coming. But yeah, it was a controversial trade. When you're desperate to find the franchise quarterback that you haven't had, Jason, for since Bernie Kosar, right? You've got to make moves like this. And so, the way you look at it is, for the second straight year, the Cleveland Browns in the first round of the draft selected Deshaun Watson, quarterback of the Houston Texans.
So you got to sit here for a while right now until the third round where you get a couple of picks. They've added some pieces. Dalvin Tomlinson's group needed something in the middle. It was just a big void watching that defense last year with the injuries at linebacker and at defense, the ineffectiveness at defensive tackle. Where should they go tomorrow starting in the third round?
I think they've got to start trenches because that's where they are the thinnest when you look at this team's depth. Offensive line, defensive line. We saw, as you alluded to, in free agency, Andrew Berry really tried to address the depth on the defensive line. Dalvin Tomlinson, as you mentioned, Ogbonnaya Okoronkwo. They added him in free agency. Maurice Hurst, Tristan Hill, they brought in. So they've tried to fill gaps by spending some money, but they need some young quality depth up there. There's still some questions about, Perion Winfrey got himself in trouble this offseason down in Texas. Tommy Togiai, the former Ohio State Buckeye, really hasn't shown a whole lot, and he was a mid-round pick. So I really think in the trenches is where the priorities need to be first and foremost. I know some want to say wide receiver, but I think that room right now, quite frankly, is crowded, especially because Andrew Berry has spent some draft capital at that position in recent drafts. So offensive line, defensive line, right out of the gate Friday night.
This is the Audacy Draft Show. We are waiting right now for the second Seattle Seahawks selection at pick 19, and we're talking Browns with Daryl Ryder, host of It's Always Game Day in Cleveland. Like all the pods that we're talking to here, you can follow Audacy app, rate, review, subscribe. Daryl, we've got an ownership group there that hasn't been the most patient in the world. I'm guessing if Kevin Stefanski can't make sweet music with the quarterback this year, that it's on to somebody else.
It has to be at this point, right? Because all the excuses are gone. When you look at, quite frankly, the Browns should have been able to make the playoffs the last couple of years. They had the COVID run in 2020. They were literally a play or two away from the conference championship game, and they have fallen apart. Baker Mayfield got hurt, right? So he was the quote-unquote problem. Well, they got rid of him. They brought in Deshaun. Well, he got suspended for 11 games, and, the last 6 weren't all that great. So special teams weren't very good. Defense weren't very good. Okay, well, then now let's fire the coordinators and replace them. So they bring in Bubba Ventrone to take over from Mike Prefer. They replace Joe Woods as well with Schwartz. And so now, there's nothing else for them to do, right? Franchise quarterbacks in place. Skill positions are pretty much set. Offensively, offensive line, at least the starting offensive line, is one of the best in football. And you replace the defensive coordinator, spent some money on the defensive side of the ball. You've got a very good secondary. There's nothing else really left for the Cleveland Browns to do than to start winning some football games.
We'll see. Well, the AFC is a bear,
AFC
man.
North is going to be. With Lamar coming back now, in Pittsburgh retooling. And Cincinnati,
that was not news the Browns fans wanted to see today, was Lamar Jackson getting that contract.
5 more years.
I know.
But, let's be honest about it. When Odell decided to sign with the Ravens, did we really think chance Lamar was leaving the Ravens? Like, really? I mean, Odell's a very smart man. From a football standpoint and a business standpoint, he was all in on the Lamar Jackson business. And look, I tip my hat to Lamar. I had been saying for weeks and weeks that I thought Lamar really needed an agent. And you know what? Good for him. He got $30 million more on his contract, albeit $45 million less guaranteed than Deshaun, but he's going to be able to make potentially 30 more than Deshaun. So good for Lamar Jackson getting that deal done on his own.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you joining us here, Daryl. You do a tremendous job covering the Browns. For your Browns coverage, again, you can go to It's Always Game Day in Cleveland. Daryl Ruiter at Right or Wrong. I'm going to spell it this time. RuiterWrongFan. Right or Wrong FAN. I think I got it right. We'll see if the Browns get it right this year. Thank you as always, brother. We appreciate it. We are again in, I guess, not quite. We're past the midpoint. Past the midpoint of the first round.
No,
We're
back,
careening into the 20s.
It's moving.
Yeah, we're careening into the 20s, and the Seattle Seahawks have used their second pick. And this is one I nailed in my mock draft. I also had it at plus 2,500, Baldy. So I made some money on this one. The first wide receiver is gone. It is Jackson Smith-Njigba, and he goes to Seattle, who look, if you would have told me Seattle traded up and got him higher in this draft, I wouldn't have been surprised because I know they really like him. So it's a modern game. You throw the ball all over the place. They went and got who they think's the number one corner in this draft, and now it looks like, to some people, the number one receiver.
Well, they've had two great receivers in Lockett and DK Metcalf. They need a third. They've been leaning on tight ends. They had that ability to play three tight ends. They got the running back last year from Michigan State. This makes a lot of sense. Whether, Lockett can take something off his plate right here. They got a little bit more explosive in the passing game. Let's face it. If you want to beat San Francisco, you need point scorers. They were hanging with San Francisco in a playoff game right there until the turnover, when Geno had the ball knocked out of his hands. They were right there with him getting ready to score. They need point scorers. And JSN, the year that he had 2 years ago with CJ Stroud in Ohio State, was one of the best that we've seen in college football. He's going to bring that type of ability. It doesn't surprise me or a lot of people that he's the first wide receiver taken, and it took all the way to pick 20 for it to happen.
Yeah, I'm not shocked by it as well because of that position group, how much variance it is, and the lack of a true bona fide stud, a guy you hang your hat on day one. Baldy, it's also sort of interesting to me as, again, the Chargers are on the clock. You look at what Seattle's done here. They've tended to kind of be, I don't know, maybe a little in some drafts and maybe reach for certain guys or guys who were off the grid. Nobody thought were going to go there. This is kind of like, I don't want to say ho-hum, but like as expected, right? Like whether they took Carter or whether they took, corner number one, like that's not it's not weird. It's not odd, right? This pick feels like almost not totally John Schneider-like, They could have had their chance of taking any pass catcher in this draft. They picked the guy a lot of people thought would go there.
So if you just look, a couple of things have happened now. So they make the big trade with Russell Wilson, and they elevate Geno Smith, and he plays like a top flight starter. 30 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. He had a good season, really good season. They make the playoffs. Nobody thought happened with the department. Then you go and draft 2 tackles, Charles Cross, Abe Lucas. Like you get your tackles, okay? That's always a problem for a lot of teams. You get your quarterback, you get 2 tackles, you get a running back. Then you get a Pro Bowl corner. So like they struck gold. You turn your franchise around quickly. You can get that quarterback position figured out, which I think they did. I think they feel really good about Geno. And I don't think this is a one-year wonder. I think he's going to play at or near the level we saw this year. And now you just start adding pieces. Okay, we get ourselves a legit top flight number one corner. We go get ourselves right now a top flight receiver who can play inside, he can play outside, depending on what you want to do. You're just building. You've got so much of your periphery built, so much of your foundation in place. Now you start just adding like real complementary, star quality young players right now to develop. And one thing else I'll say real quick, Jason. I'll never forget Pete telling me this one time. They were playing a bunch of rookies. I think it was the year Chancellor was a rookie and Sherman was still real young. So I said to him, a lot of guys, Pete, that don't play rookies. Like they just redshirt them. He goes, when I was at USC, I played freshman. I'm playing rookies here because they're not going to be rookies in week 14, and we're going to need them in week 14. And we may make mistakes early and maybe even lose games early, but we're going to win to the right. And so I feel like these two players are going to be pros, like day one, helping the Seattle team, like that they drafted a year.
No, it's great points, and that franchise certainly looks a whole hell of a lot more fortified right now than it did at this time a year ago. We are again on pick 21 here, the LA Chargers on lock on Audacy's NFL. I'm Jay Canfora. I'm being joined this entire first round by Brian Baldinger at Baldy NFL. I am at Jason Canfora on Twitter. You can catch us every week on the In the Huddle podcast. Subscribe on the Audacy app, wherever you get your podcast, and as well all of our great guests who have great podcasts covering all these teams. You can find them on the Audacy app as well, and please also subscribe to the Audacy Sports channel on there on Twitch. Baldy, are you bracing for a run on pass catchers now? And I'm not going to say wide receivers because it could be tight ends as well. As much as we heard about this tight end class, and as much as we heard, well, somebody might grab one of these receivers right around 10, 11, 12 or thereabouts, I suspect we see a bunch of them start to go here, right? I mean, Baltimore, even with OBJ, you know, and I know that they like corners too, but like, could they do something?
Well, I mean,
you have to think we're going to see the Giants coming up in a few picks, I would think, and the Chargers right here at 21. I think it's tight end, maybe ultimately a little more size, but it could be a wide receiver also.
Flowers to be a slot. It could be Mike Mayer or Dalton Kincaid at tight end. I feel like you have to look. You're up 27-0 in a playoff game, and you can't finish the deal. Like, you need points, and you know, I think that right now you have to Herbert, and you have to go look. Like, we know he's good, but let's allow him to be great. Let's get him some more help. I feel like tight end, like they've been raving about this tight end class since way before the Senior Bowl this year. Been listening to it. We haven't seen one come off. We just saw our first receiver. I'm with you, Jason. I think this is on receivers right here. Whether it's Zay Flowers, Kincaid, Mayer, like, I believe one of these three guys is going to become a Charger.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've talked about quarterbacks, right, and how you build around them and how you do it the right way, and then ultimately how much you have to pay them. And they may be able to put off the Justin Herbert payday for a while, and we'll see. Joe Burrow's next man up now, and I think he probably gets done, especially now that Lamar's done. But, yeah, you're going to have to try to put the best cast possible around him, and then you're going to have to pay him a hell of a lot of money to keep him.
Well, they just selected Quentin Johnston from TCU. He was number one receiver in this. He's the biggest guy. He's the true X. So, you know, Mike Williams and then out of lineup, getting older, but like, he's a guy that could go win jump balls. You know, if you want to just let Justin Herbert air it out, this is a guy to go get it. You know, he's in that mode of, you know, AJ Brown, of DK Metcalf. Like, he's that big X guy. You throw the jump balls to, you throw the red zone shots to, you put the ball in the rim, let him go up and get it. Strength and length, and he can run, and he's got a vertical leap to him. So they got a guy that Quentin on the side. Doesn't surprise me that it was Quentin versus an inside guy or even a tight end. But, you know, they want to keep that wide receiver room strong. And it took a you know, when Keenan got hurt last year, they went backwards. Mike Williams missed time. Josh Palmer wasn't the answer to elevate the game. So I feel like this is kind of where the Chargers were going all along.
Well, lucky for us, Baldy, we have two distinguished gentlemen to talk to about the host of Bolt City, Josh Pillay, and a guy who's near and dear to my heart. Not that all of our guests aren't, but Mario Heron, super producer, my Sunday morning buddy. He does some of the worst accents I've ever heard in the world, but he is a hardcore Bolt head, I guess you'd call it. So I'll start with you, Mario, and then Josh, you please jump in. Level of surprise by this? Did you think it was a pass catcher all along? Any concerns that it's this particular one, Johnston, who has great size, but maybe the hands at times give you pause?
Yeah, I first would like to say, boy, do I miss seeing your beautiful face every Sunday morning, Jason. I miss that. That made my morning
It'll
every
be
single
back,
time.
I
I knew I was
think.
going to win some
Maybe.
bets. We hope so. But yeah, we knew all along that we were going to get a pass catcher. That was just kind of the most important thing, right? With Justin Herbert, you had to do something more. I mean, you mentioned it, Baldy, when Keenan Allen got hurt, it kind of fell apart for the Chargers. Then Mike Williams got hurt. Next thing you know, we have Michael Bandy out there catching passes for us. And while I love the guy that puts a lot of heart out there, he's just not very good.
Right.
I do, and you mentioned John got a lot of size. He had experience in the slot and the outside this year at TCU. He took a big jump from this year, from last year, which is obviously huge. The big thing that stood out to me is in a lot of reports that he said, he was very unselfish, very team first player. And I think when you're going to get a pass catcher going to the Chargers, they're going to need to be that, because you're going to have Keenan Allen and Mike Williams ahead of you. You're not going to get a lot of balls, man. You're not going to get a lot of balls your way. You're third guy, so you're going to have to be a little unselfish and got to learn kind of in your first 2 years. So huge fan of it. Maybe you would have preferred a tight end, but hey, when Tommy Boy makes a decision, you got to live with it.
I like the pick. I thought for sure pass catcher. I was thinking maybe Michael Mayer would be the tight end that they'd go with right there, considering all the ends are still on the board. A little bit surprised. I agree with Baldy. I thought Zay Flowers might have been the guy right there in the slot. Made a lot of sense, but that means we have three guys now in the offense, 6'3" or taller. Throw the ball up, they're going to go and get it. Quentin Johnston's a hell of a player. Unfortunately, the last game he played, he was getting his butt kicked against Georgia. I'd like to see him do a little bit more of the butt kick for the Chargers next season.
Well, he did that butt kick in submission before, when he was just taking, shallow crosses, 75 yards for touchdowns. I feel like he's he's going to need Keenan and Mike to work with him, because I don't think his route running is very polished at all. I think any corner going up against him is going to kind of know what he's doing. Like he's got a long ways to go, but I think the talent is there. And some days in this business, throw the ball out there, inside the numbers, and just let the guy go get it. Like just add that component to your offense. Justin has as big his arm as anybody in this business. It's good to have big guys that can go get it and can out jump people. It's not the highest percentage play, but sometimes you're going up against the city and you do that shootout. Like take your shots. Take your shots. You got to knock off Kansas City eventually if you're ever going to go anywhere in this in the postseason. Like that's how you beat Kansas City. And Patrick, you're going to have to take some shots, and he's guy that can rim. So I think that's what they're looking at. They're looking at a guy that's a point scorer, and he's going to fit in with the way that we like to play football.
Baldy, let me ask you a question. Do you think the Chargers could have traded him and still got him?
You mean traded back? Traded back
and still got him.
Yeah,
that was.
Yeah,
I think they could have. I think they could have traded down and still got him. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a gamble. It's a gamble because, Giants are going to pick here. Baltimore's picking. Minnesota's picking. Like all those teams could be in the mode for a receiver. And it's just a question of, do you want that slot guy, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers? Do you want the X receiver? What do you want? So then you're kind of guessing unless you got great intel. So it's a little bit of a gamble. But I feel like sometimes you're at the spot where you can clearly see there's a run of receivers. It's happening right now. We're going to continue to see it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And so then it's a question of, if the guy that we like the most is there, why even try to take a chance? Just take him.
This is Audacy's coverage of the NFL Draft. We appreciate everyone for tuning in. I'm Jason Canfora. I'm joined by Brian Baldinger. And right now we're talking about the Chargers and their pick 21. They went with the receiver, Quentin Johnston. We are joined by Josh Pillay and Mary O'Haron, the host of City. Moving forward here, guys, Bosa, health, then you got on the other side, maybe a little bit of age. How much do you think they need to lean into kind of fortifying and restocking this defensive line, even after the moves a year, for Khalil Mack?
It's certainly gonna be a lot of restocking. It's like it's like your mom on Christmas Eve. She's gonna be stocking it up, and that's what the Chargers gonna have to do. Mac is probably have 1 year left in him. Like that's just it is what it is. He probably has 1 year left, and if we get the Mac that we've seen in 2018 for the Chicago Bears, going to be sitting pretty and could win the division. but chances of that happening are very, very low, and he's expensive, so you have to get out of that contract. So I think also with this pick, I said on a show multiple times, I want a pass catcher, I want an edge rusher, because just the expiration dates are coming for Joey Bosa and Mac, and they're coming quick. And I know, Dave Pele is another guy on our show. He's not the biggest Joey Bosa fan. I wouldn't say they would be having dinner together anytime soon. So it's pretty big that there's issues coming, age is coming. They went in a win now mode, and we want to do it to win. And that's great and all. Just that window is a 2-year window, and we just burned 1 year. So if you don't do anything in this year, it's going to be a real tough year for Chargers fans. And on top of all that, you got a big contract you got to pay with that beautiful man with long hair and Justin Herbert. So it's something that really worries me, but I think this year is really, really the full all chips all the way in. We got to do something right here.
Josh,
I
guess you
agree.
co-sign?
I think Nolan Smith. Yeah, I co-sign. Nolan Smith would have been a guy I'd be interested in. Joey Bosa obviously missed a lot of time last season, and Khalil Mack disappeared for half of the game. So I thought edge rusher would be a good move here. Maybe in the second round, we can somebody on the line. We also were probably the worst team, I think, in the NFL last year, stopping the run. We need big-time help on the defensive line.
Zay Flowers just went to Baltimore. The run is officially on in these receivers. So, yes, I feel like what they thought they were going to get with the addition of J.C. Jackson and Khalil, like it just never materialized. There was some weekends last year. I remember Dameon Pierce going for 75. There were some weekends they couldn't tackle anybody. Like something has to change culture-wise. Like their ability to give up just big, huge plays over, even with Derwin back there. Like it's something the way that they're structured. Like you could change Eric Kendricks out for Drew, and you do all that stuff. I feel like those plays are still out there that teams are going to keep making on them, and something has to change or stop that from happening. When I watch that defense play, we saw it in the second half, obviously against Jacksonville, which was the biggest gut punch I've ever seen in the playoffs. But like it's just something has to change culturally, I believe, and I don't know where that starts. It's more than just Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa being at their very best.
Yeah, could have started with Sean Payton to come into LA, but beggars can't be choosers.
Oh, that would have cost a pretty penny. That would have cost a pretty penny there. Well, look, you guys will have a lot to talk about this pick and moving forward. Again, Bolt City, great Chargers podcast. Josh, Mario Aaron, thank you guys so much for joining us. Mario, hopefully we do see each other over Zoom again or whatever. Sundays in the fall, we'll see. I don't know if we've been renewed or not. We'll find out, I guess, eventually. And yes, as Baldy said, and again, this is Audacy's coverage of the NFL draft. We've been doing this about 6 hours straight now, Baldy, so I was due for a flub or two. It is the NFL draft. Pick 21 is in. It is another run on receivers. It is Zay Flowers from Boston College. So the Ravens get Odell Beckham. They're linked to maybe getting DeAndre Hopkins. Rashad Bateman should be back from injury at some point for them in this offseason. And now they add another weapon for Jackson, who they just secured for the next 5 years. And Bryce Young interview we want to get to in a minute, Baldy. But with the Vikings on the clock and that pick for the Ravens, just your reaction to it, and then we'll hear from the first overall pick in the draft.
Well, I mean, if you just gave Lamar Jackson a new 5-year extension, you signed Odell Beckham Jr. to a very lucrative contract, and you're waiting on Rashad Bateman to heal, and you're bringing a new offense coordinator, maybe it's going to be a new day in Baltimore, and maybe we're going to see a new Lamar Jackson. Because if you're going to invest in all these receivers, it doesn't make any sense to run anything close to the offense that we've watched over the last 5 years. Like, it has to change, and Lamar has to get better. So, I mean, if he's still throwing to Mark Andrews 10 times a game and everybody else is getting 2 targets, like, things aren't getting any better, And I have a feeling like that's his safety blanket is Mark Andrews, which is great, but also leads to a lot of interceptions and poor throws. So he has to get better. And now it's up to the offense to be designed to get all these guys, because Zay Flowers, they tell me he can play outside. In fact, the comp, Jason, is Steve Smith Sr. And we saw what Steve became when he went to Baltimore. Like he was an ass kicker the day he got to Baltimore. Like now, if Zay plays like that, they got themselves a home run. I don't know that, anybody plays like Steve.
The Ravens draft history with wide receivers has been spotty at best. Well, the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock right now. Are they the team for Hendon Hooker? Another who would be the fifth? No, he'd be the fourth. I forgot. Will Levis is still out there. So will we see the Vikings go quarterback here? We'll find out on the other side. But we wanted to bring you pick one of the few non-surprises in this draft. Bryce Young chatted with Theo Harris after he was selected by the Panthers. Let's hear what he had to say.
Thanks very much. We are joined now by Bryce Young, who was selected by the Carolina Panthers with the #1 pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. This is the first Crimson Tide player to be drafted #1 overall in the modern draft era. Try to put into words, Bryce, the emotion of this night.
Yeah, I can't, especially not right now. It's surreal. This is, it's a moment that you dream of, and to be able to be picked by the Panthers and be able to join an organization like Carolina, it's a dream come true. And I'm still trying to process it real time. It's still a whirlwind, but I'm super grateful. I'm super blessed.
Now, I have to talk about the suit. For people, this is radio. Some people saw you on TV. Is that a light crimson color? Is that a crimson reddish color?
Kind of like a rose-ish, I guess.
Rose,
yeah.
And a very interesting necklace. I like that. Are those actual pearls on there?
They are pearls.
Were you inspired by Garrett Wilson's fit last year? He had pearls on last year. I like this.
Yeah, he was fly. I thank you, and I appreciate that.
Who's here with you tonight? Who was the first person that you looked at when you were drafted?
Yeah, my parents, my mom and my dad. I'm super blessed to. Maybe I'm a little biased, but they have the best parents in the world. They're the reason I'm here and I'm the man that I am today. And having them next to me throughout this, tonight and then throughout, just like they've been throughout my entire life, it meant the world to me.
How confident were you that you were going to be a Panther when you landed here in Kansas City?
I don't think I wasn't confident in anything because I didn't really put a lot of stock in what was going to happen. I felt like, where I got drafted is something I can't control. I try to do my best to present myself in the best light and try to be transparent and open and talk with all the teams that that took time and were able to give me the time to express that. And I didn't know it was going to happen, but I had peace, and whatever did happen, I knew it was where I was supposed to be. I knew God was going to handle that stuff. So I didn't know anything, and for me, I was good with that. There was a lot of peace for me in that, so I'm super excited.
We're talking to Bryce Young, the #1 overall pick. Frank Reich, he has won a Super Bowl as an offensive coordinator. He has coached some of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, like Peyton Manning, Phillip Rivers. What advantages come with your head coach being a former NFL quarterback himself and an offensive coordinator?
Yeah, I mean, Coach Reich having the experience that he does, and just him having the philosophy that he does, I feel like there's so much for me to learn. Obviously throughout this process, you don't get that much time with teams. I was able to take a visit there and, able to talk with them, a couple other times. And throughout every single time that I talked to them, I was able to learn so much just in those small little windows. And, now obviously actually being able to play for him and be in the same building every single day, get that coaching. I'm so excited to be a sponge and soak all that up and to learn from him and grow underneath his coaching.
Bryce, so much was made about your size, 5'10", 204 pounds at the combine. I heard a former GM say, though, the one measurement we didn't hear is that his heart is 2 inches bigger than most of the other prospects in this draft. How ready are you to debunk the myth that there's only one prototype of quarterback that can find success in the NFL?
Yeah, for me, honestly, I'm not too big on debunking anything or trying to prove things wrong or anything like that. For me, I know who I am, and I try to focus on what I can control. And, whatever the narrative may be, positive, negative, I think that's the beauty of sports. We get to come together and talk and have opinions, and I'm grateful for that. But for me, I put all my focus and energy on trying to be the best version of myself for the team, and I'm excited to get to Carolina, to get to work and to put all my energy into improving so that I can help the team.
You keep looking over at the TV monitors. Who are you looking to see gets drafted? Who are you waiting for here?
Honestly, I'm just it's really
You're just
cool.
interested.
I am, because whether they're here or not, it's really surreal. Growing up, I watched the draft every year, and at first you're hearing names, but now there's people I know, and there's people that I'm cool with, and people, most of the people in this class that I've met one way or another, or people I knew before, and everything in between. So it's really cool, honestly. I get super excited for everyone else. It's not just my night; it's everyone else is here, and we're all living out our dreams tonight. And to be able to see them do it, it's a lot of fun for me.
What was it like to hear Will Anderson's name called 2 picks after you?
It was crazy. It was crazy. Hearing Will's name, them training up to get Will, like I think that shows exactly the special player that he is. And I would have done the same. Will's Will. It was an honor to play with him. That's always going to be my brother for life. Amazing player and even a better person. And to hear him and hear his dreams, become realized, for them to trade up and him to get picked where he is, the place he's going. I'm so happy for him.
You, Mac Jones, Tua Tagovailoa, throwing Jalen Hurts, who played at Alabama there. Have you reached out to any of them to kind of get you ready for what life might be like over the next couple of months reporting to camp?
Yeah, for sure. Having them, being the last quarterbacks that have been there, having that quarterback legacy is something that really means a lot to me. It's something that I try my best to uphold, and even when I first got there, I took pride in that and trying to further the legacy and uphold that and play to the standard of the people that were before me in Jay Hurst, Mac, Tua, and I've been able to talk to them since then, and for them to have the success that they've had at the next level too. I've picked their brains and asked for advice, and they've been kind enough to give me that and to talk to me and give me guidance, and for us to have that, the quarterback brotherhood at Alabama, it really means a lot to me.
A national champion, Heisman Trophy winner, #1 overall pick. I cannot wait to see what your next Everest is in the NFL. Bryce Young, #1 overall pick. Thanks so much for being here with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
That's Bryce Young, selected #1 by the Carolina Panthers. With Westwood One's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft, I'm Amber Theo Harris.
Wow. Impossible not to be impressed by that young man, Baldy. This is Audacy's coverage of the first round of the NFL Draft. I am Jason La Canfora. I am with Brian Baldinger. You can find us every week, in fact, twice on many weeks, on the In the Huddle podcast. Great football banter with our buddy Carl Dukes. Please subscribe, Audacy app, wherever you get your podcast. You don't want to miss a single episode. And Baldy, before we heard that great interview with Bryce Young, the Minnesota Vikings were on the clock. Their pick is in. It is Jordan Addison. The run on receivers goes on.
4 in a row. So it started right there when Seattle took Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. It followed with the Chargers taking Quentin Johnston, the Ravens taking Zay Flowers, and then Jordan Addison going to Minnesota. So it's a passing league. You got your quarterbacks. Give them as much help as possible. We might see another one go to the New York Giants here in a couple picks. We thought the run would happen, and we kind of thought it would happen later. And it was really a question of how you want to stack these guys and, how you value them, because they're all kind of pretty bunched together. Jordan Addison had an unbelievable year in 2021 at Pitt with Kenny Pickett. He worked with Caleb this year at USC after transferring. Not quite as productive, but I will say this, Jason, just the suits that these kids are wearing. Like, I don't own these suits in my closet.
You could pull it off, Baldy. You could pull it off.
Jason, the suit game is strong. It is really like Jordan Addison is busting out this suit. Like, it's strong. It's just like, it's for the moment, man. These kids say, you wait till I get there, you'll see it. They're proving it.
Well, as we sit here, Baldy, there's some corners still on the board that I think we thought might have been gone by now. I heard some buzz, maybe Joey Porter Jr. was going to slip a little bit. I mean, we're still in the mid-20s. I don't know if that qualifies. I thought Deonte Banks from Maryland would be gone. The safety, Brian Branch from Alabama, I thought might be gone. And we've only seen 3 quarterbacks thus far. Will Levis, I thought he might go to the Colts 4th overall. I heard a lot of buzz about that. They obviously had other plans with Anthony Richardson. And some thought Hendon Hooker might go to the Vikings, especially you get that 5th-year option, that redshirt year. You've only really got one more year probably of Kirk Cousins. Any of that stuff surprise you? And could you see someone like maybe New Orleans leaning in and being the next team to take a quarterback?
I could. In fact, I'm just I think that Will Levis would fit in real well with his arm strength and his talent and what they have there. I don't think he'd be a threat year one or year two to Derek Carr. It would make a lot of sense. They've been trying to get that position right for 3 years since Drew retired. So there's a landing spot for Will. It's not the end of the world by any stretch. I just think the corners, like Wink Martindale needs corners in New York. Like they're picking right now, right? And so you go, okay, Deonte Banks right here. Could that be the corner? Could Joey Porter Jr. be? Like I feel like, all right, the Giants did some things in free agency with the offense. The offensive line came together pretty good last year. They could still use a guard, no Osiris Torrance. But I feel like one of those corners, Deonte Banks or Joey Porter Jr., would be a perfect fit right now for what the Giants are trying to do.
Yeah, I thought maybe wide receiver, but again, that's been sort of picked through now, So, like, I thought the Giants might find somebody to make life easier for Daniel Jones and try to open that offense up a little more. But I'm with you now, Baldy. I mean, you start looking at that regime, and it's year two, and where can we find an impact player? And if they're trading up for somebody, my suspicion would be, Wink Martindale, how much he prizes corners and leaving those guys on an island, right, Baldy? Because he's going to blitz 7, 8, 9. He doesn't care. So those corners better really be able to hold up. You would tend to think that might be the direction.
It won't surprise me right now if Deonte Banks' name comes off this board. Like I know, like it's impossible to go watch Maryland play Ohio State and go, all right, we know Ohio State has got NFL caliber receivers. Like just go watch Deonte Banks shadow these guys. Like to me, that just looks like if Wink has the type of say, and I'm not saying he does or doesn't, I don't know. It's a group thing. Joe Chain is in charge, but I'm sure Joe is listening to Wink going,
sure.
I took your guys off the street last year. I took them off the street and we plugged them.
Yeah.
And we played and we got to the playoffs. But now give me some dogs out there. Give me some dogs. Let me show you some of the other tricks that I got. If I know if I can match up for 3 or 4 seconds on the perimeter.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought Deonte Banks would be the corner Washington took, and obviously they went, Emmanuel Forbes. I think Pittsburgh Steelers, if they don't trade up to 14 to get an offensive lineman who was really sticking out to them, if they stay at 17 and Deonte Banks is there, I'm pretty confident Deonte Banks is the pick. I'm a little surprised, that the Baltimore Ravens didn't go that direction. They went wide receiver over him. Maybe there's some other defensive backs they think they could get later, although they don't have a second-round pick, which is unusual for them. So I guess that's a long-winded way of saying I'm shocked that this kid was there for Wink Martindale, if that's in fact what happened here.
But just go back to Baltimore. I know you're tight to the organization, the area, the whole thing, but you think like this is all placating Lamar? Like even the need for Banks and the need for a corner after they just signed Odell Beckham and they could get a receiver in the second round and they got Duvernay and Bateman. Like, is this just placating Lamar? Is over maybe their bigger need?
I think that they have heard a lot, and I do 4 hours of radio here,
Banks.
And they hear a lot about how little they did for Lamar Jackson for how long, and how the league went to teams making big-time receivers available via trade like never before, and they sat it all out, and they spent less money on offense than than any other team in terms of offensive skill players than any other team during Lamar's tenure here. And the receivers they drafted didn't work out. And somehow Lamar Jackson, 5 years into his tenure in Baltimore, was their leader in scrimmage yards. Yeah. Just think about that again. He's their leader in scrimmage yards through 5 years of his career, because Mark Andrews is the only guy he could really depend on in the passing game. So do I think some of this is a bit of an overreaction to that? And part of the reason they were willing to pay Odell Beckham $15 million with a chance to easily go to 18 at a time when nobody else was over 10? Yes, I think a lot of that was sort of pushback, like, we heard you, we get it, we can't win 17-14, and we got to give Lamar a real shot here. And it is Deonte Banks, and he's a player that you and I really like, Baldy, and the New York Giants, I think, are going to like it a lot. And we now, on the Audacy NFL Draft Show, get to be joined by What?
Now,
By Sean Marash,
well,
host of one.
Introduce our guest here. Introduce our guest. As I watch Wink Martindale hug O'Shane like it's his best friend in the whole world right now. Yes, it's a good scene there. In the
well,
Giants
and
war
so
room.
they're obviously excited about it in the Giants war room. Sean Marash, host of One Giant Step at Mraz CBS on Twitter. What do you think of this pick? And did you think a corner of this quality would be available this late Thursday night, Sean?
Thanks for having me, guys. First of all, I thought Banks might be there. I was stunned that Joey Porter had fallen this far, and I really thought that would be the play. But, everywhere you turned, everybody assumed Giants had a need at wide receiver, but they have a bunch of guys 5'10" or shorter. They need kind of that ex-big style receiver. That wasn't going to be there here. That Giant defense fell apart last year the moment Adoree Jackson got hurt. They are extremely thin at the cornerback, and Banks plays that press coverage that Wink Martindale, as Baldy just alluded to, loves. He draws comparisons to Marlon Humphrey, who Wink Martindale loved. To come on here and say it's a home run pick for their team, but I really think that this addresses both a best player available scenario and a need for this Giant team.
Yeah. I think that, I think Wink had his corner stacked, and I know Banks was probably near or at the top of that. I think, coordinators pull out certain games. I referenced the Maryland Ohio State game, and you just go, that's Marvin Harrison out there. If he was in this draft, he'd be the first receiver taken. And I'm watching Banks running with them all over the field and challenging them. The way you got to challenge these receivers. Yeah. You're going up against Philly. You're going to try and stop A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, whatever, C.D. Lamb. Like, you got to have guys that can just shadow them and make these quarterbacks make stick throws. So I watched the Band-Aids that they put out there last year at corners. Guys that weren't on the roster when training camp started were out there fighting like hell. Yeah, Fabian Moreau, like they gave everything they had. They probably got themselves more years in the league, but you also knew that they had to upgrade the position. So, look, you have those discussions with Joe and with, coaches, and you go, okay, wide receiver, corner, like who's left? I mean, you have all these scenarios, and to me, Banks for the value versus the receivers, which are still plenty. There's still plenty of talent left on the board. But I don't think there's plenty of Deontay Banks left on the board out there, like that quality corner. And I think those are the kind of decisions that you make.
We're joined by Sean Marash, host of One Giant Step, here on Audacy's coverage of the first round. And how do you think this will be received in the Big Apple, Sean? And how, I guess, confident are you that the Giants can build off of last season, which obviously they took a leap when some thought they might take baby steps? Oh,
I think he might be frozen.
We have lost our connection with
our
Sean.
First one.
First lost. Yeah, I know, right? Our batting average has been pretty darn good. Well, again, if you want to hear everything you need to know about Giants, check out Sean Marash on the One Giant Step podcast. So while we were talking to Sean, it looks like the Jacksonville Jaguars have traded down again. They've yet to make a pick. We now have the Buffalo Bills moving up. They are on the clock, Baldy. This is where I thought Jahmyr Gibbs might go. He went way higher than that. I thought RB2 might go here. We have yet to see the tight end position leaned into at all. Wide receivers have been picked apart. The Buffalo Bills defense took a step back last year. They lost a stud linebacker. I guess at this point in the draft, you can make a case to go in a bunch of different ways.
So Dalton Kincaid is out there. And I just think that with Josh Allen, really struggling in a playoff loss to Cincinnati, they weren't very good up front. I mean, this is where Osiris Torrance could go because the offensive line wasn't good. You could see Dalton Kincaid going right here. You could see they lose Tremaine Edmonds off the ball inside linebacker, like Trenton Simpson is out there. Like I could see one of those three positions, offensive lineman, the tight end, or an off the ball inside linebacker being a Buffalo Bill here pretty shortly.
There's some people out there who feel like the AFC maybe is caught up to Buffalo, and there's not maybe the same sort of, and it's early preseason, or like early in the offseason, but the same sort of hype that was there with the Bills. Like, have they plateaued a little bit? Did they take a step back defensively last year? Do you look at their roster and still see them as a team that, is a legit Super Bowl contender next year?
Well, not after their home loss to Cincinnati, where, they just got beat up front on both sides of the ball badly. And then you say our roster is incomplete. I mean, that's the only way you can win as many games as they did. And then you play Cincinnati at home and you get beat as badly as they did. And you go, our roster is not made to win a Super Bowl. Like, Josh could be all world, and that's part of the problem. Josh feels like he's got to be all world all the time for them to win close games. And that's what leads to, turnovers. And so I think they got to help them. The offensive line, another weapon for sure. Like, those are the kind of things that can maybe help you stay on that path, and it's Dalton Kincaid. So, like, to me, you got to keep helping the quarterback. And this is a smooth route runner, runs like a wide receiver in a tight end body. You can't help but not think Travis Kelce when you watch him play, not making any comparisons to Travis.
Yeah.
He's earned his stripes. But this kid has that type of smoothness to his route running, and his ability after the catch is dangerous as well. And he's a big target at 6'5", or 6'4". So, like, this makes a lot of sense. I think Buffalo was surprised that he was still on the board here, and that's why they traded up. Like, they weren't going to let anybody else. Dallas was probably there, like, waiting to take him because they need a tight end. So I think this is a good move by Buffalo here, Brandon Beane, to step up and go, look, this guy might not be here at 26.
Well, and you mentioned the Bengals, and they're coming up in a few picks, and I think they absolutely would have been looking at somebody like Dalton Kincaid. So maybe that's another way to close the gap. Well, let's hear what our next guest here on the Audacy coverage of the NFL draft has to say about this pick. It is Sal Capaccio, host of It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. He's got an easy Twitter name, which I'm happy about at 11 p.m. as we're hours into this, at Sal Sports. That's an easy one. Sal, did you think this player would be there? What do you think of the selection?
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that I think was always in the mix for the Bills. And, because if you really look at the history of Brandon Shaw McDermott since they've been here, you go back a few years, they've been searching for this type of tight end. Yes, they drafted Dawson Knox, but let's go back a few years. They signed Tyler Kroft. They signed Jacob Hollister. They signed O.J. Howard. They want to run 12 personnel. That's what they want to do. They want to have the ability to flex out a tight end. And Brian Baldy, as you've been talking about here for a little while, Dalton Kincaid is exactly that. He can go up. He can catch the ball. He's very, very athletic. He can be an extra weapon for the Bills. And look, don't discount the fact that the Bills lost, Cole Beasley a couple years ago so much. They wanted someone like that back so much, they re-signed Cole Beasley. Dalton Kincaid can control the middle of the field like Cole Beasley did. He's not the same player in position, but that's what you can do with a player like this. Now, I think he's a lot like Mike Gesicki in that way because he's not going to be a great blocker. He's going to have to gain some mass. He's going to have to learn technique. But I know this organization really believes in their strength and conditioning program. They really believe in their coaching staff, and I think they'll accept and let him grow into that and train him into that while they use him as a pass catcher to help the offense.
What is the plan for this offense going forward? I felt like offensively, their line got exposed in that playoff loss to Cincinnati. Do they feel like what Aaron Kromer can do, that what they have is enough, or could they be aggressive here, in the top of the second round of going to get themselves somebody that can just handle the front of Cincinnati, what Kansas City throws out there, teams that they're going to see in the playoffs every year, or just the Jets right now? Can they handle that front, and do they have the horses to do that right now?
Well, it's a good question, Baldy. We'll see what they want out, and they signed Connor McGovern, not the one of the Jets. He's much more known as a pass blocker than a run blocker. He can run block, but they wanted to help protect Josh Allen, so they did that. They signed David Edwards from the Los Angeles Rams. It comes from a system where he's had to do that a lot, obviously. And they still have a bunch of guys here on the team. Mitch Morse, obviously, at center. Ryan Bates, who they like a lot. I think one of the questions is right tackle. They have a lot of faith in Spencer in the building. You heard Brandon Beane a lot this offseason say, look, he didn't have a full season last year. He had a back injury. He came from a small school. He didn't have all the reps. I think they really believe that he can be better there. And let's remember, they have a mobile quarterback to kind of get him out of trouble. But when the chips are down and you have to go against those big fronts, that's going to be the question. I would not rule out the Bills adding to the offensive line throughout this draft, but I think that they made the moves already that they feel will allow them to be better than they were last year.
Okay.
Speaking of Sal Capaccio, host of It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. We're talking Buffalo Bills right now. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. Maybe we see tight end here. Where are you on, I guess, this defense? You know, Leslie Frazier steps away. I think that probably caught some people by surprise. They're not able to keep the linebacking core together. The pass rush hasn't become, I think, what they thought it would become when they drafted some of these kids recently. And Vaughn coming back off a serious injury, how big of an issue is the front seven?
Well, they're going to have to get some pass rush, especially early in the season until Vaughn is ready. And hopefully he is ready to come back, you know, fully healthy and he can be Von Miller. But I do think you have to kind of consider what it looks like until then and consider the fact they do have a new play caller in Sean McDermott. He's going to run defense. He's going to be the play caller. And I talked with Ron Rivera back at the owners' meetings in Arizona and said when he called plays for you back in Carolina, what was he like? He said he was aggressive, sometimes too aggressive. I had to kind of dial him down a little bit. And I wonder if the Bills will maybe be a little bit aggressive here and, you know, use the blitz a little bit. Also, an underrated signing they had recently is Taylor Rapp, the safety that came over from the Rams. You know, the Bills have Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer. They lose Tremaine Edmonds, but Taylor Rapp can play all three levels. He can come down in the box. He can play deep. I think they're going to try and go with maybe a hybrid type of defense and get pressure and manufacture it different ways. I also like to point out that Greg Rousseau, I think, came along really nice last year. I think he's a good player. They did re-sign Shaq Lawson. You know, he played really well last year. Until you get Von Miller back, there's going to be a question about getting off the edge. And even when he comes back, you're going to have to do it. The Bills got to the quarterback at a pretty good rate when he was playing. When he didn't, though, and he got hurt, that's when things went wrong. So it's definitely something that's an area they're going to want to, you know, address. But I wonder, too, guys, there's quite a few veteran pass rushers still on the market. You know, after the compensation, the compensatory deadline passes, do the Bills go and maybe look into one of them, like a Frank Clark or someone like that, and a veteran
Justin
guy
Houston,
help, especially until Von comes back? That's exactly right. The good call right there, Jason. I think there's quite a few of those guys on the market.
Yeah. You know, Josh spoke recently, Sal, and he was talking about, you know, the turnovers last year were too many. And he talked about how he's got to change his style of play. And I don't know if he can or if he can't. But what would he try to do in order to kind of maybe corral? Because we love the off-the-schedule stuff and some of the plays that they can make. But can you live with the mistakes that it led to in certain games last year? And I'm just curious what you're hearing, what he's going to try to work on in order to bring that in a little bit.
Well, he has to just play smarter. I don't know if it's working on anything specifically physically, Baldy. It's more about up here. It's more about knowing when, taking those opportunities when they present themselves, but understanding it's the second quarter of week 6 versus a fourth down in the fourth quarter of, you know, week 15, and the division's on the line. I think that's what it is. But look, Sean McDermott said it right when he talked to us at the owners' meetings. As long as Josh has been the quarterback and as long as Josh will be the quarterback, we'll probably always have this conversation because, like you said, you also don't want him not to be Josh. You want to have him be Josh Allen. I think the problem, if you want to say it with Josh, who's been so great over the first 5 years of his career, is he tries to win the Super Bowl on every play. I think that's the kind of thing he has to dial back. In those situations, you don't have to run over a linebacker. You don't have to jump over a safety. You can live to fight another day, and hopefully that will allow you to sustain your career more and allow your team to win more games through the season and be healthier at the end of the season.
Well, Sal, we appreciate your time. I know it's getting late for everybody, and we'll see what the rest of this offseason holds for the Bills, and maybe they do have a few prudent free agent signings still to come. That was Sal Capaccio, host of It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. You can find him on Twitter at Sal Sports, and we continue our coverage of the first round of the NFL Draft here for Audacy. It's Jason La Canfora with Brian Baldinger. You can find us every week, sometimes twice a week, on the In the Huddle podcast. We hope you follow, rate, review us on the Audacy app, along with all these other great team-centric podcasts and the hosts that we've been talking to. And Baldy, we finally get to the Jacksonville Jaguars. On the clock for us is it's at least, I guess, the third time. I would think offensive line might make some sense for them as they try to better incubate their franchise quarterback. And we've got the Cam Robinson, the suspension, the specter of that. And they've obviously been comfortable moving back a couple of times here.
Well, before we get to that, I think we should address what Dallas just did. Dallas just took Mazi Smith from Michigan. And I spent 3 hours on Wednesday night reviewing Micah Parsons' pass rushes last year. and he wins at an unbelievable rate. And he's got no help. He's got nothing in the middle. There's no interior push. And so I just showed him some plays, and he was like, "I've been screaming for a ball. We need just a beast in the middle that can push the pocket." And sure enough, like, I don't think I had anything to do with this, but I put it all over the internet. And there's Mazi Smith coming from Michigan, who is exactly that, an explosive, rocked up, big, strong defensive tackle that they have been missing from this defense. And I feel like you're going to watch, like, they like Javon Hargrave did in Philadelphia what,
right.
Reddick gets 19 sacks. Watch what Bosa gets this year. You watch, if Mazi is the player that I think he's going to be, watch the production of Micah Parsons go way up, and the takeaways go way up as a result on that defense.
Well, what are your concerns, right? Because everybody wants D tackles, and it's become a premium position, especially if you can help affect the pass rush and you're not just stuffing the run. Yet here he is available at the back end of the first round. So what are the potential pitfalls with him?
Well, I mean, if he's not a guy that's a 3-down player, where he's not Chris Jones on third downs, he's not Fletcher Cox, he's not Devon Hargrave. Like, that's the concern. But Dallas, I mean, I've watched enough tape on him. Like, he's going to cause some problems in the middle, and that's what they need to do. They need a guy that when Mike is beating some right tackle off the edge, that quarterback just can't freely step up and avoid the rush, because it's been really Micah and just everybody else like late to the party. And so I think this is going to help him. I said he should be a 20-sack guy. He should be a full-time edge rusher, and he could lead this league in sacks if he had interior push and played more on the edge than covering slot receivers and dropping down the middle for tight ends. Like, I just think if you just left him on the edge, he'd be the perennial sack leader in this league.
We talked, it feels like a long time ago, but I guess it was in the 7 o'clock hour leading up to our draft coverage here on Audacy about a potential run on D tackles late in this first round, and that teams might see value there, and they might see some of these guys, standing out a little bit more than at some other positions, and maybe more wide receivers went certainly in a row than we might have projected, even if it started a little later than some thought. So do you still think that's a very real proposition? I guess the Eagles wouldn't double down after their move, right? But you're looking there at a team like Cincinnati coming up, where I think, D-line might be something that interests them. I would think New Orleans would be looking that way.
Jacksonville right now, I feel like Jacksonville made a mistake last year in taking Trayvon Walker over Aiden Hutchinson. Like, maybe, time will prove me wrong on that, and maybe Jacksonville will be right. But I feel like Nolan Smith is sitting right there. This is a rocked up, twitched up edge rusher. Defensively, they had Josh Allen there, and he's been okay. But I just feel like they need that guy off the edge. Like, to me, this is where Nolan Smith goes. And if he somehow goes past here, I don't think he's going to get past Philadelphia at 30 for sure. He's not going to get past 30. But maybe even somebody like New Orleans or Cincinnati says everybody can invest in a player like this.
You would like Smith here more than the kid from Clemson, Murphy?
Yeah, I like him better because I like his speed better. I like his twitchiness and his suddenness better than Murphy. Myles Murphy went to Clemson as a 275-pound freshman, and he was a good player. I just haven't seen like this development from him. Now, maybe there's another level when he gets to the NFL with right coaching, but I just seen a plateau from him. I see the talent. I see the size. You love all that. But you just don't see like the production go up the way a player with that type of ability should.
Well, we should have that pick in here shortly. Again, as the Jacksonville Jaguars have bounced around a few times. We have the Cincinnati Bengals still to come, New Orleans Saints still to come. And we are winding down here on our first round coverage of the NFL draft for Audacy. Any other players for you, Baldy, while we wait for confirmation on this pick, who you just feel like regardless of position, like there's value there? Joey Porter Jr., we heard there might be a slide. That's starting to look like an extreme slide.
Well, I mean, they could use a corner for sure. I mean, Joey Porter would fit in. That's an issue. I feel like this Cam Robinson thing is a real serious issue. Like, he's going to miss time. They lost their right tackle, Juwan Taylor, in free agency. They can move Walker Little to one side or the other. I feel like a guy like Anton Harrison at Oklahoma is a guy that they could draft, and maybe it's Anton Harrison. So they just took him right out of my mouth. Yeah. Like, Anton Harrison, like, you got to be concerned. You got Cam Robinson in some, going to miss time, and Juwan Taylor is a really good place for Kansas City now. Like, they got to get somebody ready, to keep the wall on Trevor Lawrence strong. And this was really the fifth best tackle. And so it does surprise me that we actually, if you count Skoronski, I think we have 5 or 6 go right now in the first.
Yeah, Cam Robinson again facing a pending suspension. They do take Anton Harrison here. Are you surprised at all that they wouldn't lean into something like maybe Dewan Jones and the massive man that he is to try to help their offensive line?
I think there's just concerns about, he weighs 380 plus right now, Jason. I just think there's concerns with guys like that can get over 400. And if you're over 4, like, it just can happen. It doesn't take much. With guys that are built like that have that kind of frame, suddenly you're 400 through practice, games, 17 weeks. Like, it's just, it can wear down a player a lot faster. Like, Harrison is 315 pounds. He's an elite athlete. He's got a great frame. He's probably going to get bigger. I just feel like when you're 380 to start with, getting to the NFL level, the concern is, can we keep it under 400? Like, can you play at 400 if you get there? And I think that's part of the issue right now with Dwan. He always loved basketball, so maybe, like, he plays all season basketball, keeps it down, but there's no guarantee.
Yeah, we'll see where he ends up going. Might not be tonight, although I don't know. I just have a little hunch that maybe Andy Reid takes a shot on that big man at 31. So the Cincinnati Bengals, boy, this is uncharted territory for them, Baldy. Naming rights were sold. Joey Burrow going to get paid a whole lot of money sometime soon. Mike Brown seems to be as aware of that as anyone, and they are in Super Bowl or bust mode after what they've accomplished the last few years.
Is this where Mike Mayer goes?
It would seem to be. It would seem to be a fit, right? I mean, if you're looking at an area of skill position play where they could use an upgrade and give Joe Burrow one more different body type to play with, right? You would think this might be the spot.
Well, I mean, he played not too far away in Columbus, and so you wouldn't have to go very far, to go, limo him down for an interview tomorrow to present him. And I think it's a real position of need. They lost Uzomah. They keep losing these tight ends through free agency.
Hayden Hurst, 1 year gone.
You got to keep giving Burrow, like, you go out and you get Zeus in a trade or free agency. All right. You continue to dress the offensive line. Like, you might lose T. Higgins down the road. You better get yourself an elite pass catcher. And that would make a lot of sense right here. They lost all their safeties. Brian Branch is out there. Like, there's positions that are available that they could use right now.
Yeah, I mean, even you look at edge. You know what I mean? And Hendrickson wasn't quite the same last year as the year before, right? So yeah, which makes sense. The pass rusher at a Clemson. I actually hit this one in my mock draft, which I don't hit too many this late. But I just kind of thought he would fall because the tape's kind of iffy, right? But the body type you might be able to buy into. And as much as you're thinking tight end, there might be more meat on that tight end bump to come versus trying to get, the last guy you see as a potential true first-round edge.
So, look, Sam Hubbard has been a good player, and Hendrickson has been a very good player. And, they have the kid from Texas that played a little bit last year, got in the third round, missed his first year, played a little bit last year. Like, I just think, like, keep getting after the quarterback. Just keep getting after the quarterback. Like this guy, I think, has got some position flexibility because of his size. I think, the way that they play their defense, you could play him inside on pass rush, and get some value. So they've done that with Sam Hubbard, moved him around quite a bit. Maybe they can keep moving Myles Murphy on the edge, stay big and strong on the edge, and stay young. And the talent's undeniable. I mean, you walk at Clemson, and you're like one of the top players coming out of high school in the whole country, and then you put a pretty good resume out there for 3 years. Like it's good value. We all thought he would go a little bit earlier than this, but Nolan Smith is still out there. Isaiah Foskey is still out there. There's guys out there, but there's just hard to find 6'5", 275-pound ends in college football. Like there's not that many of them.
Well, and with them still having Hubbard and Hendrickson, right? It's not like he's got to come in and be the guy right away, right? But you hope he learns from those guys. You find packages for him. And then a year from now, especially when you're paying Joe Burrow real money, right? You got to rob a little bit of Peter to pay Paul, right? All of a sudden now we're going young and cheap on the D-line because we can't pay these receivers and pay this quarterback and pay everybody.
Well, Cincinnati's been doing a good job of just managing the cap, free agency, combined with good drafting. Like they're on their way. So they'll stay it's a highly competitive division. Everybody in that division has invested heavily in edge rushers. Cleveland, Martin, what Baltimore has done with Jobo, and there's just in that division about after quarterbacks.
Yeah, look, I'm very bullish on the Cincinnati Bengals. I felt like even last year there were a lot of people trying to write them off at various points in time or sort of diminish their ability, and even through that playoff run, I think there tended to be some skeptics. Well, we can discuss this further on the Audacy NFL draft coverage with our Bengals guest, Lindsey Patterson, Michael Santaguda, our host. It's always game day in Cincinnati. You can find them on the Audacy app. Please rate and review. I guess, Lindsey, we'll start with you and then go to Michael. Are you surprised by this? Did you think tight end was just kind of sticking out as a need on offense? I'm just sort of your general reactions to the pick.
I think with the hometown guy, Michael Mayer, being available at 20, it was a little surprised they didn't go that route. But to be completely honest, they need to get cheap on the defensive side. And they need help getting to the core. Adding the line, I think, was a really smart move by them. I'm happy to see that they went defense. But tight end, they really utilize that a lot with their offense. I think defense is the way to go if you can start to save money with some of these rookie contracts.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Myles Murphy, and he lacks a little bit. I don't care that much about that. They always value size at that position. You think of Sam Hubbard, Trey Hendrickson, size over 80 pounds, and I think it's also a little bit of that Marion High connection. Defensive line coach comes from Clemson. They play a little bit similar scheme with trying to collapse the pocket versus trying to bend it around the outside, just push it and create a cage. So Murphy makes a lot of sense. He passes every threshold they have for edge rusher, and he goes edge rusher to me.
And you're always going to compete with Patrick Mahomes when it gets to the playoffs. And so, how can you affect Patrick Mahomes? I mean, it has to be in the back of your head. It has to be in the back of your head when you're going up against Lamar and you're going up against what you have now in Deshaun Watson in Cleveland, like in your division and then in the AFC period. The quarterbacks that are there, the better you can affect the quarterback, the better your chances of winning games. And you do that with depth, rotation, fresh, and healthy through an 18-week schedule right now.
Yeah, I think you can look back at the Bengals Super Bowl and even the AFC Championship game, what they struggled with. You can point to their offensive line, but the pressure that other team was getting on their quarterback. The Bengals need that. Like I said before, if you can get cheaper and be able to get to back, and this guy is going to fit perfectly Lou Anarumo's defense too.
Some people, I guess, and we're talking to Lindsey Patterson and Michael Santaguda of the It's Always Game Day in Cincinnati podcast. I guess some people may have looked at where they were in the draft and thought, boy, what if a Jahmyr Gibbs, you know what I mean? And then you do move off of Joe Mixon and you find the answer there. Were you guys surprised that did you anticipate that? Is that something you talked about on your pod leading up to this as a possibility? And were you shocked that he went as high as he did?
As a possibility for sure. They love weapons.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
And they love their weapons. They like and Mixon's got one more deal, and they're thinking about compliment for Mixon. Mixon, inside the tackles, but getting a small, fast guy like that would really receive those plays. Was kind of what was grinders. I was very surprised they went that high though, because just the running back value across the NFL. I thought it may have hit something where Gibbs is going late first round, and for him to go that high, I mean, great for him, and I think he'll do great in Detroit. I was surprised though.
Well, listen, we thank you guys for sticking here with us. I know you had to wait a long time to make this pick, but it sounds like it gets 2 thumbs up from both of you. And hey, I had it in my mock, so I absolutely love it. Again, you can hear more from Lindsey Patterson and Michael Santaguda on the It's Always Game Day in Cincinnati pod. And again, you can follow, rate, and review the app as well as the Huddle pod. Jason La Canfora and Brian Baldinger are on every week. And Baldy, we now move on to pick 29, the New Orleans Saints. They could help all over their defensive line. I thought they would look long and hard, leaning into a defensive tackle here and a building from the interior. We've gone, but there's a young man from Clemson who I think you like a lot, who was sitting there. It looks like they went ahead and made that pick.
Well, I mean, they lost David Onyemata. They lost Shai Tuttle. Like, the interior of that defense was really, had just dissipated, and they had to start rebuilding it. So Bresee, right here from Clemson, is a big body. He's had some injuries, so he missed a year with the ACL. I mean, all that kind of stuff. But he's 6'5" and 305. He does take up some space inside. Everybody needs that guy, and I think he's a 3-down player. Like, I think he's got some ability to rush the passer. I see him get on the edge. He's got some quickness inside. They've been addressing this defense line with whether it was years ago with Davenport and Peyton. Of course, Cam Jordan is still there. They like him big and tall. They like a basketball front line, but they lost some good players, and they had to replace them. And if they want to keep that defense strong, you got to be strong in the middle. And so it makes a lot of sense. He's a good player. We're seeing a run on tackles. Whether it's Cansey right now, Mazi Smith, and Bresee. Like, we all thought they were quasi first-round picks. Maybe the bottom. They're kind of going where we thought they would go if they went in the first round.
Yeah, I don't think either of us are surprised by the pick. We'll see what our next guest thinks. We are joined now on the Audacy NFL first-round draft show by Jeff Nowak, host of Inside Black and Gold, at Jeff_Nowak on Twitter. Does this surprise you in any way, shape, or form, or does this feel like kind of where this thing was headed all along?
Absolutely not. This made too much sense, and it happened. This was actually the pick in my final mock that we posted yesterday. Proud of that fact. I will not be getting my second round pick right here, Gibbs. And you look at that pick early in the first round, and if you're the Saints and you're thinking about trading up, and you start to see, okay, Jahmyr Gibbs off the board, okay, Darnell Wright off the board, okay, it's run on wide receivers. I'm sitting at 29, and that's exactly what they did. So I think this worked out about as well as the Saints could have possibly. Brian Bresee is a perfect fit at a position of need. He's going to slot right in next to Nathan Shepard and Colin Saunders, the two players that just replaced David Onyemata and Shai Tuttle. This is, if you were drawing it up, the perfect situation the Saints could have landed in after getting the 29 pick in the Sean Payton trade. This is it.
Well, I think that you got to keep the defense strong, and it had looked a little broken at times last year. It hadn't been as strong, but if you want those linebackers to keep, DeMario to keep being as productive as he is, you got to protect them. It's never a sexy pick taking a defense tackle, but I guarantee you, Cam Jordan's going to like it. I guarantee you that, the guys coming off the edge are going to appreciate having a big body in the middle where they're going to get a little bit more one-on-ones. They're probably not going to get the quarterback to be able to just step up so clean when they're coming off the edge. So you got to build your team the right way. And when you're deficient, like Nathan Shepard's a nice player. I think he's a role player. I don't think he's a frontline starter. I think he's a rotational type player. Colin Saunders was just that guy in Kansas City too. But you need a rotation period. So you're going to play 3 defensive tackles all game, and some weeks 4. So it's just a good solid draft pick team right now. They dressed a lot of receiver positions last year, a lot of offensive stuff. Like, I think top of this draft, this made a lot of sense to me.
Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock as we speak. We are still talking New Orleans Saints with Jeff Nowak. And Jeff, I've got to ask you, I thought at various times that someone like Hendon Hooker might make some sense for them. I didn't think Will Levis would fall this far. He did. Not sure that either one's going to go in the next couple picks unless somebody trades up to do it. Could you see quarterback backing into their plans tomorrow, knowing that, Derek Carr, it may just be a one-year proposition?
It's definitely possible. I didn't think that it was really in the cards at 29 because I think you kind of sold Derek Carr on a vision in New Orleans, and I don't think that vision included the first pick you make being his replacement. I'd be very surprised if round 2 either. I think round 3, I think you start looking at it at 71. If a guy like Hendon Hooker is still available, you look at him there. I don't think Will Levis is really in the cards. But I do think the Saints are very much in win now mode based on the NFC South being in the state that it is. Obviously, the Panthers landed Bryce Young, but he's a rookie quarterback. Rookies typically need a year to acclimate. So I think they see this division as overtaking. So if they see a contributor that they can land at number 40, I think they're going to go for it. Wide receiver still, to me, is really intriguing. A guy like Tank Dell, I think, would fit in perfectly. You kind of need some insurance, I think, for Michael Thomas. You don't really know if he's going to come back if he can make it through a full season. So I think that's kind of where I'd look as a skill position player.
Now, Rashid Shaheed looked pretty good last year to me. Like, I don't know.
I saw your breakdown.
Sometimes you just find these guys, man, and they step on the field and for a touchdown, and first run is a touchdown. You just, he's a point scorer. So good kid too. Like, pretty happy the way he performed last year.
Yeah, I've talked to him a few times at a Weber State, and he makes you feel a lot better about that wide receiver room, just to be what he was able to do last year. And I think you went into that last season very up in the air about what you had at wide receiver, and you feel a lot better about it now.
Well, Jeff, I think you're one of the few guests we've had tonight who hasn't been in the least bit surprised by what their team did. You can follow Jeff on Twitter at Jeff_Nowak, Nowak. Please check out the Inside Black and Gold podcast to keep you covered on the Saints all the time. And Baldy, we keep chugging on here. We are nearing the end of Audacy's coverage of the first round of the NFL draft. The Philadelphia Eagles at pick 30 go defense again. You can never have too much pass rush or potential pass rush. And Nolan Smith finally hears his name called. Some mocks, some projections had him, I don't know, the 10, 12, 14 range, right around where the Eagles made their first selection of this draft, taking the big man Jalen Carter. What do you think of this?
Well, I mean, this is like Georgia players. I mean, they took Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean last year. They're taking Carter. Now they're taking Nolan Smith now. I mean, they're just drafting Georgia Bulldogs and keep that Bulldog mentality. But my comp for Nolan Smith throughout this entire process has been Hassan Reddick. I mean, Hassan Reddick is an undersized kid. They know how to play him. They play a 5-man defensive front a lot of the game. And Hassan gets a lot of one-on-ones. He doesn't get doubled and pushed around much. And then he can use his speed and quickness off the edge. And, Nolan Smith is rocked up. He's twitched up. And he's a violent player. Like, I watch him in special teams, just drill guys right into the bench. Like, he's got a violent streak to him. That would play well in Philadelphia. And, anytime you can add 4.39 speed to that position, it just makes your whole defense faster. It limits the amount of big plays that get made, and it helps a secondary, I think, that needs help. Like, I don't think James Bradbury looks very good to me anymore, but they re-signed him at corner. We saw him, get toasted pretty good in the Super Bowl. Like, if he's still out there next year, I mean, it'd be good that you have a pass rush like this year that had over 60 sacks. Keep that pass rush strong right now.
Well, it's interesting too. We talk so much about the Eagles through the season on the In the Huddle podcast, and again, you can catch Baldy and I and our buddy Carl Dukes on there every week, sometimes twice a week. Please check us out on the Audacy app wherever you get podcasts. So much about their pass rush and the historic numbers that they were putting up, but there wasn't enough get up and go in the Super Bowl. I mean, like like there wasn't enough there, right? Like they didn't impact.
Jason,
that
they
game
couldn't get
like
Patrick Mahomes off the field the second
game.
half.
Yeah,
they couldn't get
and
Mahomes
then you lose a couple dudes,
off
right?
the field the entire second half. They couldn't make
and
a
then
play,
you lose a couple
change
guys
things
on
up,
top
shake
of that.
things up.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think anyone should be necessarily shocked that they're leaning into their front seven when, despite all those sack numbers, when it really, really mattered the most, there wasn't enough there. And again, they've lost some guys, and you wonder, Fletcher Cox, other guys, this is the last ride.
It is. I mean, they re-signed Brandon and Fletcher. Like they're putting the band back together for another run. Like sometimes that works, and sometimes it just collapses. Sometimes you just get old and slow all at once. But if you're fortifying the trenches, with these guys, with Jalen and with Nolan, with Jordan, I mean, they won a national championship. Next step is win a Super Bowl. So look, the good thing is they had to trade one spot to get Jalen Carter, and they didn't have to trade to get Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
And they only had 6 picks, Jason. It's not like they had a lot of ammunition. They like to acquire picks. They don't like to give them up. They didn't have to do much to get 2 elite players. I mean, there's not anybody that didn't think that Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith were first-round picks. And maybe Jalen Carter, the best defensive prospect in this draft, and Nolan Smith, maybe the best upside. Because I talked to guys that were training him this offseason, and I said, what is he? Tell me what he goes, well, Baldy, just watching him work. If they use him the way Dallas uses Micah, he could be a lot like Micah. Now,
wow.
To me, there's only one of those guys, so I don't want to go that far. But what he's saying is there's some linebacking ability, there's some position flexibility, off the ball, blitz. Like there's some things, and certainly off the edge. There's certainly some things, and he's raw. Like he's still learning the game, but he is strong. He's very strong upper body, and he is unbelievable twitchy and first step quickness. So those are some good tools to start training with.
Baldy, we are on the final pick here in the first round on the Audacy NFL Draft Show. Kansas City Chiefs, world champs, could go in a bunch of different directions here. There might still be an offensive lineman who they're looking at. Obviously, Orlando Brown leaves. Andy Reid likes them big tackles. I've wondered a little bit about tight end with them. At some point, does Kelsey hit the wall? Is this the draft to fortify that? Maybe not right here at this pick. Some thought, like if a Zay Flowers was still here, he'd make a lot of sense. Obviously, wide receivers have been picked through. And then we look at them, and right now, the state of their pass rush, if they had to go out and play a football game right now, I don't know that they'd be totally comfortable with it, Baldy. And you can never have too many D tackles, right? So I don't know. I've thrown a lot at you there, but what are you thinking?
Andy likes big people. He just does. Like, could Darnell Washington be a Y where he's a target, he's an edge blocker, he's like this different type of piece that nobody's really has, but could be so. But Mahomes will find him.
Yeah,
you could play your 2-2 tight ends. You could put Kelsey in the slot, motion him, do all the stuff you do with them. Like, could this be a spot for a guy like Darnell Washington, who's got absurd size and quickness and great hands? Like, could Mahomes use a 6'7" target in the middle of the field?
That's what I'm saying. Right? A different body type in that mix to complement, like what they have, what they think they might have, right? They've got some jitterbugs. They've got some people who they think might evolve
they got
into more.
Cardarius, they got Sky Moore. They got a lot of guys like that. I don't know who the next receiver they would value, if you wanted it. But to me, a guy like Darnell Washington is just so intriguing. And maybe it just takes Andy Reid's ingenuity to figure out how best to utilize like his size, his hands, his stature, the run game, like all the different things you could do, you know, putting him next to Jawan Taylor and just having power run game, you know, with Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith. Like, I don't know, like some of that stuff would be kind of juicy right now.
Yeah, and I also sort of wondered, and I think it's a moot point now because it looks like the clock's expiring on them. If this would have been a spot for somebody to make a pick and try to get a fifth-year option on a quarterback, but it doesn't look like that's going to come to pass. So I imagine by tomorrow we'll be hearing, unless there is a trade here, a whole lot of talk about Hendon Hooker and Will Levis and what's next for them. How far do they fall? How does that sort of work itself out? Because I'll admit I was one of the people who thought that 5 could go today, and it looks like it's only going to be 3, barring a last-second trade here.
The one receiver that was out there that I thought was very much like Zay Flowers was Josh Downs from North Carolina. Like that guy looked like the bottom of first-round type receiver to me. He had elite quickness. He had great route running ability. He knows how to separate against man coverage. Like, could that be a guy to be like the 5th receiver, and you just give Mahomes just more, more goods to work with? Bring him down to Dallas next week, have him start throwing Mahomes at his compound, whatever. I don't know. I'm just thinking about Mahomes and Andy Reid and how they kind of think. Like, they struck gold on defense last year in so many different positions. So I don't know. Like, I guess we're all like all of Kansas City right now, all kind of looking up at the final pick. It's just so ironic that we're in Kansas City. They get the final pick of the first round.
Yes.
We've been waiting 4 hours for this. They're the Super Bowl champions. It's just like this whole melting pot. Like, I expect something to blow our heads off right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of interesting, too. So many teams moved so quickly on the clock, but the last team of the night, the hometown team, taking their time with it.
Well, they're letting the Chiefs take another bow with that Lombardi trophy that everybody's looking at right now in downtown Kansas City, just to kind of milk the moment of Super Bowl 57 before it's a couple minutes longer, I guess.
Well, I wondered if they would end up addressing D-line or someone, on the edge who could help them a little bit, and it looks like they are going in that direction. I will admit, I was hoping I might be able to avoid this name because I may mispronounce it. But no. Felix Anudike-Uzomah.
Anudike-Uzomah.
Felix
Anudike. Yeah, you didn't have to go very far. They went right to Kansas State, right down the road in the Little Apple, to go get him. And he's going to line up opposite Karlaftis and a couple guys that they signed in free agency, but. They struck with Karlaftis last year. This is a good football player. He's a talented kid out of Kansas State.
Yeah, I don't know that any of us can be completely shocked at all that they did address the D-line, and we'll now, on Audacy's coverage of the NFL draft, we'll talk it over with a couple people who know a heck of a lot about the Kansas City Chiefs. We're joined by Nick Schwert and Kayla Kanirim. They're the hosts Always Game Day in Kansas City. And I guess Kayla, we'll start with you, and then Nick, if he's with us. I'm not positive if he is yet. Maybe it is just you, Kayla. But your thoughts on this pick, if you thought they might lean into trying to fortify their ability to get the teams off the edge.
So, can you guys hear me?
Do we have Kayla? Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Hear you.
Yep.
Hello. I have no idea what the question was. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. No worries. Just your reaction to the selection. Did you think they might lean in, to the idea of, hey, we don't have the deepest stable of edge players in the league?
You guys, I called this on our podcast earlier this week. I had a handful of players I'd prepped for. Felix was the last one on my list. I'm thrilled about this pick. Hometown kid, went to K-State. I think he's going to fit in great in Kansas City. This is a position that we talked about the Chiefs needing. Not that, we're stacking up on
depth at the moment. So I think it's a great pick. I love it for the Chiefs. I love it for Felix. I'll let Nick weigh in.
I know he's a Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. Did you get a chance to watch him play much? Because he's got unique movement on a big frame. He's 6'4", he's 255. I could just see Spags moving him around, in a different way to get value for him right away. Pass rush packages, but I feel like you could get value for this pick like they did for all their defensive players a year ago.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he bolsters the other side of that defense opposite George Karlaftis. And when you look at some of the edge rusher prospects that were commonly being thought of as being late first-round picks, you saw Will McDonald out of Iowa State there commonly. Yeah. You saw B.J. Ojulari. Those guys are a little more slender builds, undersized. That's not the type of pass rusher that Steve Spagnuolo, like Baldy, you mentioned it. He likes guys who are versatile. He likes the bigger, stronger prototypes, and Felix is that guy. And for somebody, unlike a lot of the guys at his position in this class, he's younger, 2 years, some of these guys that are entering the league at 23, 24, ultra productive his last 2 years at Kansas State. And he's got a rather polished repertoire of moves that you don't generally see for guys his age. So when I was going through edge rusher prospects for the Chiefs, he just tended to check a lot of boxes. There were few dings for a guy of his age, his size, his ability. I absolutely love this pick for the Chiefs.
They signed Charles Omenihu in free agency. Charles has been a guy, like anybody that goes to San Francisco, they just get better. When Coach Kasarik works with them, they flip their hips, turn, they set their guys up better. Like they just improve. Like he's a much better player than he was in other spots. So I feel like he can hold down the fort. But I feel like I think we all saw last year that Curtis right away was going to be an impactful player, just how strong he was, how he played in position. And look, every defense needs to get younger. And so I think this just does a lot of different things for the Chiefs defense. And I just still marvel at how many rookies made so many impacts in so many big games in the playoffs down the stretch last year. You just go, Spags is at his old trick. I mean, I've got his cover 3 outline up here on my wall right here. Like Spags just is a great teacher, and this is a great little city drive, and you got your new office. It's a good little pick there for him.
Yeah,
I guess you mentioned. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Nick.
I was just going to say, you mentioned Chenehue, who you brought in on basically what is a 1-year deal. I mean, his cap hit goes up to about $11 million next year. So if you want to move on from him, you can, if a guy like Felix is ready. But the youth movement is clearly a motive last year to get younger on defense. They were starting 4 rookies, secondary, and they won the Super Bowl. So it is kind of this weird feeling of whatever they tried defensively is going to work. But I mean, getting another guy, very rarely do you see, teams over-investing on the defensive line. I like it for the Chiefs.
Well, Kayla, if you nailed this pick, then I've got to start with you, and then we'll get to Nick. What would you like to see the world champions do moving forward? Could they use some more fortification on the offensive line? We saw the receivers get through in the 20s, but maybe somebody second day who could energize that offense. Or Baldy and I were also talking about tight end is maybe not a need, but a sneaky little area where you get some fortification in case something happens to Kelsey, and maybe you start bringing somebody else along and giving Mahomes another big body type to throw to.
Yeah, I know for a second there we thought maybe we would go after Kincaid, but I know we've talked a lot on our podcast about needing depth at wide receiver, so it'll be interesting. I'm wondering now if we could go after DeAndre Hopkins, since we didn't go after a wide receiver in the draft. Once Zay Flowers went, once Quentin went. And offensive can always, build up there. But I think our biggest concern now moving forward is just depth at wide receiver. At least that's what I'm looking at. I don't think we're going to do anything in the draft concerning position, but I think we're in a good spot. We have a saying as Chiefs fans, and it is, in Brett Veach we trust. So I'm convinced, the best GM in all of the NFL. So I just really never worry. Nick and I have about that link. Like whatever pick he makes, we're going to be okay with it because look how things have turned out for us. So not to sound arrogant, but he just has a way of drafting players. And I mean, look at last year's draft. Like we said, we had 10 picks, all of them played, all of them, most of them made significant plays in big games. So I'm not worried. Whatever we do, I trust the management completely.
I have a similar saying, Taylor. I have a similar saying right in my film room. In Patrick Mahomes, I trust. Like whatever you give
that
him,
too.
he's going to
Baldy.
maximize those guys. Yes.
And Pat, we trust.
Yes.
It's a good system, top to bottom.
Yes.
Well,
okay.
Yeah,
listen, I'm sure it's been. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. I keep talking over you, Jason. I'm just to echo what Taylor was saying. I'm all for adding pass catchers in the second round. I didn't think this group of wide receivers was really strong at the top. And when you guys that potentially could be going in day two, Jonathan Mingo, Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma, it feels like that's where maybe the value at wide receiver in this draft class starts to align where guys are actually going to be going. Chiefs have a ton of draft equity. If they want to get aggressive, move the top 40, and go get their guy at receiver, go get their guy tight end, they've got the ability to do that. So they've got a lot of options here going into day two.
No doubt. I agree.
Well, look, I hope you guys were able to enjoy some of the festivities there in Kansas City. The Chiefs are building maybe a mini dynasty there. And if this year's draft is anything close to last year's, look out, rest of the NFL. So, again, that was Nick Schwert and Kayla Knierim of the It's Always Game Day in Kansas City podcast. Please, again, Chiefs fan, interested in the Chiefs at all, subscribe, rate, and review that podcast on the Audacy app. And we got through it, brother. Technology seems like it held up by and large. We definitely saw some screwballs thrown at us early and often that no one could have predicted. Just sort of your overall thoughts on the first day of the NFL draft and some of your takeaways.
Well, the two biggest polarizing players in this whole draft process on Thursday night here was going to be Anthony Richardson and Jalen Carter. And Richardson went about as high as anybody could have expected him to go. Indianapolis is now building around Anthony Richardson. After 5 years of trying to fill Andrew Luck's shoes, they're now taking the biggest flyer with maybe the biggest upside at the most important position, and they're now building their future around Anthony Richardson. And Jalen Carter, thought to be maybe the most talented player in this draft, literally fell for a variety of reasons, but he goes to Philadelphia where there's a need, there's a love. He'll join a bunch of Georgia Bulldogs there, and he's going to get a chance to go show everybody why he should have been maybe the first pick in this draft. Those two jump out, and then I guess, I guess like, did Jahmyr Gibbs, was that really was Detroit really thinking clearly when they took that running back, a team that has had all kinds of issues with keeping running backs healthy, taking one that high, not long after Bijan Robinson went?
Yeah, that was probably the shocker of all shockers, even more surprising than Richardson, because we knew the Colts were taking a quarterback. Well, we'll see where Will Levis goes at some point tomorrow, I imagine. We'll see where Hendon Hooker goes. Still a couple of quarterbacks available. And I'm sure there'll be more trades, more twists and turns. Does DeAndre Hopkins get dealt at some point this weekend? Does Trey Lance get dealt at some point this weekend? We will find out. Again, all these teams that we mentioned, please go to the team-centered oriented podcast that we have available. You can find them all on the Audacy app. You can find me at Jason Canfora on Twitter. You can find Baldy at Baldy NFL on Twitter. And you can find us every week on the In the Huddle podcast with our buddy Carl Dukes, talking about everything that's going on in the NFL straight through the offseason. Baldy, I hope you're able to grab yourself a beer or something in short order.
Yeah.
I look forward to doing so
right
myself.
now,
and digesting. We got through this. There's nobody else I'd rather do it with than
that was
you,
fun,
Baldy.
Jason.
Thanks,
that was fun. That was
fella, everybody. Everybody on the back end who made this happen. And again, we appreciate everyone for tuning in to Audacy's coverage of the first round of the NFL draft.